you need money to go to college.
Good morning. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is hereby called to order. The 35th Legislature's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is here today. And before we get started, I just wanted us to remember that we're in the middle of hurricane season and we have so much to be thankful for, and at the same time, let's continue to pray and be prepared. Also, yesterday marked the 22nd year anniversary of 9/11. Imagine that, regarding the terror attacks against the United States. And we all salute those persons who answered the call, and especially those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice, and inclusive of their families. Let's continue to keep them lifted in our prayers. Also, September is recognized as Suicide Prevention Month, and I do believe Men Prostate Cancer Month. Let's get tested. Mental health is very important, as we know, and I urge everyone having issues to seek help, even those of us in government who is under a lot of pressure. I ask, if you feel any pressure on you like that, just reach out, talk to someone. In the first block of today's agenda, I see that we'll be considering legislation to establish aging inmates with health issues within our correctional system as a basis for parole. And we will also be hearing from the Bureau of Corrections, who is so properly attired and represented here this morning, and the Virgin Islands Parole Board, represented by the board chair. We also hope to receive updates from the Bureau of Correction on other issues, including the status of Virgin Islands inmates who are held in off-island facilities, as while they're in our custody, it is our responsibility to make sure that they are treated humanely and rehabilitated while ensuring access to education and or trade, so that they may be reintroduced into our society as productive citizens. And also, we know that while they're rehabilitating and they're here with us, that also helps to rehabilitate them amongst their own. In Block 2, we will hear from the agency and supporting agencies who are responsible for providing services and guidance to the public in the event of a natural disaster or major emergency, whereas these agencies collectively are also responsible for ensuring the most efficient use of resources on hand and procuring additional resources as the need arise. With that said, we will hear from the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, the Virgin Islands National Guard, the Department of Human Services, the Virgin Islands Fire Service, and the Department of Public Works. We are now at the peak of hurricane season, as I stated in the beginning, and we must ensure that we are somewhat altogether prepared. Again, we got to be thankful and prayerful, as we just had a close call with Hurricane Lee over the weekend, just a few days ago, and there are other systems presently out there. Let's pray there are no more close calls for us this year, but let us also make sure we are prepared to the best of our abilities. At this time, Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolkes absent. Senator Dwayne DeGraff.
Present.
Okay.
Senator Bulk is present.
Senator Bolkes present. Senator Dwayne DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Heiliger present. Senator Javon James Sr. Senator James Sr. present. Senator Franklin Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Here.
Senator Gittens present. Mr. Chair, you have 7 members present.
Thank you, all 7 members present. We do have a quorum. Also, allow me to recognize the presence of our esteemed President of the 35th Legislature, who is a non-committee member, Senator Novelli Francis Jr., but a veteran of this committee. Also, our esteemed Rules and Committee Chairperson, the Honorable Diane T. Capehart. Welcome this morning. How are you? Great. Green for progress. All right. Okay, let me add. Madam Clerk, any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Mr. Chair.
None. Wow, we're doing good. Thank you. Committee members, thank you all for being present. As you know, we had subpoenaed the Bureau of Corrections, but they're here not only under subpoena, but voluntarily. As the director said, I would show up even without the subpoena, but it was already done. Nevertheless, her and her team are here, and we're looking forward to a good discussion. So we've established a quorum, and we may proceed. Madam Clerk, can you kindly read today's agenda into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Agenda dated August 30th, 2023. Committee hearing agenda, scheduled hearing 10 a.m., Tuesday, September 12th, 2023. Please advise that the 35th Legislature's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety has scheduled a legislative committee hearing for 10 a.m. Tuesday, September 12th in the Fred Slawetz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. The committee is expected to receive testimony from the Bureau of Corrections and updates from the Virgin Islands Territorial Management Agency and supporting agencies relative to preparations for the current hurricane season. This is an in-person hearing. Block 1, 10 a.m. Bill 35-0045, an act amending Title V, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, relating to eligibility for parole by adding Section 4601 to establish medical parole as a basis for parole. Further amending Title V, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, by adding Section 4601B to establish geriatric parole as a basis for parole and for other related purposes. Invited testifiers, Winnie Testamark, Director, VI Bureau of Corrections, Dennis Howell, Chairman, VI Parole Board. BOC officials are also expected to give testimony pursuant to a subpoena dated August 4, 2023. Testimony should include matters related to inmates remanded to the care, custody, and control of the Bureau of Corrections who are housed at off-island facilities, specifically about the Bureau's director or staff's visit to the facility and inmates' availability of academic and vocational programs and other related topics. Block 2, at 1 p.m., the committee is expected to receive testimony from VITEMA and supporting agencies relative to the state of readiness as we enter the peak of the 2023 hurricane season. Topics of discussion will include infrastructure, shelters, emergency housing, public safety, and more. Invited testifiers, Honorable Ray Martinez, Commissioner, VI Police Department. Honorable Daryl Jashin, Director, VITEMA. Major Kojo S. Knox-Limbacher, Adjutant General, VI National Guard. Honorable Kim Kazi Gomez, Commissioner, Human Services. Honorable Daryl A. George, Director, VI Fire EMS. Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. That's the end of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as you see, we have a full agenda today, and I thank each of you for being here. While this is a live broadcast hearing, the viewing and listening audience is encouraged to, if they have any comments or questions, to call my office directly at 712-2212. That's 712-2212. All the testifiers in the well, I'll ask you to identify yourself from my right over to the left. You may proceed. Please put your name, agency, and title. Hold off on your salary at this time.
Good morning, Peter Abrahams, Programs and Grants Manager, Bureau of Corrections.
Thank you. Welcome.
Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chief Strategy Officer, Virgin Islands Bureau of Correction.
Thank you, sir.
Winnie Testamark, Director, Bureau of Corrections.
Thank you, ma'am.
Riel Faulkner, Assistant Director, VI Bureau of Corrections.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director, Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections.
Welcome. You could smile.
Dennis Howell, Chairman, Virgin Islands Parole Board.
Can you do that one more time for me, military officer?
Dennis Howell, Chairman, Virgin Islands Parole Board.
Thank you. Today is going to be a good discussion that I expect. I would like for all of you to please speak directly into the mic. You don't have to lean in. Just put the mic right up to you. It's friendly. It's not going to do you anything, all right? So at this time, I'm going to ask, there's no one from your team online, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask all of you to please stand, and I will give the oath. And again, starting from my right over to the left, singly respond to the, I will do one oath, but singly say yes or no. All right? Please stand. Raise your right hand. Let's see if I remember this. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony and responses you will give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Committee members, non-committee members, the testifiers have been sworn in. Remember, they're also here under subpoena as well. At this time, Madam Director, you're providing the lead testimony.
That is correct.
You may proceed at this time.
Good morning, Chairman Giddens, distinguished members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and other distinguished members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and our listening and viewing audience. I am Winnie Testamark, Director of the Bureau of Corrections. On behalf of the dedicated staff at the Bureau, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the Bill number 35-0045, which would amend the Virgin Island codes to allow for medical and geriatric parole. As requested, I would also give an update on the status of inmates in BOC custody who are housed at off-island facilities, particularly those at Citrus County Detention Facility in Lecanto, Florida. Together with members of our medical and security team, I visited and spoke with those inmates last week. During our trip, we also visited Virgin Islands inmates at Tallahatchie County Correctional Facility in Mississippi. In April, we visited inmates at 3 prisons in Virginia: Red Onion, Wallens Ridge, and Keene Mountain. At the Bureau's budget hearing last month, I gave detailed testimony about the Bureau's accomplishments over the last fiscal year and discussed our goals, objectives, and vision for the future. I have attached a copy of my August 8 testimony before the committee on Budget Appropriation and Finance, and I incorporate it by reference into my testimony. Joining me today are members of the Bureau's management team who can respond to inquiries that fall within their areas of responsibility. The Bureau of Corrections cannot support Bill number 35045 in its current form. While the Bureau generally agrees that prisoners who are terminally ill, permanently incapacitated, or who are 65 years or older and suffering from a life-threatening illness should be considered for parole under the right circumstances, it cannot support Bill number 350045 in its current form. Among the concerns that the Bureau has about the bill as currently written are the following. 1, it is internally inconsistent. For example, the bill mandates that the Bureau verifies a plan for residency for all applicants for medical parole, including undocumented inmates with an immigration hold, even though undocumented inmates cannot legally have residency in the United States. And it states that inmates can petition the courts for a right of habeas corpus if the parole board does not act timely or the application for medical or geriatric parole. But Virgin Islands courts have recognized that inmates do not have any rights to parole, which suggests that habeas corpus relief may be inappropriate. 2, it conflicts with other statutes as well as decisions of the Virgin Islands court. 3, it takes away the director's discretion to recommend inmates to the parole board. 4, it undermines the authority of the governor regarding communications and pardons. 5, it would make most inmates 65 years or older eligible for geriatric parole, including those convicted of first-degree murder. As of August 17th, there are 19 inmates in BOC custody who are 65 years or older. All but 6 would be eligible to apply for geriatric parole today, were they to have a chronic illness requiring assistance with the activities of daily living. With only one exception, all inmates sentenced to life without parole for first-degree murder would be eligible to apply for geriatric parole today, using this same standard. By contrast, only 3 of these inmates would be eligible for medical parole today if they were terminally ill or permanently incapacitated, but all 3 could apply for early or regular parole under existing law. The bill will also produce unintended and unjust results. An inmate with a chronic life-threatening illness sentenced at 64 years of age to life without parole for committing murder theoretically would be eligible to apply for geriatric parole as soon as he turns 65. But an inmate sentenced at the same age with the same condition who used a gun to rob a store but killed no one could not apply for either medical or geriatric parole until he turns 79 if he received the mandatory minimum 15-year sentence under 14 VI Code 2254B. As shown in the attached table, all inmates 65 years or older convicted of first-degree murder, except 1, will be eligible for geriatric parole, while 5 inmates given minimum mandatory sentences for sex crimes or firearm offenses would not. Depending on their sentence, inmates suffering from a serious medical condition already can petition the parole board for early release if they have been recommended for parole and have served 1/3 of their sentence. But Bill 350045 takes away these protections for medical and geriatric parole. To appreciate the Bureau's concern with Bill 35045, it is important to recognize what the current law already provides. An inmate suffering from a serious medical condition can already petition the parole board for early release once he has served 1/3 of his sentence, but only if such parole is not prohibited by law. he has received the required recommendation from the director and a psychiatrist or psychologist, and usually unusual or extenuating circumstances justify such actions. Under existing law, the parole board must approve a petition for early parole by a 2/3 vote. Bill 350045 removes many of these protections. For example, an inmate must now serve at least 1/3 of his sentence before he can apply for early parole. The only way to be released sooner is to petition the governor for a commutation or pardon. This bill would undermine the governor's authority by giving the parole board power to release inmates on medical or geriatric parole before they have served 1/3 of their sentence. And there is no requirement that such release be approved by a 2/3 vote. Existing law also allows for early parole under extenuating circumstances, such as for inmates suffering from a serious medical condition, only if parole is not otherwise prohibited by law. Sections of the Virgin Islands Code that provides for mandatory minimum sentences for firearms offenses and aggravated rape currently prohibit parole or any form of release until an inmate serves the mandatory minimum portion of his sentence. But Bill 350045 creates a conflict with those existing provisions. Unlike medical and geriatric parole statutes elsewhere, Bill 350045 will allow inmates to apply for geriatric parole regardless of their offense or sentence. For instance, the bill reads on page 4, notwithstanding any other law to the contrary, a geriatric prisoner may be considered for parole by the Board of Parole. But the Virgin Islands firearms statute already provides that, notwithstanding any other provision of law, no persons convicted of a specified firearm offense shall be eligible for probation, parole, or any other form of release prior to serving the mandatory minimum term of imprisonment. The VI Code 2254B, the aggravated rape statute, contains similar language. Enacting this bill in its current form could potentially result in the unintended repeal of certain mandatory minimum sentencing requirements in the Virgin Islands Code for those inmates who are eligible for geriatric parole. Finally, under current law, the director of the Bureau of Corrections and a qualified psychiatrist or psychologist acts as gatekeepers for all parole applications before they go to the parole board. As the Virgin Islands Supreme Court wrote, and I quote, "The statute expressly provides that an inmate may not even be considered for parole without the recommendation of the director of the Bureau of Corrections." The Superior Court reiterated this statement of law in July. Bill number 350045 removes this essential gatekeeper function. It would allow the Bureau's medical director, the inmate, or his family to provide documentation to the parole board without a recommendation from the director or a qualified psychiatrist or psychologist. It eliminates discretion currently granted the director to withhold parole applications deemed frivolous or without merit, thereby removing his or her input from the medical or geriatric parole decision. As agency head, the director of the Bureau of Corrections may have critical information bearing on a parole decision that may not be available either to the medical director, the inmate, or the parole board for that matter. Without a psychiatric evaluation, for example, neither the medical director nor the parole board could determine to a reasonable certainty whether the inmate poses a risk to the community. Removing the director and the psychiatrist as gatekeepers creates needless risk to the public safety. Therefore, while its objectives are admirable, Bill 0045 needs substantial revision to be workable. In drafting those revisions, all stakeholders should be consulted, including the Attorney General, victims' advocates, the Office of Probation, and the courts. Status of off-island inmates, particularly those at Citrus County Detention Facility. Turning to the issue of inmates housed off-island facilities. Last week, my team and I visited the...
May I ask you to hold off right there 1 second? And I ask that because I neglected to, since we're going to have a simultaneous discussion regarding the status of those inmates off-island and the bill that's before us, I neglected to have the bill sponsor of the bill introduce the bill. So at this time, before you proceed to that other section, I'm going to yield to Senator Franklin Johnson to introduce bill number 35, that's 0045. And I apologize for that, Senator Johnson. That is my oversight. You may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. First and foremost, I definitely want to say that the testimony that you heard this morning does not reflect the amendment in the nature of a substitute, which is bill number 350045. On August 24th, I received this bill in the nature of a substitute. I submitted to Chair's office on August 30th. So the testimony that you heard does not reflect bill number 350045 in the nature of a substitute. Good morning, honorable and esteemed colleagues. Today I stand before you to discuss an issue that touches the core of our values, our sense of justice, and our responsibility as public servant. The medical, parole, or terminally ill prisoners and those who are permanently incapacitated. Bill number 350045, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, relating to eligibility for parole by adding Section 4601A to establish medical parole as a basis of parole. Further amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, by adding Section 4601B to establish geriatric parole as a basis for parole and for other related purposes. We have a moral imperative. Our justice system is built on principles of fairness and humanity. The core question we must ask ourselves, what's the purpose? Is serving by keeping a person near the end of their life, a whole incapacitated behind bars. It is a test of our collective conscience. While they must face consequences for their action, they also have the right to die with dignity and humanity. A fundamental principle our territory has always upheld. Safety and risk assessment. A terminally ill or incapacitated individual pose little to no risk to society. Their condition sadly has rendered them incapable of the crime they once might have committed. By granting medical parole, we are not compromising the safety of our citizens, but acknowledging the changed circumstances of the incarcerated. Economic consideration. The financial toll on the U.S. Virgin Islands penal and health system is significantly higher when catering to terminally ill and incapacitated prisoners. Unique needs. We are diverting funds that could otherwise be invested in rehabilitating, educating, or other programs that serve the public good. We are practicing fiscal responsibility by transitioning the individuals to more appropriate care setting, potentially covered by financial mechanisms like Medicaid. Several years ago, there was an incarcerated individual with severe medical complication. Because of his condition and age, he would have been eligible for this opportunity. He passed, but not before accruing over $350,000 worth of medical expense that had to be paid by the BOC. His expenditures were not budgeted, and the executive branch had to fund this expense or risk having the other detainees return to the Virgin Islands. Healthcare quality. Those striving for excellence, our correction medical staff is not tailored for end-of-life care. By granting medical parole, we ensure that these individuals receive the specialized care they need, leading to potentially better outcome and a more humane approach to their condition. Benefits to the correctional system. A less crowded prison medical unit allows for more efficient use of resources, benefiting the general prison population and improving conditions for inmates and staff. Compassion. Granting medical parole can provide detainees and their families a chance for reconciliation and closure. Values deeply rooted in our shared beliefs about the importance of family and forgiveness. Setting a standard. We have an opportunity to upgrade our position among other jurisdictions, lead with empathy and practically, and send a clear message about our values. In closing, I urge you, my respected colleagues, to look beyond the confines of cells and see the broader picture. By supporting medical parole for terminally ill and incapacitated detainees, we are upholding our moral values and making wise decisions for our territory. Resources and well-being of its people. Let's move forward with compassion and confidence that we are doing right by our constituents and our shared humanity. Thank you for this opportunity. And again, as I stated to the beginning, the testimony that we heard did not reflect the bill amended in its nature of a substitute. I could go into it, and I will go as we start talking more, showing areas of your testimony that's already in this bill in the nature of a substitute. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I am ready to go forward with questioning, and let's hear a little better discussion in regards to this bill in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you for your introduction, Senator Johnson. And again, I apologize that you didn't had the opportunity before, but better late than never. Also, I think a little body reminded me as well. I've been forgetting lately. Happy belated birthday. All right. And you know what? Thank you for that introduction just now, because I want not only all of us in this room to understand, but those viewing and listening. When we hear the word geriatric, the first thing, and probably the single thing that we think about, is what? Older individuals. But it is older individuals or aging individuals with a health care problem. All right? So it's not singularly just because you're old, we're considering allowing you to come out of jail. Because we have older individuals that are violent as well. So I don't want anyone to leave this room or leave this discussion believing that this geriatric parole measure is just to allow people to come out of jail because of their age. Geriatric, again, relates to aging individuals with health care issues. Similarly to the one that you would usually hear, pediatrics. Pediatrics, we know, is with children with health care problems. Same thing, pediatrics, geriatrics. So I just want us to be on the same footing that the measure intended by the bill sponsor doesn't mean just to let you out because you're 65 years or older. We will continue to have further discussions. However, at this time, Madam, she's not completed. Right. Madam Director, you may proceed to conclude with your testimony.
Turning to the issue of inmates housed off island facilities. Last week, my team and I visited the Virgin Islands inmates at the Citrus County Detention Facility in Florida.
And may I again, colleagues, just in case you're following, she's on page 7 of her testimony so that we could pick up where she left off. Status of off-island inmates. You may proceed. My apologies again.
So my team and I visited the Virgin Islands inmates at the Citrus County Detention Center facility in Florida and Tallahatchie County Correctional Facility in Mississippi. We spoke with all 82 inmates who were willing to meet with us. We listened to their concerns, reviewed their timesheets where necessary, and verified that they were receiving proper care and treatment. They all prefer to be home, of course, but the correctional facilities in the Virgin Islands cannot currently accommodate them. I also made it a point to ascertain that our inmates are free to participate in vocational and educational programming at each facilities. I met with the Director of Programming for Citrus County, reviewed the vocational and educational courses offered, and scrutinized the list of inmates from the Virgin Islands who had taken those courses. I wanted to ascertain for myself whether the vocational and educational requirements of Section 4503C were being met. Based on my personal observation and review, I can confirm that the placement of Virgin Islands offenders at these off-island facilities complies with the requirements of Section 4503C of Title V. Mr. Chairman, you will recall that in my response to your correspondence of May 24, 2023, I noted that the Bureau has housed inmates at Citrus County from before my tenure began. My research shows that Virgin Islands inmates have been housed at Citrus County since as early as 2011, but in December 2019, less than a year into my tenure, I insisted that all subsequent contracts with Citrus County include language mandating that work, educational, and vocational programs to reduce idleness and increase marketable skills be made available to the USVI inmates. Historically, Virgin Island inmates at facilities like Citrus County have raised several arguments to being housed off-island. They have argued that being housed at off-island facilities like Citrus County violated Section 4503C because the vocational and educational offerings were not the same as those at John A. Bell, or the facility was not a prison but a detention facility, or the inmate was transferred to off-island facility without a pre-transfer hearing. Each of these arguments have been considered and rejected by the Virgin Islands courts. Virgin Islands cases establish that VI Code 4503 does not require that the programs available at Citrus County or other off-island facilities be the same as those available at John Bell. Nor does 4503C require that Virgin Islands inmates on the mainland be held in a prison rather than a detention center. Furthermore, our courts have made it clear that an inmate is not entitled to a hearing before his transfer to a mainland facility. To satisfy 4503C, BOC must merely determine that the new facility offers some kind of educational or vocational programs, which we have done. Since my tenure as the director began, I have made certain that off-island facilities where our inmates are housed provide adequate education and vocational programs consistent with Virgin Islands law. I have visited each facility in Florida, Mississippi, and Virginia at least twice since 2019. Last week, I visited Citrus County for the third time. On each visit, my team and I have gone the extra mile to ensure that our inmates were treated fairly, that their needs were met, their concerns were addressed, and that the requirements of the Virgin Islands law are carefully followed. I would like to play the video. Oh, could you please play the video?
I know that I worked 3 jobs to put myself through college.
Wow.
And it was not easy. So if you can get some assistance and enjoy what you're doing at the same time, so much the better for you.
The Ability to Benefit training program. And this is a program that unlocks up to $45,000 in financial aid, basically through the Pell Grant, for furthering their educational through vocational training or higher education. The Pell Grant came back after almost 30 years of being gone for incarcerated individuals and individuals with felony records. Most of the students here did not know that they could still qualify for this federal funding without a diploma. So when we told them that they could, they were very excited. We created 106 videos and companion workbooks and pre and post tests to help people prepare for that AccuPlacer test. We have basic reading, basic math, and basic writing lessons and practice companion workbook pages. This facility is so wonderful. They have a secure internet, and we were able to put our program on tablets and laptops for the residents here. They were able to do video lessons and help themselves remember the things that they learned so long ago, and it helps them to prepare for the AccuPlacer test. We just finished testing about 16 students. They're all very encouraged. They feel empowered by the video lessons and the workbooks they've been experiencing, and they like how it's broken down into simple steps, and they feel like they're going to be able to master the skills needed to answer the questions correctly, and all they have to do is score at a 5th grade level on the AccuPlacer test to prove that they have the ability to benefit from higher education, even though they don't have a diploma. And I think most of them feel like really encouraged that that's going to happen, and they're going to be able to do that.
The Ability to Benefit is an excellent program. Some did not have a GED or a high school diploma. But with this program, it will still afford them the same opportunities as those that did. So it's definitely reaching beyond what it was basically tabled for.
Yes.
And reaching those individuals to add to that. And I feel it's a win-win. I'm so excited.
Yes.
It means that they'll be finished quicker.
Yes.
And it will be more meaningful because they'll see in actuality what they are learning, they'll see it in action.
I love it.
On my free time, I could actually, progress myself with this program or whatever. So I think it's pretty awesome. I really like it.
I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I want to learn more.
Yes.
I want to succeed in all kind of stuff.
I'm looking forward to that. That's definitely for sure.
Yeah, I like to see what, cause I do school here for so long, so yeah, I like to see what kind of level I'm at. Yeah, definitely. And like I say, it's pretty cool. I like it.
One reason I was trying to get my GED, just so I could be able to get tuition to go into the university here, to be able to get my degree in architecture.
And did you realize there was a way to go ahead and get training in specific programs without having a GED?
No, I did not know that.
And
now I just found out, so it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Because I'm going on 50, and for a 50-year-old, it's not easy going back to school. It's not.
You only have to pass on a 5th grade level actually to get the funding for the program. I mean, that's pretty awesome. What more can you ask for?
Right.
I feel like nothing in this program is hard to do once you put your mind to it.
Roll the next one. Go ahead and roll the next one. Thank you. That's the
When
last
we
one.
talk about training and the opportunity to work with promising people, that just took it to a whole nother level.
I've never been so excited for something in my life. With training so far, it's very different.
I don't see a full hands-on experience.
Basically, like you learning as a video game.
It's fun, but at the same time you're learning.
You playing a video, but it's a learning process.
It feels really like you're really there and basically telling you step by step.
I like the fact that, that you have another chance to go back and do it again, just to get it right.
Sit down, relax, do your virtual reality training. You don't even have to be in the classroom itself or in the building. You can just sit down, get yourself started, and get going.
Way better, way faster, yes. Instead of listening to somebody speak all day, I could actually work myself.
Gives you a hands-on approach rather than just a classroom approach, so it works both.
It gives you a time to take your own pace and still get it done at a good, efficient time.
It's better like that because not everybody is that quick at learning. Some of them is, I'll take the time. So I like my own pace. So yeah, I think that'll be better.
It brings a different way to learn things, and virtual reality is kind of like the new way, the new thing right now with technology.
This is the first time I've ever seen, they really doing something and helping. So to rehabilitate us.
Point us in better project when we come out of here, because it's harder with the records we have.
Fast training is boring. it used to be hard for me to just sit there and just listen. You know what I mean? But this one, like I said, you're actually doing something after that person's.
It's taking the inmates out of their element, getting a better opportunity to explore what's outside, because a lot of them are so in here, they don't know what's going on the outside. So bringing in the program will definitely take them out of just being in here.
Most of these guys are here because they have idle time when they're out there. So if they have a trade, they have something, some type of degree, something, they should be able to not only to help them, but their families, their kids, everything else. Every time they come in here, they're missing their whole family's life.
Being able to be involved, giving them a sense of purpose, right? A sense of purpose. They don't have time to sit there and idle, because guess what? It's something purposeful. They're learning something that they want to learn to better themselves. I feel that with that, idleness will be a thing of the past.
Many of them, because of their age, have a different way of learning.
Our average age of the individual incarcerated is 24. That's the average age. So that's a very, very young population, and you have to be relatable. So guess what? Those virtual, that's being relatable, because they think they doing video games, so they want to embrace it. They want to take it on.
When we heard about the Promising People product, they didn't have to be there one-on-one with the instructor. They learned all of this on their own, virtually, at their own pace. At the end of the program, they do have to go through a skill set test. They don't have to tell you they made a mistake. They just go back over and do it over and over again until they get it right.
95% of our individuals, once have the opportunity to take part in this program, will.
And so when they do get out, they have opportunities waiting for them.
I feel once they've learned a trade through the virtual training that you all Promising People is offering, I feel that then they'll be able to go back out, apply those skills, learn, and they'll be able to earn a living wage so they could take care of themselves and their families. Absolutely. So by doing so, I feel that it will definitely reduce the recidivism rate.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna get them going, and when they go, this stuff are gonna be out there waiting for them with the experience they have.
Again, I'm all for embracing technology, finding different ways to educate individuals that's incarcerated, that's in our care. So we're excited right here in the Virgin Islands to be the first correctional facility to embrace this technology. So I say thank you on behalf of Governor Bryant and the entire Virgin Islands population. We say thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to appear before the committee today. My team and I stand ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I actually enjoyed looking at that video. So we'll finish the testimonies and then come back to our discussions. At this time, as a board chair for the VI Parole Board, you're recognized for your testimony.
Morning.
Yeah, please pull the mic directly in front of you and speak into the mic. And another reason for all testifiers to speak directly into the mic, if you notice, our stenographer is not physically here with us. They're at another location remotely, but they need to make sure they capture everything, please. Thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning, honorable senators, Director of BOC and your staff, the viewing and listening audience. My name is Dennis Howell, Chairman of the Parole Board of the Virgin Islands. The other active members are Pastor Chesley Roebuck and Pastor Dr. Bentley Thomas, whom could not be here today because of prior commitments. The Board of Parole thanks you for the opportunity to provide further testimony and comment on the proposed changes amending Title V Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, Bill Number 35-0045. In the Board's first appearance to this committee, I provided pertinent information to assist the Parole Board in making objective decisions. I will try not to regurgitate what I previously presented at the hearing. However, I remain available to discuss any additional questions arising from that meeting. It is clearly time to seriously consider this bill before you, considering the benefit that can be derived by both the government and those incarcerated. It's an opportunity to move forward. We have recently witnessed some of the rehabilitation efforts that promote second chances, such as the education and training program in progress, the equine, the horse program, and the post-secondary education programs are netting successful results. The 21st century and technological advances have been game changers. The sophisticated system make getting away with any crime almost impossible. Parameters set can be easily implemented and monitored. There is good in everyone, regardless of the crime committed. After lengthy sentences or many years of incarceration, prisoners get a point of diminishing return, meaning they no longer want to, have the drive, or physically cannot harm anyone. Sometimes their psyche, because they are human, they become despondent, and there is nothing they are willing or care to do in the rehabilitation process, becoming hopeless. It can get to a point where there is no benefit of keeping them incarcerated. While the board is obligated to follow the law, my previous testimony asked the body to consider the current challenge of overcrowding at the facilities. Prison beds should be reserved for the highest risk offenders. Please note, risk categories change as time in incarceration lengthens. Hence, a comprehensive risk assessment administered by a clinical forensic psychiatrist should be done to determine the current risk level. Additionally, the provision we discussed relative to establishing parameters have been incorporated in the amendment, and we believe it strengthened the proposed law. This legislation will create hope and provide incentive to promote rehabilitative effort. And I have my own little formula, and it goes like this. When we create hope and incentive, it's equal to good behavior and rehabilitative effort. These two provisions will create hope that will incentivize rehabilitation. As we have seen in our community, We urge this body to consider mental health concerns that affect the prison population. This law should not risk or jeopardize the safety of officers, staff, or prison population. In fact, I believe the bill will enhance mental health for all concerned. This means starting or restarting what may have already done. Senator, I remain available to answer any question or questions that you may have, and I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your testimony on behalf of the Virgin Islands Parole Board. At this time, we will take a 3-minute recess. 3 minutes. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, November 12th, 2023 is back on record. We took a little longer than the 3 minutes as we wanted the Bureau of Corrections to also be able to review the amendment in the nature of a substitute before us. Before I enter into a 5-minute debate time with colleagues, I wanted to ask the chair of the VA board, in your testimony on your second to last page where you spoke about a comprehensive risk assessment administered by a clinical forensic, you meant psychologist or psychiatrist? No, please, no. Stop 1 second, please speak into the mic. Thank you.
Okay, Senator, it could be a psychiatrist or a psychologist.
Okay.
Either one of them.
Okay, just wanted that for clarity because your testimony did state psychologist, but you read psychiatrist, so it could be either or. Point of information, Mr. President, you recognize Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and good morning to the fine folks of Bureau of Corrections. I wanted to ask you, Director, in respect to your response about not having an opportunity to review the amendment in the nature of a substitute, if your testimony would have been different had you had an opportunity. I see that you now have it before you. Would your testimony have been different in respect to this measure that's being considered?
Director Testamark, Bureau of Corrections. It wouldn't have been too much different. Two things would have changed. I'll let Mr. Faulkner expand upon that.
Riel Faulkner, Assistant Director. Like you said, Mr. President, we just got the amended version a little while ago, but there's still some problems that we have with the bill. It's still internally inconsistent because it talks about people on immigration hold and BOC being required to give them a plan for release. There are also some issues about habeas corpus. I mean, the Virgin Islands courts have said there's no entitlement to parole. And so habeas corpus doesn't necessarily apply if there's no entitlement to relief. And there are a couple of other things. The fact that there is no provision for a psychiatrist to recommend that person's release, and also that the director is not allowed to recommend someone for release, as current law says, for geriatric or medical parole. And the issue of the governor. At the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves, what does life without parole mean? What does it mean? Does it mean after a certain age, you get infirm and old, you can be released even if you meet all the criteria in this bill? Or does it mean that you die in prison? And that's a discussion that we as a larger society have to have. Right now, what it means is you die in prison. Neither the parole, but the only person that can release someone sentenced to life without parole is the governor of the Virgin Islands. If he commutes the sentence or pardons them. And that's a political decision that has to be made. But under this bill, that decision could be made by 3 members of the parole board who are not elected, not necessarily accountable directly to the people, under the geriatric parole provision. So some of our concerns remain there, but we applaud the idea generally, but we just need to work out the specifics.
Thank you. So before your point of information, Senator Johnson, you spoke, Mr. Faulkner, to habeas corpus, and I'd like the viewing and listening audience to understand these terms that we're talking about. So let me just state for the record that this is a writ requiring a person under arrest to be brought before a judge or into court, especially to secure the person's release unless lawful grounds are shown for their detention. Now, it was the director's testimony that the Superior Court reiterated this statement of law in July, which she read a quote that states the statute expressly provides that an inmate may not be considered for parole without the recommendations of the Director of the Bureau of Corrections. Now, the Director is correct in that. However, I remind you that the courts can only interpret what's currently written in the code. It is the, if it is the intent of the legislature to amend the VI code by changing or adding any language, it is a prerogative of this body to do so. And the courts can only interpret what's in the Virgin Islands Code. The judge can't make up what they believe it should be or anything like that. So I want to be clear that yes, you are correct in your statement that the Superior Court reiterated this statement. However, they're only reiterating what's currently written. It is now the bill sponsor's intent to amend the Virgin Islands Code to add the information that geriatric parole is also part of the Virgin Islands Code. And if this measure was to pass, it does not take away anything from the director, from what the director, whomever it may be. I am not looking at the director as Winnie Tessamark. It could be Joe Blow next week. So whomever it is not taking anything away from the director, and it is not taking anything away from the governor. It is adding, or the intent is to add to the language that is currently written in the Virgin Islands Code. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You pretty much cleaned up what I wanted to say, and my question to Faulkner was, your interpretation is that we're taking the rights away from the governor in this measure. Do you think that this measure stops the governor from granting pardon to any individual?
No, Senator.
All right, good. And then my follow-up question to this is, I think you just had a gentleman that passed in there, that been in there for quite some time. Did the governor give him parole or pardon him?
No, but I think if we're talking about the same person, he wrote to the governor requesting that he be pardoned or his sentence commuted, and he did not.
And it cost the government $350,000. What are we saying? I'm simply trying to help you guys. I'm not here to fight you. I'm not here to fight this government. And this piece of measure here is not going to let somebody walk out the door that doesn't fit the criteria. And even if they do, they still have to report to parole. And it can be taken back from them if they violate. That's what parole is. Let's understand this. Let's not make it sound like we're going to just lose people out on the street here. This is not going to happen. And this measure does not say that. Anybody that's on parole have obligations, or it can be taken back from them. Let's make that clear on the record. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Colleagues, so now the speaking order will be Senator, well, since you're the bill sponsor, you'll speak last. We'll start with Senator Bolkes, then on to Senator Javon James, then Senator Fonseca, Senate President Francis, Senate Minority Leader De Graaf, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and we'll close out with, or Senator Capehart, and then to the bill sponsor. I'll speak in between or at the end. All right, 5 minutes. Senator Bolkes, You're recognized for
Point of
your
information.
point of information before I recognize Senator Bulkis. Senator Francis Heiliger, make sure I can see you with your camera on.
Yeah, I'm right here. You can see me?
Okay, now I am.
I'm here.
Yes, hi, how are you?
I I wanted to find out one thing. I remember when we heard this before, one of my major issues was us reaching out and inviting people when it came to the other side of the coin, dealing with people that advocate for the victims. But I don't see anyone here this time around. And that was one of my major adamant issues from hearing from that side. So what are we doing in regards to that, to at least to allow for that side of the coin and voice to be heard? Thank you.
So, who are you suggesting?
Well, we have organizations that deal with victims advocacy, Family Resource Center. You have various organizations that deal with women victims. There are several in our community, and I actually thought some would have been here today, since this was another go around when it came to this piece of legislation, because that was one of my major concerns when we discussed it earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Your point well taken. Point of information, bill sponsor, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My point of information is directly to the Parole Board Chair. And I would like for you to explain how the Parole Board is conducted, who's invited to a Parole Board once someone is eligible or meet the criteria to come to parole.
Through the chair.
To the chair, please. Because I want it to be understood that how the Parole Board function and who all comes to testify for or against. So I'd like for the Parole Board Chair to explain how the Parole Board conducts its hearing.
Through the chair, Chairman Howell, you may respond.
Dennis Howell. First of all, the Bureau of Correction will send out to the general public 30 days prior to the first hearing a general notice in the newspaper or on the radio, letting the public know that these individuals will be coming up for parole. That's number one. At that point, the victim could ask up to 3 individuals to come to speak on his or her behalf, and also on the other side, 3 individuals to speak on their behalf also. But that's up to the individual themselves. We do not dictate who will be coming before the board. Now, in cases of rape or domestic violence, we used to have the Women Coalition,
No need to call name.
The Women Coalition will normally send someone, and they will be there on behalf of the victim. We have not seen them in quite a while. I don't know the reason for that. Or the victim themselves did not contact the Women's Coalition. But that's basically how it is. Each side will have 3 individuals that they could actually ask to come and speak on their behalf.
So my follow-up question to that would be, even if the victim didn't ask for that advocacy organization to show up on their behalf, wouldn't it be on the, or wouldn't it be a benefit to the board itself, or upon you to invite them, if we're talking particularly to a domestic violence matter? Don't you think that the board should, on your own, invite someone from the coalition?
Well, not really the Parole Board. It will be the BOC, because they're the one who actually set up these hearings.
I understand, but I'm asking, so absent the BOC requesting this list of people to come before us to testify on this parole, or the victim asking that these 3 people come and testify on behalf of or against, don't you have the leverage to invite any other stakeholder that may not have been invited, whether by the Bureau or the victim?
I will say we just don't have the leverage because it will be quite prejudicial for us to be inviting one side and not the other side. So it's going to be right in the middle, and it's not fair for us to do that.
Understood. Understood. But I do understand the concerns of Senator Francis Heilige as well, to hear from other stakeholders such as the organizations of advocacy. The director did mention the Attorney General's office. I would even include, if we're going to hear from the Attorney General's office, we should be able to hear from the Public Defender's office as well. Whereas the AG represents the government, the people of the Virgin Islands, and the Public Defender represents the defendants. So all these people should be able to weigh in. But we're here and we'll proceed with this testimony before us and the discussion. So, Senator Balquez, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, Central staff. And good morning, Director Testermark and Chairman Howell. I want to start off by commending Director Testermark on all of the work that her and her administrative team have been doing with the rehabilitation process of the inmates in our penitentiary. I was able to attend a number of functions to include a graduation and learned a lot about the programs that have been offered. And I thank you and commend you and your team for your efforts. Concerning the bill before us, I have some concerns. And it was mentioned by the chairman of the Parole Board that there was overcrowding in the facilities, amongst other things. And what is concerning to me, while I understand the bill sponsor's ideology and where he would like to offer an option, we could potentially also overcrowd our healthcare system and our healthcare facilities, as these individuals would obviously be in direct need of healthcare. In addition to the fact that we are in a housing crisis, and some of these individuals may not have the stamina or able to go into the workforce or even have an income to be able to have housing or even perhaps live with someone. There's an issue with recidivism. I understand that these are individuals who may have some health issues and may not, but anything is possible. You get hungry enough or you get upset enough, you might start to do things that you wouldn't otherwise do, right? And also usurping a pre-existing authority, in my opinion as well. Director Testermark, you mentioned, I apologize, sorry. I want to start with the cost. If a measure of this caliber were to be instituted, at what cost would it come to implement and maintain a program for medical and geriatric parole programs in the penitentiary? Do you know what that would cost?
Director Testermark, Bureau of Corrections. That analysis has not been done for us to, but what I would tell you is that that is analysis that I will take into consideration and perhaps have that done as we add more beds to our existing facility.
Okay, noted. I know that there is a cost, which I know that the bill sponsor mentioned, concerning housing the terminally ill individuals and having them in beds. But in fact, we may be passing that responsibility on to our hospitals. And as we know, we have a population of between 18 to whatever age in the penitentiary system. But here in our society, on the outside, as one would say, we have a population of 0 and above. and the hospitals offer services to each and every one. Not that a prisoner cannot receive those type of services. This is something that we have to take into consideration. But I just feel like we're just passing the bucket along when it comes to the responsibility of that. Concerning situations where prisoners may feel that they are, let's talk about criteria and eligibility. If a prisoner opts in to be eligible for this program and they feel that they were not chosen unjustly, is there any other way for them to be able to have another option? Do they reapply? Can anyone answer that question? I guess not.
Who is the question directed to? Who is the question directed to?
It's an open question. The chair of the board.
You want to repeat? You want to repeat your question for him? Go ahead.
Sure, Mr. Chair. In the event that a parolee, if that is correct, requests to be released on parole, and they felt that they were not chosen unjustly, what is the process for that individual?
Chairman Dennis Howell. I'm looking here, and I believe it's part of this bill here that there are several people that could recommend for the geriatric parole to include the prisoner himself, his family, and the director of the Bureau of Corrections. So in a case where I guess you alluding to the director don't select this individual or recommend this individual, then his family member.
So would there be an appeal process? Would there be an appeal process?
I believe so. I believe that in here, let me see. They will be able to
Director Testament, does the Bureau of Corrections have the necessary capacity and resources to identify and assess and process parole applications for the terminally ill and geriatric prisoners in a timely manner?
Well, currently we assess all individuals that's eligible for parole or individuals that request to go for early parole.
Okay. And will the introduction of these programs strain any existing resources or healthcare resources within the prison system?
As the bill stands the way it is now, is that your question?
Yes, Director.
Well, I mean, currently, again, we take care of the individuals that's they're interested in our care. Is it a strain on the system? Of course. Anytime you're taking care of anyone, whether they're in or they're out, it is a strain on the system. However, we are responsible to take care of them, and that's what we do.
Time.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I may ask the chairman if he was able to get the information, if he could answer it on your time.
Yes, sir. Chairman Hall?
I'm still reading at this point, sir.
Okay. The chairman stated he's still reading at this point. Point of information, Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Point of information, I guess it's a question mainly to the director, to the chair. Any of the prisoners that are in prison that are deemed terminally ill or suffering from major illness, do any of them receive Medicaid or Medicare while they're in the facility?
At this current time, we have one individual that fits this criteria, and no, they do not fit the criteria for Medicaid. That's based on the law. They have to be admitted into the hospital for at least 24 hours, and then they will receive Medicaid.
But once they go back to the facility, they don't get those benefits.
No, you have to be hospitalized. However, we're in conversation with the State Director, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, we've had conversation with him, and we're trying to include inmates into that bill, just like in other states have done, asked for a waiver. So we have already started that process to include in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman Howell, you have a response for Senator Balkes?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
In B, Boleg 3, it said a prisoner or a prisoner's family member or designee may request consideration for medical parole release independently by applying and submitting medical documentation to the Bureau of Corrections. So
And that's on what page so he can follow?
Oh, page number 3, Boleg number 3. So in addition to the director, the prisoner family, or designee could actually apply for the release, geriatric parole.
Senator Balkes?
Point of information. And that is page 3 of the amendment in the nature of a substitute is what that you're referencing?
Yes, sir.
So that would be considered the appeal process?
If the Bureau of Correction director does not confirm to or want to send him before the board, then the prisoner himself could self-designate. The prisoner's family or a designee could actually submit an application.
So, in fact, if the director decides that she or he was not going to put this individual up for parole, then the individual will be able to appeal to the parole board in order to get such set of parole, just for clarity purposes?
Yes, so they could actually submit an application independently.
And to Director Testamark, in the event a parolee is not abiding by whatever rules and regulations, and as director, you decide that the parolee has not constituted good behavior and such, where does that put the director in this whole equation of the decision-making process?
If I may at this time, the director will have the capacity and the ability to submit that information to the parole board. So even if someone else makes the recommendation, they will still have to get that information, other information from the Bureau of Corrections itself, who is the custodian. We'll proceed now to Senator Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you and pleasant good morning, Mr. Chair, and special welcome to all the testifiers before us today. Director Howell, Director Testamark. You know, this bill number 350045, right? It talks about a geriatric prisoner. And you know, I'm too good with that big word, geriatric. So I went to the dictionary, and geriatric says here it's an age-related medical condition and illness. It includes arthritis, cancer, chronic kidney disease, pulmonary disease, dementia, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, diabetes, osteoporosis, and stroke. I hope I pronounce all them big words good. But you know, the geriatric prisoner in this bill here is a prisoner who is 65 years of age or older and who suffers from a chronic life-threatening illness and poses a low risk of danger to the community and who does not constitute a danger to themselves. I wanted to specifically go to the testimony of Director Testamart on page 5, where you said under the current law, the director of the Bureau of Corrections and a qualified psychiatrist or psychologists act as gatekeepers for all parole applications before they go to the parole board. And you discuss the VA Supreme Court, where the statute provides that any inmate may not be considered for parole without the recommendation of the director of the Bureau of Correction, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I am very concerned that we're not undermining in this bill the Bureau of Corrections and the Parole Board. The Director Howell mentioned his concerns about habeas corpus, immigration issues, the psychiatry recommendation, undermining the Bureau of Corrections Director, and also possibly the governor. So I wanted to ask both the Director and of Corrections and Howell if this bill, if it's forwarded and can be corrected in the rules, would you agree that it is something that can be forward and there be some touch up, or you think that it should be something that we act on before it's favorably forwarded to the Rules Committee? Director Howell, you can start, or Director Testamart.
Director Testamart, Bureau of Corrections. As stated, the amended bill in its form, Bureau of Corrections still does not support it. I feel that it needs more work, and I feel that all the stakeholders need to be brought to the table to have more robust discussion if it's going to affect the law, to change law, for these lawmakers to change the law. That's my position.
Thank you. Parole Board Chair Howell.
Dennis Howell. We will never have a perfect bill, that's number one. We need to, like I state in my testimony, it is clearly time to seriously consider this bill, and we need to move forward. It could be cleaned up through amendment in the future if there is something that is binding that is not really totally understood. But if we continue at this juncture here, this bill will actually die where it's at. And it means that those individuals who are incarcerated and has been there for 20, 30, 40, 50 plus years, those individuals is going to die and not having dignity because they're going to die in prison. I feel that we need to move this bill forward.
Thank you very much. I wanted to mention, because I always get like a feeling of, when I see the VIPD and the Attorney General and Bureau of Corrections, I always get like tense, right? And, Director Testamart recently mentions that the average age of a prisoner is 24 years old, 24 years old. Listen, I got married when I was 27. At 24 years old, I don't even consider that I was a man. I mean, legally I was, right? But I was still, making little foolish little decisions,
Time.
So the prevention, we have to concentrate on prevention, because, I've been adding up the budget. And when you add up the budget for the Bureau of Corrections, the Department of Justice, the public defender, the court system, the attorney general, the healthcare costs that is associated with, gun violence, the victims assistance, and then you add in the VIPD, most of the resources of the government of the Virgin Islands are in this area. Most of it is a lot more than education. So we have to look at, the crime issue and, address prevention so we can, not get to this stage. One quick thing, Director Testamart, I noticed that you visited Citrus County, Tallahatchie in Mississippi, Red Union in Virginia, Wallins, Ridge, Keene, Mountain. But I noticed you did not visit the Correct Care and Well Path in South Carolina. Now, as the chairman of the Health Hospitals and Human Services Committee, I understand that our mental patients are in South Carolina in corrective care or well path. Can you confirm that for me? And also, we're scheduling a visit. We want to go and see these patients. So can you confirm that the South Carolina is where you have the mental prisoners?
Just so you know, time was called, but I'll allow her to respond.
I didn't hear you.
I know that.
I'm with chair's time.
Director Testamark, Bureau of Corrections. That is correct. They're in South Carolina, and we will be scheduling a trip to see them there. Hopefully before the year.
Okay, thank you very much for the chair, for the time, Mr. Chair. I didn't hear the timekeeper. Blessings.
No, that's okay. I know you're on the other end. You had any? You needed a follow-up?
Well, one quick thing that I wanted to get from the director of the Bureau of Corrections. You can provide it through the chair, but I needed the cost that is being spent on those prisoners, those inmates, I'm sorry, at South Carolina. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
No problem. I'll get that to you. Thank you.
So that's a through the chair request. The cost of inmates housed in South Carolina, that is?
That is
Okay.
correct. They're not only housed in South Carolina, they're also housed in Larkin facility in Florida.
In Florida,
also.
right. So the chair will extend that you will give us a cost breakdown wherever we have inmates serving out of the territory.
Mentally ill.
For mentally ill at this time, yes. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Senate President Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes, followed by Senate Minority Leader, just so you could be on your heels.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. And of course, I want to thank you for your testimony, Director Testamark, and say after spending 25 years in law enforcement, I think it's critical, and my focus had been for arresting individuals and seeing to it that they be put in jail. It has been critical, and I've been an advocacy that while they serve their time, that they should be rehabilitated and be prepared for reentry into this community. We can't lock them away forever. Having said that, of course, I want to commend the work that you've been doing with the promising people. I think that that's a clear indication that our inmates have a good future ahead of them if they really participate, and we continue to support that endeavor. And whatever we could do from this side of the house, we certainly want to support that. You mentioned about the off-island inmates that you visited. You stopped a little bit short and you didn't tell us how they're doing, any concerns that they may have and wanted you to express on your return back home.
Yes. Winnie Testamark, Director, Bureau of Corrections. The inmates, they are well. Of course, everybody wants to come home to the Virgin Islands, especially those that have been there for 40, 50 years. They express their feelings of wanting to die on the homeland. They gave us some messages to give to certain people. You are one of them.
I'm sure.
We'll convey that to you later. But that was basically it. But in general, they're being taken care of. They're well, other than they want to come home. And
for the benefit of the public, how many prisoners do we have off island at this time? And as well as how many do we have incarcerated here?
82.
If a timekeeper could just
we
hold
have
my time.
151 off island in those facilities.
And locally?
178 total off island in those facilities, and here in the territory,
Plus 91.
plus 91, 248 is the head count today in the territory, and 178 off island.
Okay, and that's inclusive of the detainees?
Yes.
Very well. And in your breakdown of the geriatrics medical conditioned inmates, did you also include the detainees in that count?
Yes. No, only the ones that sentenced. Yes, only the ones that sentenced.
How different will the number be in terms of the detainees?
It won't be really that much different because, again, our population of the detainees is a much younger population.
Very well. And
2 minutes.
just real quickly, what is the cost association? Have you been able to glean what it costs you pay for maintenance of those individuals that may fall within that geriatric medical condition side of the house?
Well, fiscal year 2003, we spent about $1.3 million on medical costs.
That's 23 or 2003?
23, 2000,
Oh, no.
2023.
Okay.
To year to date, we've spent $467, say $500,000 year to date. However, the number fluctuate based on the medical problem at hand.
And obviously, I think it'll be unfair for us to ask you about the amendment in the nature of a substitute because you have not had an opportunity to digest that. But what is the concern that have been brought to your attention by the medical director in respect to the inmates that's involved in this geriatric medical conditions? What is the concern in respect to the continued maintenance, medical supplies, and everything else in respect to those individuals?
Well, Dr. Caldwell is here. She can speak for herself, medical director.
Dr. Linda Caldwell, Medical Director for the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. We're in constant communication, at least I am, constant communication with my director, Director Testemark. Currently, we only have one particular individual who is confined to the bed and requires assistance with his ADLs, his activity of daily living. That would costing us a lot of time, around the clock care, to feed, change, and do everything for that particular individual. We also, on St. Thomas, we have two individuals who are 65 years or older, and on St. Croix, we have 10 individuals who are also 65 years or older that
Time.
fit that category.
Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up with this final question.
You sure may, sir.
Thank you. And in respect to those medical geriatric inmates, have you made or have you had an occasion to make any referrals or recommendation to the governor in regards to the release of those individuals, pardoned or commutation of their sentence?
The only one, the one in St. Croix that we will be petitioning the governor to consider. That's the only one would be, taken into consideration.
The same one that the medical director just spoke about?
Yes, the one here in St. Croix.
When would you be doing that?
We'll be working on some documentation to get that to the governor.
Very well, thank you. On my time has been called. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. I hope we have a second round.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. President. And I believe we will. Following up on your question as to the amount of, hold on a second. I see you waving. Hold on a second. Following up on the president's question, let me get some clarity with regards to persons in custody here at the BOC. St. Croix, how many sentenced inmates do we have currently on St. Croix?
65.
65 sentenced inmates on St. Croix. How many detainees?
92.
92. And St. Thomas, how many inmates do you have? Though you shouldn't really be holding inmates on St. Thomas, but how many inmates do you have on St. Thomas?
We don't, however, we have them, some of a very small population there to help maintain and keep the grounds clean.
Okay, how many inmates?
We have 9 currently.
And how many detainees?
70, 81, 80.
You're saying too much numbers in the mic. When you get a number, tell me. St. Thomas inmates is 9, and how many detainees?
81 detainees in St. Thomas and
80.
9 sentenced.
Okay. So, what we get this thing that we saw overcrowded?
I didn't say that. That's what they said.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
So currently we're not overcrowded, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Senator Balkes, you recognize, we have a point of information?
Yes, Mr. Chair, point of information. My point of information derives from a statement the President made to Director Testama concerning the bill and the bill in the nature of a substitute and her position on it. But I wanted to know, I was curious to know what involvement Chairman Howell had in the bill and the bill in the nature of a substitute.
Dennis Howell.
Through the chair.
Through the chair.
Through the chair, I apologize.
Dennis Howell. I actually reviewed the bill after the last session, and I did make some recommendations to the author of the bill.
Okay, and this is the position of the entire Parole board or just yourself as chairman?
No, this is the entire Parole board. We communicate and we make sure that we go forward as one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, Minority Leader, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. To my colleague, the sponsor of the bill, I think the efforts that you're pointing into it based on your expertise are commendable. There are some issues that I have, and the issue that I have is one, and I think first and foremost, the victim. Because some people are of the belief that once you do me something and you get arrested for it and you get convicted of it and you serve your time till you die. And that family member who was raped, who was murdered, whatever, they don't forget that. The person who was raped doesn't forget it. I don't care how many years pass. And I'm not speaking of nothing other than people who have told me these things. They never forget it. Someone who was killed, that family loses that person forever. So if that person is stricken with an illness in prison, then so be it. But presently, right now, Director, what is done presently if you have a terminally ill prisoner who's sentenced to life in prison? What is presently done at this time?
Director Testama, Bureau of Corrections. Currently, if someone is terminally ill, we take care of them make them as comfortable as possible. We allow their family to come and visit them because we've had an individual since my tenure here. I've had an individual that was terminally ill that passed away a couple months ago. We allowed his children to come and visit with him, and that was it. And he passed away peacefully in his sleep, but we take care of them.
Okay. So then there is, without this law, then there's no decision period as for any release of that individual to die home.
No, unless it's a compassionate release, and again, that will have to go before the governor of the Virgin Islands.
Okay, so basically they have some type of process. And I'm saying that because, again, there is, in this bill, there is for a non-medical geriatric parole release. Means an administrative release for a geriatric prisoner from prison without post-release supervision. Also, a non-medical geriatric prisoner means a prisoner who is 65 years of age or older and who does not suffer from a chronic life-threatening illness or serious age-related medical condition, who does not require assistance with necessary daily life functioning, and who poses a low risk of danger to the community, and who does not constitute a danger to self. So basically, a person who is not terminally ill would also be allowed to be, once you make 65 or older, based on the amendment with the nature of a substitute, based on what I just read, Director, someone who is not terminally ill can also be released with the passing of this bill, just from the statements I just read?
2 minutes.
Your understanding.
According to my understanding, certain criteria still have to be met. And that's why I recommend that this bill be worked on some more, because some things are just not clear.
Okay, and that's what I say. I look at both sides of it because, again, the families of the victims are one side, and then the family of the perpetrator, the family of the prisoner. And I do believe that the program that you have, I'm very happy for that program because I think they should be treated with dignity, but while they're a prisoner. And while they're in there for their time, be rehabilitated. So when their time is to come out, that they're allowed to come out. Those who are in there for life, even if you're stricken with an illness, I think there should be a direct contact with the victim of the family. With the family of the victim to have a say, because I think we could have all the compassion we want, and as a lawmaker, I could support a bill, but it boils down to compassion that we will have on both sides. And I think to do it fairly, you need to have the victim family present in every step of this endeavor. So I don't know if my time was called, Mr. Chair, but thank you for the time.
It wasn't, but you're welcome. Before I go to Senator Javon James and then Francis Heiligan, Senator Keepart, Director, how many out of the territory inmates do we have? Inmates out of the territory?
We have a total.
Regardless of where they're at.
We have 178 off island. I'll have to get the numbers for the mentally ill.
100 and...
We have 178 in the facilities that I mentioned in my testimony. I will have to get the additional number of inmates that's there at the mentally ill institutions in Larkin and South Carolina.
Okay, so those two will be numbers built into that 178 or outside of that 178?
That's outside.
Outside, okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted the clarity on. Senator Javon James, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. First off, I want to say kudos to the sponsor of this measure. It shows that he has a level of understanding and compassion for the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, regardless of the crime or the situation, crime committed or the situation they're in. It's about having a heart. But in this business, sometimes you don't want to have too much of a heart. You want to make sure that certain individuals, depending on the nature of the crime, understands the message is very clear that we're not going to tolerate certain things. However, when an individual comes before this body or this committee and they say they don't support a measure, I really hope and pray that you guys come with data. Because I was really looking forward to hearing the information as far as the overall cost when it comes to dealing with individuals who fall into this category. It was brought to my attention that somebody requested that, somebody within this committee or this hearing requested that information. Is that true? The overall cost or assessment for individuals who fall into this category?
I gave the cost what we paid in 2022 and what we've paid to date. I've given that cost. The acts of an analysis of what it will cost to take care of them. Again, it's not everybody on this list that's chronically ill or terminally ill. Currently, we only have one person in the Bureau of Corrections that's terminally ill.
Okay, terminally ill, he has permanently incapacitated prisoner. We have different definitions in this bill. You have geriatric prisoner. So what I'm saying is, when we have these bills before us, I'm just kindly asking that for each category, just provide some data or assessment so we can deal with the bill accordingly. That's what I was speaking of.
Okay, no problem.
So to the parole board, as far as cases that you have before you, if this question was asked before, I apologize, I had to step out. But do you have data or any information of how many cases of this nature based on the different definition of this bill that are currently being heard before you?
Dennis Howell, Chairman, Parole Board. The answer is no. We receive all the information from the BOC when it's time to actually conduct the hearings.
That's not the question I'm asking. I say how many cases you have before you?
0.
Okay, all right. You said the answer is no.
No.
Okay.
No cases.
Okay, that's what I want to hear. All right, and as far as the chair, I know I asked the sponsor of the measure when this amendment was submitted, and he told me that it was submitted in a timely manner. I'm not sure if there was some
2 minutes.
disconnect with the legislature and BOC, but hopefully by the next time this bill is heard before us, we could have some level of understanding to make sure that we can get this passed. As far as your legal counsel, do you have your legal counsel here with you today?
No, we do not.
Okay. And as far as the amendment that we have before you, have you had a chance for your legal counsel to see the amendment?
No, we have not.
All right, so I don't really have any questions if that's the case, but I will ask you some other questions though. Recently, I was contacted by a Carlos Burgos, and they told me they're not afraid to say the name. They're not afraid. They called my phone, and they're currently housed at the Tallahassee Correction Facility. If I'm not mistaken, you recently went up there. As far as them having access to the Virgin Islands Code or having access to the internet, there's some difficulties there. Are you aware of that?
The inmates stated that. However, while there, it was tested. They do have access to the VI code, so that's not an issue.
So they have access to the VI code by what means?
Fastcase LexisNexis. It's a software that's on the system there.
All right, so I'm gonna make sure I talk to him again. And as far as educational opportunities, I was told, and listen, this is just me doing my job. This is not a he said, she said thing. As far as them being having access to educational opportunities. I'm told that they're having difficulties in the prison in which they're housed. There's a good bit of them, and they want to pursue education, and they're having difficulties. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of the complaint. However, the inmates, they are free to participate in the programs. One of the challenges that we're having is that these individuals are long-term, so most of the programs, if not all of them, they have already went through. And that's a challenge that we have with lifers. That's a challenge that we have with lifers, because once you've accessed all the programs that an agency have, then we're coming up with new and creative ways to give them additional training. And that's one of the video that you see that I showed in reference to the binocular now. So that's a program that will be instituted in those facilities there. Because again, lifers, once they've completed all the programs that any institution have, we have to come up with other ways, other means, and that's something that we're collaborating on relative to lifers.
No problem. Well, it's unfortunate that your team did not have enough time to view the amendment, so it isn't really much we can say. Your testimony speaks to the bill in its original form. I really hope and pray that we can reach some consensus, because it is a good bill. And I hope that the sponsor of the measure, we not focus on who is the author and focus on the contents of the bill. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
You're welcome, and I hope all your prayers are answered. We will move to Senator Francis Heiliger. Make sure that we can see you online, please. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
I'm right here.
There you are.
Hi, good afternoon I'm here. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. My first set of question, what is your thought process on the age being 65 when it references to geriatrics? Because I live in a society where the average employee retires at age 65. I know a lot of 60 and 65-year-olds that are very active, move around, very agile. So what are your thought process on that specific age being chosen? To the director.
Director testimony, what are my thought process? 65 is the new 40. you know, in this, so I don't really, again.
I think me and you thought alike when I saw the age, because I'm thinking like at 65, I know a lot of 65-year-olds that are still very active. They're moving around our society. They're still in the workforce. So how exactly does 65 be a number to trigger the geriatric conversation in this day and age? But that was one of my concerns. One of my major concerns has to do, again, with I'm hearing a lot of talk about, it almost sounds like we're hearing a lot of compassion for the prisoners, but I'm still waiting to hear from the victims. That is a major, major problem for me. It was a problem for me when it came before this body before, and it is still a problem for me right now sitting here. I am very much concerned about that. I understand that somebody might be in jail for 30 years, as one of my colleagues was saying, they went in but has anybody asked the question why they went in there in the first place? We need to speak to the people that are directly impacted to say, well, listen, I'm okay with this. I need to hear that voice, because when all I'm hearing today has a lot to do with, people being terminally ill, people not getting older. That person that one of that individuals ended up murdering, they're not going to ever get older. They ain't going nowhere. They're gone. And I'm worried about not hearing from that side. And I understand that this might be easier for the parole board in regards from their aspect of assisting and getting people through the system, but there's a reason why somebody's sentenced to life. There's a reason why somebody got 30 years. There's a reason why somebody is locked away and still in prison at age 60, 65 years old. it's not the individuals that get these long terms because they might have been dealing with
2 minutes.
soft drugs. This is not the case. I need to hear from the victims. That is my major concern. I want to ask a question. I saw what are your thoughts in regards, because I keep hearing this one aspect about dealing with taking away people's powers and rights. Do you think that it's imperative that the rights still be vested in the director of the Bureau to be able to put someone up for parole and not allow this to be another pathway to go directly to the board? Because that's what it's sounding like to me. But I want to make sure if I'm processing it clear based on how I'm reading this piece of legislation. What are your thoughts in that, Director Testamark?
Director Testamark, I feel as currently, again, we rely on the information, the inmate data, meaning that how the person have rehabilitated, took advantage of the programs in which the agency have, how they are functioning now. We rely on the psychiatrist, the psychological evaluation, being that the psychologist or psychiatrist is able to evaluate that person, see their mental status, and in addition to that, the victim. So all those different things we take into consideration, and once the person is eligible for parole based on the law, then we recommend them to the parole board.
Okay. If we were to amend this document to say age 75, would you be more amenable to that age? I'm not saying overall, I'm just talking about the age aspect of it, because I did hear there were other concerns. The age aspect of it. What are your thoughts?
The age aspect of it.
Time.
I don't really think the fact of age, because I mean, you could be a young person and be terminally ill, you know? So
This is for the geriatrics part, because the geriatrics part is 65.
Riel Faulkner, this is Assistant Director. Just looking at the table we provided, increasing the age to 75 means currently there's only one person on this list of 19 who is over the age of 75. So you would be reducing the number of inmates eligible to apply. So that's a policy decision.
Chair. Could I finish up?
You may conclude.
Mr. Chair, okay, thank you so much. So this is starting to sound more about trying to move people out the jail system as opposed to getting old and geriatrics being a part of their life. Because like I said, 65 is still young and kicking. So I don't see that as a geriatric age. That's just from my perspective. But I don't know if we're having a second round, and I don't want to go over my time. Thank you so much for your responses. Mr. Chair, I am really, really asking if we bring this again, we need to get some advocates for the victims in here so we could hear their perspective as to how this law could potentially impact them as well. Thank you so much.
Your concern is well taken and will be considered. Something was just asked. You see why you have to write down. But
And old are you?
yeah, we all in that geriatric age, right? But listen, from the doctor's perspective, you're the only one here with an MD to your name, and MD in for Maryland. But what is the standard age for geriatric patients?
Good afternoon. Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director for the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. I think they came up with the age of 65 because of Medicare. You're eligible for Medicare at the age of 65. So in general, individuals throughout the country consider geriatrics at the age of 65. So I think the basis for that number actually stems from being eligible for Medicare and considered a senior. You know, I listened to the testimony and I read the revised version of the bill.
I only ask you one question.
Yes.
Now. I want you to
But I
lean
wanted
and-
my
One
opportunity to say something.
One second. I will give you an opportunity, but I don't want you to get in trouble, is what I'm saying. So
Why would you choose trouble?
that's just the word that came to
I
mind.
think you know a little bit more than you probably should know, but
No, you go ahead. You may proceed.
okay. And I read through the substitute bill that was submitted, and I have to commend the senator on the submission of this bill. The idea was good. However, from a medical standpoint, as a medical director, I feel as though medical director was mentioned a little bit too frequently in the bill.
In the bill.
And we're in the business of taking care of inmates, regardless of whether they're patients, regardless of whether they're inmates, elderly, young. So I would like to see if we could somehow have that limited or removed. Of course, we always speak to the director because she's responsible for the facility. So the communication is automatic. So that's one of my major issues. And it also places us in a very bad position with patients. You never mix the two where they would come to me and say, you need to put me up for parole. You need to say these things about me. Or come and exacerbate or exaggerate their illnesses so that they can now be a candidate. So it makes my ability to make the diagnosis much more difficult because you cannot tell a guy he's not having headaches that are incapacitated. I cannot prove that or discredit that. So I am not comfortable with that part of the bill where the medical director is really mentioned a little bit too frequent and given a little bit too much power because we're in the business of taking care of individuals. And then I hear this comment about costs. You cannot put a price on someone's life. After that individual is gone, they're gone. You know, and if you committed a crime and that individual is no longer around, even if it costs the government millions of dollars, I feel that you should serve your time for the crime that you have committed and not have it in the back of your mind that, you know, when I reach a certain age or when I get older and I can't care for myself, no, I get an automatic ticket stamp to being released so I can spend the time with my loved ones. Of course, there's always exceptions to the rule, but I support the director. The way this bill stands, I do not support it because of those reasons. And we have individuals who are young. I have one gentleman in particular, he's costing the government hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he's about 42. What about him? And he did not, all he did was another inmate is not supposed to communicate with other inmates when they're released, and that's about it. He did not kill anyone, but he's causing us so much money, and no one is speaking about his release, his compassion, you know, and he's costing us a lot of money.
Thank you so much for your input.
Thank you.
There, and well taken. Now, you know, this geriatrics, you know, it's said that older is preferred over elderly, but are both equally imprecise. 65 is the age often used, but most people do not need geriatric expertise in their care until 70 and above. According to the Social Security Administration, the age they consider elderly is 65. So you were right on point, as you were saying, what you were saying, and I needed to go back and look at some research as well. So thank you for your input. Point of information, Senate President Francis, before we go to Senator Capehart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put on the record because I think that what the medical director have just indicated is very important. However, it's critical that we continue to have this open line of communication. When bills are presented, a lot of times, we craft bills based on information that's brought before us, and that's why there must be that open line of communication so that, those essentials, like what was just mentioned, the fact that outside of the geriatrics, I think there was a medical aspect of it, but age should not be just the final determinating factor. But there must be communication. So you have an opportunity when bills are presented for you to provide feedback, suggestions, recommendations of how these bills could be strengthened or scrapped if necessary, but there must be some communication. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Senator President. Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I wanted to just ask a question specifically to one of my colleagues. You provided some numbers as 178 off island, 248 in the territory. But somebody asked these questions as it pertains to elderly, not elderly, mentally ill, but how many geriatric prisoners are off island being housed? Are any of the prisoners terminally ill or permanently incapacitated? Yes.
Director Testamar, Bureau of Corrections. We have a sheet that we provided, and currently we have one that's incapacitated, and he is here in St. Croix.
Okay.
We have no one in the off-island facilities that's incapacitated.
Okay, good. Thank you for answering that. I'm going to go to Mr. Howell. You mentioned in your testimony about a risk categories change as time in incarceration lengthens, hence a comprehensive risk assessment, which is administered by a clinical forensic psychologist. Is the psychologist here today? No, they're not?
Dennis Howell, no, ma'am. That's contracted most of the time through the DOC.
So there are different categories that you would determine this assessment, high, low, medium, high. Is that correct to determine?
Dennis Howell, yes, ma'am.
And this would be determined by the psychologist?
A psychiatrist or psychologist.
Okay. Okay. So now my question to Ms. Director Testamar. Are you prepared to have your own in-house hospice to accommodate these terminally ill individuals who you don't support the legislation? You believe that these individuals should not come back into the community, right? So are you able to create your internal hospice for your terminally ill prisoners?
Currently, Senator, we have one individual, and that person is housed in medical, and we are taking care of that individual.
Tell me the setting. Just create that setting. Tell me, you have a nurse round the clock? Do you have certain kind of bedding? Just tell me how your facility is set up for your terminally ill prisoners.
I will let Medical Director, Dr. Cowwood, she could elaborate. Dr. Cowwood?
2 minutes.
Hi there. Good afternoon again. Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director for the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. Currently, we have an infirmary or a treatment in our treatment building at the Johnny Bedell facility on St. Croix. In that unit, I'll call it a unit. In that unit, we have the ability, we have 6 rooms in that one space within the treatment building where other services are provided. Medical, dental, and mental health services are provided. We have a separate area where we house that one long-term patient along with some other patients who need more close medical observation. So we place everyone in that area. And we have nursing staff that are there from about 7 o'clock to 10 p.m. at nights. But there's always a correction officer that is stationed within the treatment building. So nursing staff are available around the clock from approximately 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. in the treatment building 7 days per week.
Okay, so Director, do you see any improvements that can be had to improve those 6 rooms to accommodate any of your terminally ill prisoners, to prioritize their comfort, the quality of life, reducing any pain and suffering? Because this legislation is not a reintegration of prisoners coming back into the community. I see it as legislation in their last days of their life, that family members who may want to be on their bedside. And I'm asking this because I'm trying to look at both sides of this legislation. So if you created your own internal little hospice where family members may be able to come in and see their loved ones, these are some of the creative ways that we have to be thinking about. If you're not really supporting this legislation, Mr. Chair, if I may.
You may.
If you're not supporting this legislation, that we have some kind of middle ground. Because I totally understand individuals who do a crime must do the time. You understand? But I believe also that not because you're incarcerated that you get the worst kind of food to eat, the worst medical treatment that you get, the worst accommodations. We still have to have some kind of integrity to make sure that they're comfortable, they feel like they're living in some kind of clean and comfortable area, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, Director Testamark, and I totally agree with you. I feel that inmates ought to be treated humanely, and that is what we have done since coming here in 2019 under this administration. The inmates are well fed. You talk to any one of them, they will tell you that. They are taken care of. They get some of the best medical care, better than some of the people in the free world. So definitely when you talk about treated with dignity, I truly believe that wholeheartedly. I'm a compassionate person. I believe in spite of the charges that they may have been charged with, they're still human beings. So in saying that, again, we have one individual that fits that criteria, and that individual is being taken care of. Now, if the family, if it's their time and the family needs to be with them, we make accommodations for them like we have done in the past. Like I told you, since being here, we have individuals that have that.
Director Testamark,
yes.
I'm going to just say this. The last time you were here, you told the senators that we can come and visit your facility. I'm going to tell you, I visited that facility when I was in the 30th legislature. And I'm going to tell you, these individuals who are in prison, not because they're in prison. You know what I was hearing? We want to eat rice and beans. We need this. They were shouting out food, the quality of food that they were getting. Some individuals were going to eat in the commissary because they didn't want to eat the lunch, the food in the cafeteria, whatever you call it. You understand? The bags of food were expired food. I'm just saying, what I know then, I am comparing it to now. So if you're telling me that, yes, we are providing good food, everything, I'm glad to hear that, but we still want to take you up on that tour of your facility, because I understand even the gardening, even existing, as I asked the last time, I believe you have prisoners that should be able to plant fresh produce, eat. Probably it would minimize all these terminally ill individuals that's coming before you. High cholesterol, high blood pressure, all of these things. If you eat well, you'll live longer. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for being so lenient.
Could I please respond?
Thank you, and you sure may respond now, Director.
Director Testimony. Senator, I welcome you and all the senators to come to the Bureau of Corrections. You said that the last time you visited was in the 30th legislature. That has been years ago. Please come and visit the Bureau of Corrections because it has changed. We have changed. Thank you.
Mhm. Before this time, that was the last time the good senator was here. That's why she was there.
Oh,
in the
okay.
30th legislature under
And how many years ago that's been?
under my chairmanship as
Oh my
chairman
God.
as well.
No, come. Please, yes.
Director Tessimak, you know, though I stated earlier that I was impressed with the video presentation with regards to, what is it, promise people?
Promising people.
Promising people?
Yes.
All right, and all that's going on at the facility, are the 9 inmates that you spoke about on St. Thomas, are they also getting the same opportunities to participate in any form of these programs?
Yes, we also expanded it to the detainees also because our detainees, the length of stay is much longer.
Yeah, and you're sending me someplace else, which I'm going to come to eventually.
So yes.
And what about those at the mainland facilities, such as Citrus County and Tallahatchie County?
Tallahatchie and Citrus County. I've spoken with the administrators there because this is a new program that we have instituted here, and we will be expanding it there in those 2 counties, at those 2 facilities under Core Civic.
So, you know, not to doubt what you're reporting, but to balance the whole equation because of what's being said by those inmates, what's being reported back by you, etc. Any portion of your visit to those mainland facilities were recorded?
Recorded? No.
Yeah. No? None? Okay.
Board visits.
Does the Bureau have any stats on inmates, sentenced inmates, who, regarding their education status? Do we know how many inmates do not possess a high school diploma or GED?
Yes, we have this. We have those stats. I don't have them on me right now, unless Peter, you have them. But we have those stats because when they come in, we do an assessment of the individuals coming in. So we do have those stats.
Can you please, as a through the chair request, staff, please make sure we have this. We need to find out from the Bureau of Correction the data on inmates who, number of inmates that do not possess a high school diploma or GED. And, you know, you went into talking about extending the programs to the detainees. Hopefully it's not just off the top of your head, but you have the actual information. What's the longest you would say one of those detainees are in your facility?
The longest one is 10 years. I've said it before. It remains the same. Yeah, detainees.
No problem. That's what I wanted. On the record again. So, being a former chair and vice chair of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, I sat on the, what's the committee name? The the Judicial Council. And I was challenged by judicial officers that it didn't have people sitting in detention for so long. But I liked the challenge, so I provided the information to show that that was taking place. Hence, the good senator from Frederick said, and I are championing what's the bill? The Speedy Trial Act.
Yeah, a Speedy Trial Act.
So we need to be able to have this discussion because it's, it's borderline criminal to have someone sitting in detention for that long. That's a sentenced individual. And at times, by the time the case is actually called, there's either a dismissal, found not guilty, or you would have been sentenced to 3 years. How do you give them back those previous years? So it is not fair. So we need to be able to handle this. Senator Johnson, I will recognize you for your time at this time. Point of information, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the good senator from Frederick, for recognizing me. As you look online, we see where we have 46 states we have over 46 states where we found to have a compassionate or geriatric release laws. So obviously we don't have one here in the Virgin Islands, hence where we're trying to establish. But as far as internal policies within BOC pertaining to the matter that we're discussing here today, do we have any existing internal policies?
No, only the VI code that governs
And that's a problem. So colleagues, I don't care which senator bring it forward, 46 states are doing this, so we're not reinventing the wheel. So this ain't about Senator Johnson. It's about falling in line with other jurisdictions who found it necessary to put these things in place. So I was hoping and praying that there were some internal policies, because I would have asked you to send it to us so we can see what you have. But the fact that you don't, we need this law. Of course, it might not be perfect today, but we're going to fix it. And let's just keep in mind as I wrap up, at the end of each term, the governor of the Virgin Islands pardon individuals and release them into this community regardless of age. And some of them ain't ill. So let's keep that in mind. And they have done far worse things in this community, so let's have some compassion. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Millennial Senator. I will, just before Senator Johnson, also under the status of off-island inmates, I noticed you said we listened to their concerns. You said you spoke with all 82 inmates who were willing to meet with you. So it's 82 that we have out?
82 total in Citrus County. Out of that 82 is about 4 or 5, the Fountain Valley couple that didn't want to speak.
Okay, because you said we spoke with all 82 inmates.
That was willing to speak with us, yes. And we saw them. Who didn't come, what happened is when we go and we visit the individuals, we're in a room, private room, and they see medical classification. They see everyone. They talk to us. Then from there, we go into the housing areas and talk to them also.
You spoke to them in a group? Or
No. We speak to them individually.
82 people?
Yes, except taking away the ones, the Fountain Valley few, those 3 guys. We spoke to them in the housing unit.
I'm told, and though I'm a career law enforcement officer, the jail ain't someplace I ever liked. I don't know how, my hat tipped off to you guys that have to walk in there, because I can't stand that door slamming behind me. But the reports that I'm getting is that the food ain't too bad, but there's a roach infestation in there. Can you report to me about that? And I'm not going to play the video, but there's a video that was actually sent to prove to me that they're just not saying what they're saying.
Director Testamont, what I will tell you is that we have vermin control that comes in monthly. I have acting warden Grant this here for the John A. Bell facility. She can attest to that. And they go around and they spray and everything. If there's an issue, if a concentrated issue, a concentrated area of an issue, they are then called back in to do more spraying or whatever. However, it's a twofold, like I've told staff. We have to do our part, meaning we have to clean up, we have to take the trash and everything out, and they have to do their part also. So.
Right, which was leading me to ask if inmates are able to eat and drink in their cells, or they just go to the dining area.
You have two. You have some inmates that has to eat in their cell. Those are the restrictive housing units. And then you have those that goes to the cafeteria.
Okay. So I will ask, I will offline, I will show you that video, but I will ask that you do a whole review, please, to ensure that our inmates are being treated humanely. I didn't like the video at all that I saw.
Thank you.
All right. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to all. I sit here and I listen attentively, and I did 21 years in Bureau of Correction. And I can tell you what it was, and I can tell you what it is. I can tell you about the programs, and I'm glad to see that you're finally getting some program going. But I'm going to say to you that it's minimal to what I've experienced, without any fear. I can say that. I can speak about the carpenter shop when we build cabinets for people home. I could speak about the mechanic shop when we repair all the prison cars, police cars, and just about any government agency. I can speak about the body shop when we sprayed every single government agency car. I could go down the list about these programs. I could speak about the farm program when we had some 100+ pigs, 200+ sheep and goats, 400 slips of bananas planted out there. The entire front of the prison was planted up. So I can go on and on about this. I'm not here for that today, because you won't match what I've seen when it comes to program. You won't match. Without even going through it, you won't match. I appreciate that you start programs. That's something I preach about all the time. And I will say to the medical director, I understand your concern. And the reason why your name is mentioned so much, you have the medical records. And it's important that you share that medical records to prove that that person is eligible for medical geriatric parole and that. I continue hearing the director saying that she doesn't support the measure that it is, but I really haven't heard what she would like to see in this bill directly to make it work. Because I can tell you, my colleague just spoke about some 46 states that has geriatric parole, and they start at age 50. And yes, medical director, you are totally right. Why I started with 65? Because right now, presently, none of the prisoners incarcerated are ill at that age can get Medicaid or Medicare while they're in the prison. None of them can obtain their Social Security benefit if it's there for them. They can never get a dime of that until they come out of the prison. So there's a lot of resources that these prisoners will be able to get if they're eligible and qualify for geriatric. And I heard some of my colleagues talk about, we passing it over to the hospital. The hospital gonna send them with you or without you. But when they come back to your facility from the hospital, they cannot get Medicaid or Medicare while they're in your facility. You have to foot that bill. $350,000. And yes, I spoke about detainers, Because if an individual fits the medical parole, geriatric bill, and he has a detainer, the minute he's qualified, he gets sent back to his home country. It's very clear. It's not something that I'm making up. It's a fact. Anyone that has a detainer on them doing prison time and they fit this criteria, they don't stay in the Virgin Islands. They get turned over to the federal government. They deport them to the country that they're originally from. And I don't know if you have any that fits that category with detainers, but I've experienced it. I've experienced an individual that cost the Virgin Island government, one prisoner, some $250,000 for a triple bypass. He had a detainer on him. And by the time he was pardoned by a governor, got a pardon, but was deported right away. One time. This measure that I brought to this table is to try to help you guys. I'm 63 and kicking well. I'm kicking well. And I'm entitled to my Medicaid and those stuff when that time comes. And so do every single one of you guys. But it's costing you dearly to hold them. And I've met individuals. I've been blessed to meet individuals on the street that says to me, do you know this prisoner name? I said, yes. When I worked there, he was there. Is he still in prison? I say, yes. He said, that gentleman killed my father by an accident. Why are you holding him in prison so long? But there's some people out here that says, leave them in prison, let them rot in. That's why I spoke about the word compassion. This community is very small, very small. And yes, there are going to be some people going to say, let them rot in prison. I assure you that. But there's going to be some of those that lost their loved one and say, you know what? That individual did enough time. Let them live the rest of their time with the family. Let them get whatever benefits and health care that's needed. You had a gentleman sat there, died on your hands. You asked for pardon from the governor and he didn't. But the governor gave a bunch of prisoner pardon, didn't he? Were any of them sick like that gentleman that died in your facility? The answer is no. This bill does not take that right from the governor. It does not take none of you guys' rights to recommend someone to the parole board. It doesn't. But I'll go into the bill in its nature because, as I said, the director testimony was not based on the nature of substitute. And on page 3 of your testimony, you say, an inmate with chronic life-threatening illness sentenced at age 64 of age to life without parole for committing murder, theoretically, he would be eligible to apply for geriatric parole as soon as he turns 65. And I'll say to you, look at page 6. Number 6, a prisoner who is sentenced to imprisonment on or after the prisoner's 62nd birthday shall serve at least 40% of the sentence imposed by the presiding judge officer before the prisoner is eligible to consider or release under this section. So I must say that your testimony does not match a lot of what
2 minutes.
The nature of substitute is. And I said again, I got my nature of substitute by August 24th. I submitted it. Why you didn't receive it is beyond me. I've also sat with the director when I first came with this measure. And at that time, I heard I was getting support for it at that time. Since then, we haven't had a discussion, especially into the nature of a substitute. But I would ask the director, what would you like to see in this bill to strengthen this bill, to make this bill work? What would you like to see?
Senator Johnson, like I've stated, and I'm stated again, I do not support the bill in its entirety. Now, we could come to the table together and we could sit and we could have discussion to help strengthen this bill. But the way it is right now, we do not support it. So I'm not going to sit here and say, okay, well, throw this in there, throw that in there, and we still don't have all the pieces. I understand it's not going to be a perfect bill, but we need to, you and I spoke one time.
I did say that.
This amended bill, you saw for yourself. I just received it today when I got here.
I said all of that.
So to be fair, again, I will go over it again. However, we could sit and we could have a conversation to help strengthen. Because again, at the end of the day, it's all about the people of the Virgin Islands.
I think I asked a very simple question. Give me one item that you would like to see in this measure.
And I gave a very simple answer. I will not sit here and just pick out this and pick out that. We could have a conversation in its entirety about the entire bill.
Thank you very much, Director Tessamark. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I'll reserve the rest of my time and I'll have my colleagues then make the decision at the appropriate time. But I do say that this measure seeks to help the Bureau of Correction, it seeks to help the people of this territory, and at the end of the day, it's not about Senator Johnson or Director Tessamark. But I have, if I may, I got one question I need to ask the Director or the Program Director. You guys have a embroidery machine that you guys, I remember traveling through there and seeing that equipment that you have there. What is the status and what's going on with that embroidery machine?
To answer, Peter Abrahams, Programs and Grants Manager, to answer your question, yes, we have an embroidery machine. Currently, right now, it's not in use.
Every single agency that's sitting in here today, and just about every government agency, pays a big cost to have embroidery on the t-shirt. And as we speak about the Bureau of Correction in the Virgin Islands today, you guys are not generating no money. None. Prisoners are pretty much eating, sleeping for free. I can tell you, and I will repeat this again, where we send food to the hospital, to the next prison, we had the farms selling food on the side of the road. They made money. The institution must bring some kind of revenues from these guys sitting and sleeping for free. It must. Every institution across the nation generates some kind of money from that cheap labor. There's no farm on this island could afford to pay farmers what you can pay them to produce food. And I'm going to wrap up on this. Prior to Hurricane Hugo, Pueblo got 1,000 pounds of cucumber on Mondays, 1,000 pounds of zucchini on Wednesdays, and 1,000 pounds of tomatoes on Friday for 7 months straight, not free. They paid the Bureau for that because we had a farming program in place. On Tuesday and Thursday, they got a Ford 150 land bag truck full of eggs. They paid the Bureau for that. You guys have to generate some kind of money. Yes, teach them something, train them to make them productive citizens when they come back. But whilst they're sleeping in those beds, we better generate something from it. The work detail and work release program had 100+ prisoners working on the street. I had 20 prisoners working in Hess, bringing in revenues. Every week, they had to give the prison $100 out of their check. 20 of them. I could go on whole day and tell you what I've experienced and what I'm seeing now.
Well, don't. So I'll ask. I'll ask that you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. But let it go where it goes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson.
Director Tessamark, I need to respond.
I will allow you to.
Thank you.
I allow the senator to go over the time that was already called. He said he was returning the time. I don't know what time you were returning. But I want to say before your response, Director Tessamark, that the senator was correct in his statement that this is not about Director Tessamark and it is not about Senator Johnson, but rather it's about the care and well-being of our geriatric inmates and about the taxpayers who are victims not once, but twice. Because we are victims because they violated the people of the Virgin Islands while they're incarcerated, they were sentenced. And on top of that, the taxpayers still have to pay for them to eat 3 squares, to get a roof over the head, and everything else. So it's really not about either of you. I'm glad that that was stated. I want us to be adults about this and just make the right decision on behalf of the people of this territory. At the appropriate time, a decision will be made. If we want to hear from other stakeholders, one senator asked to hear from the advocacy organizations. The director asked that we hear from the Attorney General's office. If we hear from the Attorney General's office, it's only fair for us to hear from the Office of the Public Defender as well, who at some point can and may represent people in the habeas corpus proceedings. So I've already consulted with the rules chair that if the measure was to be voted upon today and voted out of this committee, that we will be able to hear and receive testimony from individuals on the next bite of the apple. So hopefully, again, we can move forward with the best interest of the people. I'm not looking at this just because 40-something other states and territories already have it. They could have it and it could be dead wrong. So I ain't about following. If none of them had it and we had come up with it, I always think about leading. That's what leaders do. They lead and they lead from the front. All right? I don't want to linger this anymore, as I want to respect everybody's time. I know that your staff have been here from morning. I see the other team is here from our emergency response agencies, and I want to be able to get to them. But I also want you to be able to take your staff to lunch. I hope you're taking them to lunch because they're sitting back there so attentive. And I ain't talking about the lunch at the prison either. But before we wrap up, I want to go through, oh yes, Director, you wanted to respond, and then I will allow each senator to ask a closeout question. So Senator Tessemark, you may, I am sorry. Look at how I'm demoting you and cutting your pay. Director,
put you in this pay.
Director Tessemark, you're recognized for your
Director
response.
Tessemark, I just wanted to respond to Senator Johnson, and I'm happy that he said it's not about Director Tessemark, it's not about Senator Johnson. It's about trying to do the best we can for the people of the Virgin Islands. That is always my #1 goal and aim. I just ask that in crafting this bill, that we have that dialogue, include all the stakeholders, so we could come up with something that's going to best suit. Not necessarily, again, it's not perfect, but it will better suit the individuals that we're speaking of. 2, as it relates to the inmates and the programs, I'm not going to go back and forth with Senator Johnson in reference to that, because he worked Bureau of Corrections, that was 20, 30 years ago. However, and it's no disrespect, because we thank him for his service, just like me. I've been in the business as a correction officer all the way up, 38, 39 years. So I get it. But what I want him to understand, I want everyone to understand, times have changed. The corrections back then is not the corrections today. Our goal is to rehabilitate. The inmates in our custody, they have different needs, different wants. And I hate to use the word wants, but we have to be able to teach individuals marketable skills so that when they come out into society, they're able to make a living wage for their people. So there's nothing wrong with agriculture, because we still do have agriculture. They do plant vegetables and stuff that's feed right into the kitchen. So we do have that. We may not sell it to the outside population, but we still do have that. Since COVID, the work release program has been at a minimum. However, we're now up and running. We're getting ready to do some work with Public Works. We have an MOU. We've partnered. We've been doing work at outside facilities. We do have that. And when you speak in reference to revenue generating, we generate revenue. We charge the federal government $106 a day to house the individuals. We have brought into year $500,000 to the general coffers. So when you say that we don't generate funds, we do generate funds. I just wanted to make very, very clear that some of your statements was inaccurate on behalf of the men and the women that work tirelessly every day on those facilities to take care of the individual. that's entrusted in our care, we do a darn good job. And I applaud my staff. I applaud them because they work around the clock. So thank you. Thank you for your time.
Can you
Thank you. And
respect
I stand ready to collaborate with you on this bill and all the stakeholders so we can make it better for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now,
Point of information.
so we've established that ain't about none of you. I just wanted both of you to get along, all right? So that we could move on, really and truly. Just let's get along. We can do this. And even when all the stakeholders sit and meet on this, it still probably ain't gonna be a perfect bill. But let's do what we have to do and move on. The last point of, as a matter of fact, I was giving everyone a last lap question. If you want to take it at this point, that's what you may do, but this will be your time for that. Senator Francis Heiliger.
Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to do a point of information, but since you're giving us a quick last lap, my concern again has to do with this particular hearing was our second bite at the apple. And I made it emphatically clear when we brought it before us and held it the first time. I needed to have advocates to be here so I could listen and listen to the other side. But we are at a second hearing, only hearing one side of the story. But then statements are being made that it could potentially now move on to rules. I am not a member of rules. And at least half of the members in this committee are members of rules. So you guys get a second bite. And I am not very happy at the fact that we need to hear from the other side. I don't like this. I feel very, very uncomfortable. I understand what the bill is trying to do. I applaud my colleague for bringing it. And the reason why it was not put down in the previous hearing and we held it because we saw potential in the piece of legislation and we wanted it to be better. But one of the reasons why we said that it potentially could be better is if we heard from everyone. But here we are yet again with the same set of people and we're not hearing from everyone. And I feel very uncomfortable today with this and I needed to put that on the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I echo the sentiments of the previous senator. I do have concerns as well. I was able to iterate some of them during my line of questioning concerning, our hospitals, housing, usurping pre-existing authority to include not having a number of other input stakeholders present at this hearing. As it stands, I cannot support the measure as it has brought before us, even in the nature of a substitute. However, if the bill sponsor is able to coordinate with the proper stakeholders and enhance the bill to something that would be more feasible to move forward, then and only then would I support the measure. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes. Sometimes when we lay back, sit back, or whatever, then we remember things. But to my recollection, when we were here before having this discussion, the chief reason for us to hold the bill in committee was because the Bureau of Correction wasn't here. Today we have a whole list of everybody who wasn't here now. Again, there is a legislative process, whereas the bill is heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction, which is this one. Then you have a next bite of the apple, which it goes to rules. Everybody doesn't serve on the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, so somebody who is not on this committee might have some concerns as well. So everybody ain't gonna serve on rules either, but you're on either committee, and then you still have a final bite of the apple with the main vote at session. So everybody will be covered. All right, okay? One thing I know is that I'm not going to be able to please everybody. And the day that I try to do that, only God knows. Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I just want to place on the record, I commit to the sponsor of this measure that regardless of what this committee does to this bill, that I will work with him. Because I saw many times where bills that don't make any sense make it to the full body. So, you know what we're talking about here today. This is a very serious matter. This is not some pilinky conversation we're having here today. So to the sponsor of this measure, I, Javon James, commit that I will work with you regardless of the outcome of today's hearing. Stop playing with people's lives. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you again, Mr. Millennial Senator. I was almost tempted to ask you bills like what didn't make sense, but I'll leave it alone. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Sometimes we don't need a light moment.
Yes, blessings and thanks. Good afternoon to the listening audience. You see, that's why we're all senators. Sometimes we may not all agree on all the measures, but we all can agree that we want to serve the best interests of the community. You know, this particular bill, right, it will not apply to an inmate who was convicted or sentenced to a term of imprisonment without the possibility of parole. And it's not intended to undermine the authority of the Bureau of Corrections Director nor the parole board. However, you know, it addresses those geriatric inmates with life-threatening illnesses. You know, those that have been deemed not a threat to society, and it grants the ability to allow someone to die in dignity. You know,
30
the
seconds.
discretion still lands with the parole board. You know, it's not a perfect legislation, but I think it's a very good legislation. I think it's something that's needed. We have a parole board with experts, as Director Howell outlined. There's a process, and this here will, in addition to that, allow for some type of healing to be allowed in the community between the victim
Time.
and you know, and
Vice
I
Chair,
think it's
time
a
was
good
called.
bill, and I definitely can support it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. Senate President Francis, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And of course, I'm not a member of this committee. However, I think that the discussion was very important for us to continue to have. You know, while there may be some inconsistencies in the measure, I think communication is critical. And in fact, the bill seeks to provide some avenue of relief to the Bureau of Corrections. So I vehemently recommend that both sides work on this measure to bring some resolution to the matter. The fact remains that after serving in law enforcement for 25 years, we can't just lock up people and throw away the key. There must be some rehabilitation, there must be some preparation for individuals to come back out into the community. That's our responsibility. I'm on a strong advocacy for breaking the school to prison pipeline and rehabilitating those individuals that come back out onto our streets. Otherwise, it's all for naught. They go right back into the same system and that got them there in the first place. I think that there should be some level of consideration as to whether or not you want to create somewhat of a halfway house, some unrestricted location, where there could be some level of compassion and be able to assist, these individuals reacclimated with their families or whatever on their last days. Death is always the ultimate, whether they serve time for the homicide that they may have committed or the
30
murder that they
seconds.
committed, but they also facing another death sentence themselves. So I believe that there should be some reconciliation of how you're able to do that. Costs, while we talk about cost not being a factor, one catastrophic illness could wipe out a significant amount of your budget. What will that do to the rest of the inmates that need medical assistance? So all of those things have to be considered. We, as a government, spend a lot of money. We border in people at the hospitals, which again creates a problem for other individuals to be able to have a hospital bed. My time had been called. My message today is that both sides, both the sponsor and the Bureau of Corrections, please meet and see how best we could, work this measure out, so it could be in the best interest, like you have indicated, of the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. In other words, please get along. Senate Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not a member of Rules Committee, but I'm willing to support a bill to move it forward to Rules to make necessary arrangements for the corrections, the bill sponsor to follow up with getting some victims advocate and that side of the Attorney General, and then make a decision when it comes to the session. But if that's not done by then I wouldn't support it. But I would support it now to move it forward to Rules for the necessary arrangements to be done for it to get it done. I think that's fair across the board. I do look at compassion across the board, but I want to hear the victim family on all aspects of it, and I think that's fair. And once that's done, then I could make a determination after that. But as it stands right now, today for me, I vote yes to move it forward. And if nothing is done by the time it gets to Rules, or if it for some reason it gets to the session and nothing is done, then I won't support it. So that's where I stand, and that's my word as my honor. My honor is my bond, and my word is my bond. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. Our Rules Chair, Senator Capehart, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, am not a member of this committee, but I won't even talk about why I think this is important. I, too, had a very, very, very close family friend that was incarcerated for life, and he died in the prison this year. I will call no names, but I understand the intent of this legislation. I look at this legislation, as I mentioned, that this bill is not a reintegration of coming back into the community to go by the bar, drink, hang out. I look at this as your last days of your life, to be able to spend it with family members at your bedside. And that's why I asked, if you are willing to put those 6 rooms as your hospice rooms, that family members would be able to come, visit in their last days of pain and suffering. So as the chair of Rules, Mr. Chairman, I am willing to have any testifiers who would be able to come and to give more supporting suggestions to the legislation for us to hear. Usually in Rules, everything has been vetted. It's just clearinghouse going to the next committee, which is the full body. So, Mr. Chair, if this legislation passes out of this committee, I would be accommodating to assist any other additional testifiers to support, to give comment on this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. thank all my colleagues who understand the nature of this bill, and I also want to give the director 2 dates, the 18th and the 19th of this month. You pick a time and a place for us to have a conversation about this measure. If those 2 days are not accommodating, reach back out to my office. I'll find any day to come and sit down to hear what you guys want to add into this measure. And again, as I said, this is not about me. It's not about me. It's about us doing the best thing for the people that live their life in this community. I made 3 statements. Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare are 3 things they're going to never get while they're in there. This measure doesn't just give a free pass to anybody. They still have to go through the parole board. They still have to report to the parole board. But at least it will take that strain off of your medical staff from having to take time to wipe someone. Plain and simple. It'll free up your medical staff to get a lot more done. It'll free up some money. One person taking $350,000, that's some serious cost. And you know what? The government have to pay it one way or the other. But I say to you, I give 2 dates. I'm willing to do this. I want to ask a question, and
30 seconds.
It's a little rough question for the director, because when you guys visit their facilities in the mainland, my phone went crazy. The prisoners that you guys visit, they all hear these conversations. My number is always free. And I got a lot of calls. But one of them that was very, very disheartening to hear. One of the individuals said to me that in conversating with you that he asked when can he be able to come home. And the response that he gave me was, your statement to him was, when you come home, it's going to be in a body bag. And I didn't want to accept that. And I hope that statement was incorrect that gentleman gave to me. Did you remember having a conversation?
Time.
Director Testamont, Bureau of Corrections, I had no such conversation with any prisoner relative to that. And I don't even make those type of statements. So again, the inmates would love to come home, and the response is always the same. Not at this time. Not at this time.
And most of the reasons for them not being able to come home at this time is the condition of the facility. It's you don't have the staffing. Is it fair to say that?
It's a lot of variables why we can't accommodate that population at this time.
Are those 2 of them? The staffing and the condition of your facility?
Security, and I don't want to talk about it online, but we can talk about it offline. But it's a lot of variables why the territory, cannot accommodate that population. It's the reason why they're there and not here in the territory. They didn't just get there in 2019. They were there decades ago.
And to wrap up, you have one prisoner that's running us some $200,000 a year. Is this a prisoner that's in a mental facility, one prisoner? You have one prisoner in a special mental facility or something like that?
We have an individual that was deemed NGRI per the VI code. If they're deemed NGRI, they send them away and they be taken care of. These individuals are supposed to be taken care of by Department of Health per the VI code. However, there were some challenges with paying the bill, and so that the individual care would not be hampered, we agreed that the agency will take care of the bill so that the individual could take care of that, get the care that they need. Relative to the amount, I don't know who you're speaking of, but I can tell you one inmate that I know that we take care of, and it runs about $15,000 to $20,000 a month to take care of this individual. That's, again, was deemed NGRI, not guilty by reason of insanity.
And you have any conversation with Department of Health to help you with the cost of that bill?
Yes, we're currently in conversation.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And like I said, I gave you 2 dates, the 18th and the 19th. I'm available, and you pick a next day.
Thank you.
I'll make myself available.
For that, I'm not available next week. However, I will definitely send out some dates so we could get together and definitely work out these whatever challenges that we have so that we can move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to both of you. It sounds like we're getting someplace. Thank you very much. Finally, now, I'm going to something Senator Johnson just asked about and something you stated in your testimony with regards to the status of off-island inmates. You said, and I quote, "We listened to their concerns, reviewed their timesheets where necessary, and verified that they were receiving proper care and treatment. They all prefer to be home, of course, but the correctional facilities in the Virgin Islands cannot currently accommodate them." When do you think we'll be able to do so? Or should I ask, do you think that we would ever be able to do so again?
Well, I feel that the territory will be able to accommodate most of those individuals, not all, but most, once they have the proper facilities. The territory need a facility that will be able to accommodate those different levels of classification, security risk levels. And at this time, the territory does not.
Okay. And I ask that because I want to make it clear. I don't want to see a prison built here in this territory until we see at least another 2-3 schools built in this territory. That's our priority, schools. And while I am truly concerned about the well-being of all our prisoners, our inmates, not just those here in the Virgin Islands, I'm truly concerned about all of their well-being. I humbly ask all of you that while you're in the facilities, remember why you were placed there. So we're asking that you behave yourselves as well so that you're able to remain home, if that is the case. Because we're hearing too that security is part of the problem. So I know that some of you were sent out of the territory because of behavioral issues and whatnot. And, you know, I blame our leadership as well, our facilities, because I always say, you know, when you go to jail, you go to jail for a reason. Yes, you should be rehabilitated, but I don't think that you should be so free in a jail that you could watch TV when you want, use cell phone when you want. When I'm driving on Melvin Evans Highway, the phone are cut off in that area, but yet still, you could still receive and take calls out of the prison on cell phones. I could never understand that. The contraband, I want to say, I didn't hear you talk about that today, but I want to salute the 2 officers that I saw in the video with the earlier. I think it was Lieutenant Santiago and Officer Gabriel. Gilbert. My hat's off to them and the other officers that's doing a fine job within the institution. I heard about the good work that your team did to intercept some contraband being attempted to be snuck into the facilities here in St. Croix. Kudos to them. And I'll take it from the media pitchfork to those that we have working in the institution that aid and abet these types of incidents as well. And I'm hoping that you, Director, will prosecute to the fullest extent if we ever were to catch any of our employees being part of the importation of these illegal contrabands into the facilities. And lastly, have your officers or your employees who worked during the pandemic received their premium pay? If not, I will ask, because I know that they were working on those that were making over the $70,000. I will ask that you reach out to OMB to ensure that this is being worked on. It's just not fair. They couldn't perform their duties from home. Okay? Thank you so much. That said, I'll ask that you give a 30-second closeout and followed by our good chair, and then we'll recess.
Director Testimony, Bureau of Corrections. On behalf of the men and women that work the Bureau of Corrections here in the Virgin Islands every day, that sacrifice and put their lives on the line every day to take care of those incarcerated in our care, I want to say thank you. Mr. Chair, I want to say thank you and all the senators here on this committee. Thank you for the opportunity to have a dialogue, reference this bill, and know that we at the Bureau of Corrections, we stand ready to have a more robust dialogue to help strengthen this bill so that we could do make it better for the people of the Virgin Islands, especially those incarcerated, especially those that were terminally ill, to assist them in whatever way we can. Thank you.
Just before I recognize the chair, I neglected to ask you, do you have an MOU in place with the government of the Virgin Islands to utilize inmates for work detail?
Yes, we do.
We do?
Yes, Public Works.
It's executed?
Yes, matter of fact, we met 2 weeks ago. It's completed, it's executed, and we had a kickoff meeting 2 weeks ago, and now we're getting ready to do some scheduling. They want us to start with the graveyard here in St. Croix.
So hopefully we'll be able to hear this publicly at some point. If y'all could just put out something on it so that the public can be aware. Our graveyards are in deplorable condition. I mean, school is already back in. We have some parks and whatnot that needs some attention, et cetera. All right?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Howell, VA Parole Board, you're recognized for your 30 seconds.
Dennis Howell, Chairman, Virgin Islands Parole Board. I just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity today to come and testify on this particular bill. And I will end by saying it is clearly the time, and we must take it seriously to move this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I call for the motion, a motion was called. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your motion.
Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 35-415, an amendment in the nature of a substitute to bill number 350045 to read as follows. Bill number 350045 is amended by striking the entire language contained therein and inserting new language to read as follows. An act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 40407, relating to eligibility for parole release by adding Section 4607 to establish medical parole release, geriatric parole release, and non-medical geriatric parole release, and for the related purpose. Section 1, Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407. Chapter 407 is amended as follows. A, in chapter heading after parole, insert and parole release. B, insert section 4607 to read. 4607, parole release. Terminally ill, permanently incapacitated, or geriatric prisoners will be eligible to apply for administrative release without post-release supervision, either by an application from the Bureau of Correction, the prisoners, if family members.
Senator Johnson, one sec. There's a motion, another motion. Senator James, you're recognized for your motion.
Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move to waive the reading for the remainder of the amendment. I so move.
Second.
There was a motion to waive the reading. A motion to waive the reading by Senator Javon James, and I believe we have 2 seconds. Senator Fonseca, Vice Chair, and I believe I heard Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that that wasn't an objection. So, hearing that, no objections. So order and the waiving.
Motion. So move. So move.
So move. You may proceed with your And seconded by Senator Javon James. You may proceed with your
Motion. Mr.
Senator
Chair, I
Johnson.
move that Bill number 350045, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407, relating to eligibility for parole by adding Section 4601 to establish medical parole as a basis for parole, further amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 407 by adding Section 4601B to establish geriatric parole as a basis for parole and for other related purposes be voted on favorably in the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judicial as amended for the further consideration in amendment in the nature of a substitute. I so move.
Second.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Seconded by Senator James. Roll call on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to Bill number 35, that's 0045. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Senator Angel Bolkes Jr.
Senators, we're in roll call. Please speak into the mics. Media, recognize all mics of senators, please. Clerk, you may begin.
Senator Angel Bolkes Jr.
Hey.
Senator Bolkes Jr.
Please speak into the mics.
Nay.
Senator Bolkes Jr. No. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Nay.
Yes.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yes. Senator Javon James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yes. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yes, 1 no.
Thank you. The measure has passed. An amendment in the nature of a substitute to Bill number 35, that's 0045, and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration. Congratulations to the bill sponsor. I want to thank both the Bureau of Corrections and the Virgin Islands Parole Board for your testimony, and I'm hopeful and prayerful that we'll be able to work these kinks out and move forward. Thank you so much for your presentation here today.
Point of order.
Point of order. What rule has been violated, ma'am?
Well, point of order in regards to clarity. Did we just amend the bill?
Do you have?
And then we're supposed to vote to move the bill out the committee? Or we just amended the bill and just moved it one time?
Is this a point of order?
Because I thought it was 2 different things you were doing.
Senator, do you have a point of order or you have a point of clarification?
Sorry, point of clarification. I'm trying to clarify did we do an amendment to the bill and ask if we are going to go ahead and amend the bill to have the nature of the substitute? Then were we supposed to vote on whether or not to move the bill out of our committee into rules? Because I think we only did 1 vote, and I'm trying to make sure that we did 2 different things.
The bill was, the motion was made to consider the amendment in the nature of a substitute to Bill number 35, that's 0045, with no objections. Therefore, there was the second motion that came about that moved the amendment in the nature of a substitute. That's why I asked for your clarification whether you second or you objected. There was no objections. I hit the gavel.
But I had 1 moment. What I seconded was when our colleague Senator James said motion to be able to waive the reading.
Right,
That is what I seconded.
right. With no objections, with no objections, and
So far, okay.
with no objections, and we proceeded. Thank you again for your testimony, Bureau of Corrections and VA Parole Board. Thank you. The committee will recess for 15 minutes. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, September 12th is back on record. Well, I almost said November. But welcome. We heard in Block 1 testimony from the Bureau of Corrections and the Virgin Islands Parole Board. We were able to discuss status of off-island inmates and Bill number 35-0045, which speaks to geriatric parole. Now we'll move into Block 2, where the clerk had already read the agenda into the record, and basically we're here now to hear from our emergency response agencies with regards to our readiness, state of readiness for hurricane preparedness. As we know, we're in the middle of hurricane season. So in the essence of time, and I apologize because that conversation earlier was truly needed, it lasted a little longer than we anticipated. However, I know that some of you have a flight to catch to go back to St. Thomas. If you do, I just ask that if we're still continuing, that you travel to the St. Thomas chambers once you get back to St. Thomas, so that you can participate in the discussion, as this is a very important discussion. Director Joshin, you have the lead on this. Can you go ahead? Or let me just ask for everyone quickly to just identify yourself, starting from my right, going over to my left. Name, agency, and title, please.
Clarence Stevenson, Fire Chief St. Thomas St. John, VIF EMS.
Welcome.
Liberatitas, Fire Chief St. Croix District.
Welcome.
Lyle Evelyn Jr., Assistant Director of EMS for the VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Antonio Stevens, the Assistant Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
Welcome.
And good afternoon, everyone. Major General Knox Limbacher. I am the Commander of the Virgin Islands National Guard.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Miguel Tricoci, Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Department of Human Services.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Gittins. Daryl Joshson, Director for the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency.
Good afternoon. Stephen de Blasio, Assistant Director, VITEMA.
Welcome to both of you.
Good afternoon, Senator Sean Santos, Senior Chief of Police, Virgin Islands Police Department, St. Croix.
Welcome. Where's your white shirt? Joke.
Good afternoon, Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police for the St. Thomas St. John, Water Island District.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Clayton Brown, Deputy Chief, St. John.
Welcome. And because you came all the way from St. John, we want you close up. You see where the St. Croix deputy is?
I noticed that, yes, sir.
Oh, my goodness. Anyway, thank you all for being here. Director Joshin, you may take the lead on.
Senators, we have representatives on the island of St. Thomas also in chambers, if they can be recognized.
Oh, my apologies. How did I not? Go ahead, St. Thomas, starting with the lady.
Good afternoon, Yvette Henry, Department of Human Services, Community Affairs Coordinator, Mass Care Lead. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works.
You don't have to.
Good afternoon, Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager, Department of Public Works.
Oh, man, welcome. I wanted to see you guys for sure. Public Works, welcome. Director Joshin, you may proceed with your lead testimony.
All right, thank you, Senator. Also, there are other agencies will provide their testimony after me also. So there's more
Yes,
than
you
one.
may proceed with the lead testimony. I'll recognize them thereafter.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, the Chairman, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other committee members, the 35th Legislative Staff, and those in the viewing and listening audience. I'm Daryl D. Joshin, the Director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, known as VITEMA. Today with me on VITEMA, Assistant Director Stephen M. de Blasio Sr., and we are providing an update on VITEMA's readiness for hurricane season 2023. This is the third time in less than 12 months that this committee has requested an update on the state of readiness for hurricane season from VITEMA and some of our lead emergency support functions or ESF government agencies. I appreciate this opportunity to discuss with you our state of readiness especially as the committee hearing is set between the 6-year anniversary of the Category 5 Hurricane Irma, which impacted St. John, St. Thomas, and Water Island on 6 September 2017, and Category 5 Hurricane Maria, which impacted St. Croix 14 days later on 20 September. To quote our U.S. Virgin Islands delegate to Congress, Honorable Stacey E. Plaskett, from an article that she wrote last year for the 5th year anniversary and published in the VI Consortium on 20 September 2022, quote, "For what seemed like an unending day, Hurricane Irma relentlessly pummeled the territory, and Virgin Islanders watched in mute shock as a Category 5 storm shredded roofs, uprooted trees, and shattered lives. Then, exactly 2 weeks after Hurricane Irma ripped through the U.S. Virgin Islands, Hurricane Maria made landfall. For hours it stretched into the early morning. Rain poured down in torrents across the already battered islands, inundating vulnerable areas and wrought destruction across the parts of the islands that had not yet been shredded by Irma." End quote. As a reminder to this committee, hurricane season for the Atlantic runs from 1 June through 30 November, or 6 months out of the year. Based on historical data for the past 80 years, the height of hurricane season runs from 15 August to 15 October, and that's the time when 85% of the tropical cyclones form in the Atlantic. The peak of hurricane season just passed, which is 10 September. So far, the territory, this hurricane season, there have been 2 credible threats which have resulted in the deployment of the FEMA Incident Management Assistant Teams, known as IMATs, to the U.S. Virgin Islands, with over 100 individuals each time. The first time for Tropical Storm Brett, and the second time for the most recent Category 5 Hurricane Lee. Both deployments were at the direction of the FEMA administrator and do not require a territorial state of emergency by Governor Albert Bryan Jr., nor do they come at a cost to the United States Virgin Islands government. VITEMA and FEMA uses these deployments to conduct coordination activities and test backup communications equipment, access to any changes in plans, conduct face-to-face meetings between territorial and federal counterparts, as well as have fully staffed response teams on the ground prior to airports and seaports closing. Besides these hurricane threat-based events, VITEMA also holds weekly Emergency Support Function 5, or Emergency Management, in-person meetings at each of the VITEMA Emergency Operations Centers, or EOCs, on St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John. Representatives from the lead territorial agency for the 15 emergency support functions, ESFs, are in attendance, as are several support agencies such as the American Red Cross and the Department of Education. Recent topics of discussion at these meetings have included the details on opening and closing of congregate shelters, establishing points of distribution or pod sites to provide food and water beginning at landfall plus 5 days, and verifying the status of critical government backup power generators. Additionally, VITEMA continues to hold monthly Emergency Management Council meetings on the 3rd Thursday of each month. These 2-hour meetings are done for senior officials, chaired by the VITEMA director, co-chaired by our 3 island administrators, and always have in attendance either Governor Albert Bryan Jr. or the Chief of Staff, Carl Knight. The importance of these meetings cannot be underestimated, as they host a series of all hazards updates, as well as serve as opportunities for senior level discussion, decision-making, and senior leader guidance. 2 good examples of the importance of these meetings are: 1, last year when Water Power Authority indicated during an agency update the impact of the sargassum influx on the reduction to the St. Croix 7 Seas reverse osmosis plant. Its output capacity had been reduced to only a few days of supply of potable water. Governor Bryan immediately requested VITEMA and Office of Legal Counsel to put together a territorial-wide state emergency, as well as develop a request for federal disaster emergency assistance. This process, which Governor Bryan initiated on that Thursday, resulted in a presidential approval for federal disaster declaration by that following Monday, and FEMA staffing on the ground in St. Croix within 1 week. The second example occurred as we entered the start of this year's hurricane season, following an update by the Department of Human Services on the status of shelters and the lack of suitable government facilities on the island of St. John. Following a healthy discussion on possible options, Governor Bryan recommended that Department of Human Services and VITEMA reach out to the private sector and possibly contract to reserve and if need, rent a facility to serve as a congregate shelter. As to the status of congregate shelters for this hurricane season, the Hurricane Shelter Task Force began its assessment of shelters for all 4 islands, St. Croix, St. John, St. Thomas, and Water Island, in January 2023. Members of the task force include Department of Human Services as the lead agency under Emergency Support Function 6, which is mass care, emergency assistance, housing, and human services. The American Red Cross, Department of Health, the VI Waste Management Authority, the Virgin Islands Police, the Virgin Islands National Guard, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, Department of Education, Department of Sports, Parks, and Rec for the DC Canagata Community Center, and VITEMA. The bottom line for our approved shelters is that all the shelters in the territory for hurricane season 2023 are considered shelters of last resort. VITEMA and Department of Human Services strongly suggest that individuals should first look to friends, neighbors, and faith-based organizations to shelter, as they would be more comfortable and would likely have more room than a congregate shelter. However, if those options fall through, then please come to a named shelter as soon as possible. Shelters are planned to open 24 hours prior to the onset of tropical storm force winds and will close 24 hours following the passing of the storm unless individuals remain homeless from its storm damage. Other agencies which serve as our lead emergency support functions include the Department of Health, the Bureau of Information Technology, Department of Property Procurement, VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services, Department of Public Works, Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, the VI Energy Office, the Water and Power Authority, Government House Joint Information Center, Department of Agriculture, Virgin Islands Police, and the Office of Disaster Recovery. The Virgin Islands National Guard is not a lead agency, but provides tremendous support capacity and capability to many of the lead agencies following Governor Bryan's signing a territory state of emergency and placing soldiers and airmen on territorial active duty orders. The Department of Licensing Consumer Affairs, or DLCA, is the lead government agency in coordinating with the private sector in actions to establish a Business Emergency Operations Center, or BEOC, after VITEMA activates its emergency operations centers. As to VITEMA's personal staffing, we just about have a full complement of staff in key positions of operations, logistics, plans, finance and administration, human resources, grants, hazard mitigation, and public assistance and public information. VITEMA's new Assistant Director, Steve M. de Blasio Sr., accepted his position and promotion from the VITEMA Logistics Deputy Director position on August 14th. And our newest member in a key position is Ms. Joanne Moorhead as our Public Information Officer beginning yesterday, 11 September. VITEMA thought it had filled the position for the St. Thomas Emergency Operations Center Supervisor, but found out today that the individual accepted a position with another company back in the United States, CONUS. All the EOCs have operational generators, emergency generation maintenance contracts, and both our mobile emergency operations centers are fully operational to include satellite communications. VITEMA has issued approximately 43 handheld LMR radios to key agency leaders to conduct weekly communications checks with BIT. And there are 30 satellite phones pre-designated for senior cabinet members located at the VITEMA EOCs to be issued out upon credible threat to the territory. And finally, there is both high-frequency and very high-frequency radio communications set up that are tested every 2 weeks at the VITEMA EOCs on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. These high-frequency and very high-frequency stations provide backup communications in case all other forms of communication fail, such as occurred for several weeks on St. John after Hurricane Irma in September 2017. Both the 911 and emergency communication centers have operational emergency power generators, and BIT maintains radio dispatch towers to include refueling in the case of any prolonged power outages. In closing, while VITEMA has worked both individually as an agency to prepare for this hurricane season in both districts and with our lead emergency support function agencies, there will always be more work ahead as we continue to improve our processes. We must constantly refine and update our plans, conduct drills, educate new staff, and ensure our own families are prepared, as we are essential staff and required to rise to the occasion each time when called. I'm very proud of each member of the VITEMA team and the seriousness in which we accept our roles, not only in preparing our agency, but in preparing themselves and their families. I want to thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and Lieutenant Governor Triginja Roach for the continued leadership, guidance, and emphasis on the importance of the Emergency Management Council and its efforts in continually improving our abilities to plan, train for, respond to any disaster, whether it's advance notice, such as a hurricane or a pandemic, or whether it's little or no notice, like an earthquake or a tsunami. Thank you, Committee Chairman Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, for this opportunity to provide the testimony of ITEMA's readiness for the 2023 hurricane season. We are prepared to address any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Director Jashin. We just heard from Vitima. Up next, we will have the Virgin Islands National Guard, Adjutant General Knox Limbacher. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman of the 35th Legislature, Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Other committee and non-committee members present here in the Senate chambers and virtually, family, friends, and the general public listening and viewing locally and abroad. I'm Major General Kojo S. Knoxenbacher, the 15th Adjutant General and Commander of the Virgin Islands Army and Air National Guard. It's an honor to be sitting before this esteemed body to discuss the National Guard's hurricane preparedness. As we know, the United States Virgin Islands sits at the edge of the Atlantic Ocean and the Caribbean Sea. The USVI has a collective population of approximately 87,146 persons, down from 105,000 from over a decade ago. Much of its population is split between St. Croix and St. Thomas, with approximately 40,000 people on each. The remainder of this population is on the St. John Island, with a small population on Water Island. We are geographically isolated from the mainland United States, which makes external support complex. With our limited force structure and transportation issues caused by our geographical isolation, we estimate the manpower available to respond during any response is approximately 330 service members, which is eventually evenly split between St. Thomas and St. Croix. When impacted by an all-hazards event like hurricanes, the territory is faced with a myriad of complex dilemmas. We are geographically isolated and dispersed, which creates a set of conditions that are completely opposite of those responses that occur in the continental United States, where neighboring states can posture and assist. Furthermore, the population is unavailable to fully evacuate the impacted areas as exercised in the states. Currently, there is no military air assets in the United States Virgin Islands, and our neighbor island of Puerto Rico only has limited air assets. Neither territory possesses Air Force fixed-wing capabilities in their respective National Guards. Puerto Rico, having only a small amount of Army rotary wing and fixed-wing capability in the National Guard, may be available if free to respond to assist. Our defense supports the civil authority's strategic requirements are outlined there within that chart. Our bottom line up front, operationally, the worst day in the United States Virgin Islands requires an additional 989 personnel, 81 high mobility multi-purpose wheel vehicles, 56 light medium tactical vehicles, 78 riot kits, 5 nipper access point terminals, just to start. Some of these requirements will need to be deployed prior to landfall, which is done to our EMAC requirements and our partners in multiple states. Below are the emergency support functions that these assets will support. To establish a dual status command for mission assignments for all Title 32, National Guard, and Title 10, active duty and reserve forces. Conduct joint reception stage and onward movement and integration, or responding to Department of Defense for Department of Defense agencies. Will deploy immediate response teams to predetermined locations in support of the Virgin Islands Police Department and Virgin Islands Fire and EMS services. We'll provide operational center liaison officers to support the Virgin Islands Emergency Management Agency. We'll coordinate Emergency Management Agreement Compact with the National Guard Bureau. We'll conduct congregate shelter operations, medical screenings to support Department of Human Services and the Department of Health. Will conduct movement of temporary power generators in support of VITEMA's requirements. Will perform route clearance operations with Public Works. Will assist patient movement tracking and liaison with military airlift for evacuation support for both DOH, DHS, and the United States Health and Human Services. And will conduct airport opening operations with the Department of Defense assets to support logistics, sustainment operations, and personnel response. Will conduct commodities transport to establish points of distributions with the Department of Human Services, and will conduct traffic control points with the Virgin Islands Police Departments during this period of curfews that may apply. In closing, we would like to thank you for the opportunity to testify on the Virgin Islands National Guard's preparedness to support all 15 emergency support functions when called. The Virgin Islands National Guard will continue to stay at a high level of readiness to provide defense support to civil authorities during times of crisis. Rest assured, we will always be there with our ready, relevant, and responsive joint force of soldiers, airmen, and civilians to answer our territory's needs within our territories. I stand by for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have the Virgin Islands Police Department. Chief Santos will be providing testimony on behalf of Commissioner Ray Martinez. You may proceed.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, committee members, other members of the 35th Legislature, listening and viewing audience, people of the United States Virgin Islands. I am Police Chief Sean Santos of the Virgin Islands Police Department, St. Croix District. Today, along with my colleague, Police Chief Stephen Phillip of the St. Thomas, St. John District, we are both very pleased to represent the United States Virgin Islands Police Department. We appear before you with a goal of presenting updates to the department's preparations now that we are in hurricane season. The 2023 Atlantic hurricane season began on the 1st of June and will end officially on the 30th of November. Under the capable leadership of Police Commissioner Ray Martinez and his dedicated executive team, Virgin Islands Police Department remains steadfast in its commitment to prepare for and respond to the needs of the territory. VIPD, serving as the lead agency for Emergency Support Function 13, Public Safety and Security, continues to collaborate seamlessly with our local and federal partners, focusing on stabilizing the critical community lifeline of safety and security. This includes maintaining law and order, site security, access control, and traffic control, especially during evacuations or any mass movement of people and critical operational supplies. Under Virgin Islands Code 23, the VITEMA Act of 1986, the governor may authorize use of the territory resources by declaring a state of emergency. Upon Governor Bryant's prompt declaration of a pre-landfall state emergency, a pivotal action occurs. All government law enforcement agencies across the territory promptly report to the police commissioner, making themselves available for mission assignments. The Virgin Islands National Guard also stands ready to lend support to the VIPD, deploying either full-time force members or activating its traditional membership under the active orders, strengthening our collective response effort. Requests for military support for law enforcement missions will be coordinated between the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department and the Adjutant General of the Virgin Islands National Guard, and then forwarded by the Commissioner to the Governor for approval. Effective ongoing coordination between VITEMA, the Port Authority, and the United States Coast Guard, ensuring the timely deployment of both police and National Guard resources to the territory, preempting any port closures that may impede their mission. In the event of a disaster declaration, VIPD can swiftly request additional law enforcement resources through Emergency Management Assistance Compact, also known as EMAC. Engaging key partners for support such as New York Police Department and others. Notably, A significant enhancement to this year's hurricane preparedness and response capabilities is the utilization of the Virgin Islands Police Department unmanned aerial systems, also known as drones. These advanced drones play a pivotal role in conducting search and rescue missions, providing aerial analysis of various communities for damage assessment, and supporting escort efforts and crowd control at points of distribution sites when the need arises. These aerial support capability greatly bolsters the effectiveness of response and support operations. In addition to aerial support, VIPD Marine assets have become indispensable in fulfilling the critical need for community support. In the event of port closures at the Cyril E. King Airport or the Henry Rawson Airport, these assets are instrumental in facilitating the movement of manpower and supplies throughout the district islands, ensuring the swift and efficient response to the demands of the community during emergencies. Moreover, upon the establishment of curfew by Governor Bryan, VIPD swiftly institutes traffic checkpoints across the islands. These traffic checkpoints, are also known as TCPs, are strategically placed to ensure road safety and to effectively control unauthorized traffic on roads during times of curfew. More importantly, the TCPs are designed to provide freedom of movement for those critical supplies and support elements across the islands. VIPD continues its vital support to key agencies, including the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority and the Department of Public Works. These departments are extremely critical to the restoration of our community. Virgin Islands Police Department remains responsive to 911 calls until the onset of tropical storm force winds after tropical storm force winds, after which the shelter in place until the storm passes and sustained winds drop below tropical force winds. This comprehensive approach underscores VIPD's unwavering commitment to the safety and security of the community in the ever-evolving landscape of emergency response in 2023. Honorable Senator Kenneth Gittens and members of this body, thank you for giving us the opportunity today. We want to thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach for their continued leadership, guidance, and support. To Commissioner Ray Martinez and the entire VIPD family, thank you for your unwavering support. To the people of the Virgin Islands, you play an integral role in helping the Virgin Islands Police Department support you. Let us continue to help each other. Thank you. My team and I stand ready for any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now receive testimony from the Department of Human Services, followed by the Department of Public Works. You may proceed.
Thank you and good afternoon. Senator L. Gittens, Chairman, Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other committee members, the 35th Legislature staff, my esteemed colleagues that are presenting, and those in the viewing and listening audience. Presenting on behalf of Commissioner Kimberly Causey Gomez, I am Miguel Tricoci, Deputy Commissioner of Operations for the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. With me today is Community Affairs Coordinator and Mass Care Lead, Yvette Henry, and we're providing an update on the department's preparedness for hurricane season 2023. The Virgin Islands Department of Human Services is the lead agency under Emergency Support Function 6, or otherwise known as ESF 6, which is Mass Care, Emergency Assistance, Housing, and Human Services. Sheltering is ESF 6's most prominent function. However, the ESF 6 responsibilities also include individual assistance, preliminary damage assessment, points of distribution for commodities if required, and donations management. The key supporting agencies for ESF 6 are American Red Cross Shelter Operations, VI Department of Agriculture Pet Sheltering, VI Department of Education Shelter Site and Secondary Shelter Feeding and Nursing Support, the VI Police Department Shelter and Pod Security Law Enforcement, the VI Department of Sports Parks and Recreation Shelter Sites, VI Department of Public Works, Vitron Plus, pre-storm transportation of pre-identified special populations, VI National Guard, PODS operation, VI Department of Health, Medical Special Needs Shelters, ESF 8, VI Waste Management Authority, VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services, Office of the Governor, ADA Coordinator, and the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA, for shelter support and crisis management. Shelter inspections began in January 2023. After shelter inspections, repairs, and re-inspections by multi-agency teams, including American Red Cross, VI Fire and Emergency Medical Services, VITEMA, FEMA, and the VI Territorial Americans and Disabilities Act Coordinator, the following are the official primary congregate evacuation shelter locations. In St. Croix, the St. Croix Educational Complex will be utilized and has a total capacity of 2,034 depending on the setup. The gymnasium bleachers, outseating is 800, gymnasium court floor is 248, cafeteria is 236, and auditorium fixed seating 750. Additionally, there is a quarantine room with a capacity of 16. It is also the approved pet shelters location for St. Croix. The D.C. Kenegata Community Center will also be utilized with a capacity of 161 and has a quarantine room set up for 8 individuals as needed. In St. Thomas, the Lockhart Elementary and Junior High School cafeteria has a capacity of 248, with a potential to expand on capacity to selected classrooms. It is the approved pet shelter location for St. Thomas. The Ivana Idurican High School total capacity is currently 460, utilizing the gymnasium. There is wheelchair access from the rear of the building to accommodate those individuals. The cafeteria was taken off the list due to repairs not being completed in time for the 2023 hurricane season. That has a capacity of 161. In St. John, the Adrian Senior Center will be utilized with a capacity of 15. We are currently in the final stages of approving a MOA, which will create an additional congregate shelter location on St. John with a shelter capacity of 140. On Water Island, we would like all residents of Water Island and those in our building community to be encouraged to plan and to shelter with family and friends or at a congregate shelter closest to them. Additionally, to allow DHS to properly plan with our ESF partners, a press release was sent out and will be sent out asking all individuals and families who may need to go to an evacuation shelter during a disaster to pre-register. That happened in May and again recently. Disaster preparedness training. Disaster preparedness training for all areas of ESF 6 has been ongoing. The 2023 USVI Capstone Initiative for all territory stakeholders was conducted from May 22nd through the 26th, 2023. The disaster preparation drills included shelter operation exercises on St. Thomas at Udurakan High School and on St. Croix at the St. Croix Educational Complex High School. In addition, on May 25th, DHS, VITEMA, and the VI National Guard verified points of distribution sites for issuing food and water following a storm, and trained individuals, including 77 volunteers, on managing a pod site with the assistance of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency. The training sites for pods were held at Central High School on St. Croix and Crown Bay on St. Thomas. All DHS department-wide mandatory training on mass care was conducted on June 2nd, 2023, and on shelter operations conducted in coordination with the American Red Cross on June 9th, 2023. All DHS employees who are actively involved in sheltering are working towards completing the FEMA National Incident Management System, Incident Command System courses, ICS 100, 200, as well as ICS 700 and ICS 800. Pet shelter training was conducted on St. Croix at the St. Croix Educational Campus on Friday, August 18th, 2023, with pet shelter training to occur in St. Thomas at a later date. From August 28th to the 31st recently, volunteer and donation management training led by FEMA was held on St. Croix for all territory stakeholders. Our Elder, Dependent Adult, and Disabled Persons Disaster Registry. Under the authority of Act 8, number 8058, DHS established and maintains a registry of persons 60 years and older or having a disability and living alone. Currently, there are 889 broken down by 295 on St. Croix, 496 on St. Thomas, and 98 on St. John, individuals listed on the registry. DHS utilizes a mass messaging system to notify registrants of any important information, including storm-related information and support before and following a disaster. All individuals were personally contacted by DHS over the summer to verify that the information listed on the registry was correct. In closing, DHS would like to assure the community that with the support of ITEMA, our local partner agencies, and FEMA, we continue to train and to build capacity to ensure that not only ESF 6, but all 15 ESFs and public and private partners can work together to facilitate a safe, effective, and implement a disaster management plan in the unfortunate event that we might need to execute them. I would like to thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach for their continued leadership and guidance. I also want to express my sincere gratitude to the dedicated and hardworking employees of the Department of Human Services who go above and beyond, especially in times of disaster. Thank you, Chairman Giddens, for this opportunity to provide testimony on DHS preparedness for the 2023 hurricane season. We're ready to address any questions you or the committee members may have at this time.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Tricoci. Next, Department of Public Works, you're recognized for your testimony. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Senator Kenneth Gittens, Chairperson of the Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety Committee, other committee members, all other senators in attendance today, all those seated in the Senate chambers, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. My name is Derek Gabriel, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. With me today to testify on the role the department plays in hurricane preparedness is Jomo McLean, DPW Highway Program Manager. The Department of Public Works plays a critical role in disaster preparedness. In preparation for the upcoming 2023 hurricane season, the department is working diligently to ensure all our mandates and functions are met. Our testimony today will touch on the various areas DPW manages for preparedness and recovery, such as damage and structural assessments, gut clearing and stormwater management, sand and sandbag distribution, and route clearance and infrastructure restoration. The department relies on both in-house personnel and contractors to perform the prescribed duties for both pre-storm preparedness and post-event recovery. As such, we host regular trainings for our staff and contractors, along with our infrastructure partners, both private and public, to ensure efficiency and awareness. Along with the Waste Management Authority, DPW manages the function of ESF 3, where our focus is on route clearance, debris management and monitoring, and engineering support. DPW also supports several other emergency service functions as we perform mass movement, if needed, through the Division of Transportation, shelter preparation, and commodity distribution, again, if needed. Our engineering and operations staff actively participates in year-round trainings offered by the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency and the Federal Emergency Management Agency and other local and federal partners to ensure we are prepared in the unfortunate event of a natural disaster. Engineering and construction management is a vital part of our preparedness and recovery process. Our engineering team is responsible for performing preliminary and post-event damage assessments in the territory's infrastructure, such as roads, bridges, and government buildings. In addition to determining the level of damage, our engineers are tasked with verifying the structural safety of the territory's infrastructure, government buildings, and other resources. A report is then submitted to the governor to assist in the determination of whether the territory qualifies for federal assistance. Drainage. Every year, the department performs a stormwater drainage system assessment, including all major guts, culverts, and swales. Based on this assessment, a schedule is devised to have them cleared prior to the height of hurricane season. In addition, particularly in the St. Croix district, we use our newly acquired vacuum trucks to have areas in the historic district cleared as much as possible. It is important to note that most of the drainage system is plagued by collapsed and undersized culverts, massive debris accumulation, and other failures that require more than this annual maintenance. As of September, we can report that all major aspects of our stormwater drainage system have been assessed and scheduled for continuous cleaning and maintenance. Again, performed by both in-house staff and contractors. Far too many times, we are removing tires, appliances, furniture, abandoned vehicles, and other trash and debris that is severely detrimental to our stormwater system. I want to take this time to encourage the public to dispose of these items properly in our landfills and convenience centers. And please, if you see a person or business engaged in illegal dumping, report it to the authorities. Finally, we are working with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources to reapply for a gut maintenance permit to allow us to use heavy equipment in our guts for more long-term maintenance. We have learned from past mistakes that our earthen guts should not be completely grubbed, but rather allow for some vegetation to absorb water and hold infrastructure in place. We have several projects in both districts, either in design or expected to start within the next 6 months, that will address major repairs and reconstruction to the territory's stormwater drainage system. Sand distribution. DPW is also responsible for sand distribution, utilizing various sites and ensuring proper management of said sites. Upon BITEMA's authorization, all government agencies are responsible for sending their staff by appointment to fill bags for their respective agencies. In addition to the sand and bags, DPW provides the necessary tools for filling. Pre-filled sandbags are reserved for senior citizens and physically challenged individuals. We also partner with the VI Fire and Emergency Services to stage sand and sandbags We also partner with the VI Fire and Emergency Services to stage sand and sandbags for distribution prior to any impending weather. At these locations, our dedicated firefighters and DPW staff assist residents with filling sandbags for personal use. Private residents are capped at 6 sandbags per household, and government agencies receive 24 sandbags per department per district. Of course, this cap is adjusted for larger departments with more facilities. Route clearance. Removing debris from all roadways in the territory is a DPW responsibility. This is carried out in accordance with priority routes and locations that have been identified by DPW and by TEMA. Said routes are subject to change as needed. However, priority is given to the territory's hospitals, ports, and other critical facilities. Route clearance involves pushing the debris off the roadways, and debris removal is collecting the debris from the roadside and transporting it to approved debris management sites. All aspects of the debris operation are completed following local and federal regulations. Both districts have pre-approved contractors and in-house personnel assigned to certain sectors for immediate reconnaissance once an all-clear is issued. Equipment is typically pre-positioned to allow for rapid response and expedited route clearance, especially for priority routes and critical facilities. Infrastructure restoration. In preparation for the 2023 hurricane season, DPW has established the following protocol and preparation measures. 1. All DPW operations personnel, along with all roadside contractors, are assigned to specific locations throughout the territory with a mandate to address all emergency agencies and locations first. When possible, we meet 72 hours before the impending natural disaster to review all assignments, sectors, and protocols. 2. Once a presidential declaration has been made, emergency contractors join the process of roadside clearing and debris removal. They also address all high priority locations first, which include all hospitals, fire departments, police stations, and other critical facilities throughout the territory. Emergency contracts. DPW has contractors for the following: emergency roadside clearance, emergency debris removal, emergency debris monitors, and emergency roof repairs. And DPW emergency generator service and maintenance. And finally, engineering staff are assigned to inspect public buildings and bridges and highways based on priority locations. Based on the level of damage, structural integrity, and priorities, contractors and in-house staff can be engaged to minimize and mitigate further damage and loss of property. Comprehensive reports are developed to be shared with both federal and local partners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and we stand ready and willing to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. As a matter of fact, thank all of you for your testimony and for being here to represent your respective agencies. I want to truly applaud the VIPD and fire leadership today for your presence and presentation, because today it is clear of what I've been asking regarding presentation, that although the invitation may go out to the agency head, it doesn't mean that the agency head needs to be here. This is an operational issue that we're dealing with, and so I'm grateful to see that the chiefs, the respective chiefs, are here who deals with operations. The agency head deal with all the paperwork, but we want to make sure that we are able to speak with the operators so that we could know what's going on. So before I open up the floor as well, I had to step out a minute. I know Director Joshin, you were bragging about these sandbags you brought in here, but sadly those aren't the sandbags that I was looking for. The conversation that we had was regarding going back to those that we had before that was more sustainable for what we use them for. And I know that the sandbags ain't to stop or sop up the water, but rather to channel water elsewhere. So I'm not sure if in your presentation you showed those bags, but I did hear the Commissioner of Public Works speak to sandbag distribution. Commissioner Public Works, what about strategically placing resources that you would need in areas where we know may have the potential for flooding or some kind of road blockage or something? Are you staging like backhoes and heavy equipment in certain areas so that if a main thoroughfare is blocked off and we can't drive there, would we have equipment strategically placed in different areas of the island? Just use east-west.
Yes, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Yes, Senator, I did mention that in my testimony. We do pre-stage heavy equipment and other resources. In the event of a storm, we actually send a lot of our employees home with, whether it be chainsaws or other mechanisms and equipment so that they can respond, particularly in their area. And then, of course, we work with the priority routes and onward.
Okay, thanks. And I'm sorry, I thought the VA Fire Service had provided their testimony, so I yield. Assistant Director, my apologies. You may proceed with your testimony. Just make sure you pull the mic close to you.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
I wouldn't have, I would have been okay without it, but go ahead.
You would have been okay without what?
Without having to read my testimony.
No, but that's what you hear.
Yeah, but let's go. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Kenneth L. Gittins, other members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, the listening and viewing audience. I am Antonio Stevens, the Assistant Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. I appear before you today to testify on the readiness and on other matters related to the 2023 hurricane season. Accompanying me was Mr. Lyle Evelyn, the Assistant Director of EMS, Mr. Chief Clarence Stevenson, the Fire Chief of the St. Thomas St. John District, Clibert Titus, Fire Chief of the St. Croix District, Victor Adams, Fire Chief, St. Thomas District for EMS, and Ms. Barbara Brown, Director of Human Resources and Payroll. VIFMS is a first responder agency providing an all-hazard emergency response to fires, hazmat threats, natural and manufactured disasters, entrapments, and medical emergencies. The agency operates and responds from 10 stations throughout the territory and utilizes 3 other facilities as EMS bases. With the strategic positioning of vehicles, equipment, and approximately 80 EMS providers at all levels of training, the agency can have life-saving care on the scene within 5 to 10 minutes. This was a previously unmet goal in the territory. However, we have worked to achieve and maintain these target response times as a singular, multiple discipline organization. We stand ready to support the territory during the hurricane season. If a storm watch or warning is issued, the agency will take the steps necessary to secure our facilities and equipment and ensure each station is adequately staffed. Given its unique situation, additional measures will be taken on St. John. We will position other personnel on the island if ferry services are suspended. Once the port is closed, the Star of Life ambulance boat will cease transporting patients and be secured. Personnel assigned to the Cruise Bay Fire Station will be temporarily relocated to the Westin Resort. EMS crews will remain in the Morris de Castro Clinic as that facility is structurally sound and is suitable for our staff to shelter. During hurricanes or tropical storms, we will maintain a safe work environment for our employees and provide essential medical services to the public if conditions do not endanger the responders' safety. After a hurricane or tropical storm, agency personnel will be prepared to respond to emergencies and support recovery efforts. In the St. Thomas St. John District, 4 operational ambulances will be available to respond, and if necessary, an additional 3 ambulances can be deployed. The Star of Life ambulance boat or its replacement will also resume transporting patients from St. John to St. Thomas once the U.S. Coast Guard reopens the port. To maintain effective and efficient operations, the agency will utilize information found on our emergency locator forms to check on personnel and arrange transportation to and from if necessary. As in the past, arrangements may also be made with local ferry companies and the U.S. Coast Guard to transport employees relieving personnel assigned to St. John. On St. Croix, ambulances will continue operating from the Richmond Fire Station, the Frederiksted Fire Station, and the Mid-Island EMS base in the Cottage area. Both districts will have an adequate amount of medications and medical supplies to sustain operations for up to 2 weeks. Firefighters in the suppression unit will resume emergency response operations and assist with recovery-related activities such as removing debris. This concludes my testimony today. Our team and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Assistant Director. At this time, we'll open up the floor to colleagues, but just before we do that, we'll take a 3-minute recess. 3 minutes, literally, okay?
All right.
The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, September 12th is back on record. Again, thank you for your testimonies. Earlier, I did say yesterday we just had the 22nd anniversary of the 9/11 terror attacks on the U.S., and we continue to salute and recognize those individuals who answered the call of duty, and especially those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice to include their families. And at this time, I also want to thank you all here locally for all that you do to continue keeping our people safe. So thank you for that. At this time, we'll start our round of questions, 5 minutes, and we'll begin with Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, viewing and listening audience. Director Johnson, I want to start out with you, and I want to ask you about the sirens. Are all the sirens operable now? And if not, what's the status, and how many are not in position to be operable?
Please recognize the testifiers, Mike.
33 out of the 44 sirens operational.
Okay, that's good to know, because I think the last time you came here, you had some issues with a couple of them. So 33 out of 34, where's the one? Did you say 33 out of 34?
33 out of 44.
33 out of 44.
Yeah.
Man, you are making me feel so good. So help me out with the status on those that are not operating, and where are they located?
Senator, we have right now on the island of St. Croix, we have a purchase order also to go in place in order to fix the ones on St. Croix. But if you want specifics on that, let me see if I can pull that up right now.
And so we could stay succinct with the senator's question is, where's the 10 that's not operable?
I would say we have 6 on St. Croix, we have 4 on St. Thomas, and 1 on St. John.
11, the locations. Or at the appropriate time, so that the senator can move on, just submit to us the locations of all sirens and depicting where those are not working.
Mr. Chair, I can move on to
Yes.
police department was he look for that information, so I come right back to you. I want to ask the Department of Public Safety about these drones, how effective they are, and what are other mission you will be planning to utilize them. You don't have to give me a full detail. I'm tickled all the time with these motorcycles on the road, and I think your drone could help you.
Yes, Senator, good question. In regards to the drones and the drone program, that's going to help us tremendously when it comes to after the storm, with observations as to how much damage we sustain, and also clearing roads if necessary, and also to find search and rescue efforts as well. It has helped us tremendously here in the territory with our search and rescue efforts on land and on sea, more especially, and we plan on using it on different missions as well.
And then help me a little bit, give me some more information about your marine unit and the assets, what new assets have you have put in your fleet, and how it's going to assist us, because I think your fleet was pretty much depleted, if I'm right to say.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, at this time, through our grants program, Stone Garden, we were able to purchase a brand new 39-foot Renegade, which was recently brought to the St. Croix district. At this time, the funding has been moving forward for the Renegade that's going to be outfitted for the St. Thomas, St. John district as well. And the commissioner, along with the Congress leader, has helped us with another 3 vessels that will be coming to the territory shortly.
So what's the total amount of vessels you guys are seeking at this time for the territory and district? How many vehicles per district?
So there's going to be a brand new, 3 brand new vessels coming in, which will be on the St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John district. That's the one with the last grant that we've been doing. Our second will be the 39-foot Renegade that will be on the St. Thomas district. And then we have a Renegade here on the St. Croix district. So we will have 2 Renegades on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and 3 Midnight Expresses throughout the territory.
You think that's sufficient equipment for your Marine unit, or you think you should be uplifting that?
We could always take more.
Okay.
And we won't say no.
Definitely, I really hope to see that unit put back in place, because we're pretty much responsible for our own border.
Yes.
And if we don't have the proper equipment, it's a field day.
Yes, sir.
And we're very close to the south.
We are.
So,
especially on St. Croix.
Especially on St. Croix. So we're talking about a lot of trafficking throughout our waters, and we need to have our equipment. And I think you guys should go right ahead and start asking for more, supplies, especially in the Marine unit. All right. So
Yes,
I appreciate hearing that, and I hope that you could utilize those drones for other services in this territory. I understand, and I'm going offline here a bit. You guys speak about not being able to chase these folks with these motorcycle and not having helmet, not having license or any stuff like that. And I think these drones can help you to have information for when you go to court. And you guys just got to stage your operation and utilize your equipment to best fit you. But we definitely need to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Director Josh, you want to go ahead?
Yes, sir. This is, again, we test our sirens every month, the 3rd Thursday of the month, and these are the results, I would say. And I'll start with the easiest one, which is the island of St. John. We have 7 sirens there. The only one that's not working, and it's happened for several months now, Roman Hill, Rock Hill Road. That's the one on St. John. Over on St. Thomas, we have the following ones that do not work, and a total of 5 of those. We have the Cara Beach Resort, the airport. That one's been out since day 1. We have a repair plan for that also. The second one is over by Red Hook, the terminal there. The third one is at Magens Bay Beach. The fourth one's at Eden Bay Library. And the fifth one's at Bordeaux Fire Station. Thank you.
Yeah.
Library.
Library.
Yes. And then the worst area is the one on
Edith Bar Library.
Ninba.
Yeah.
And the worst one, again, I emphasize, we have a contract already set up to repair these, but the ones we have concerns with at Canagata Ballpark, Divvy Carina Bay Resort, Spratt Hall itself, Arthur Richards School, Cotton Valley Fire Station, and Richmond down by Wapa.
So how much you guys think, right? 6?
Yes.
So then our number, okay, so our number's gone up to 12 now.
Well, yeah, I have
because we got 6, 5, and 1.
The raw data, yes, sir.
Yeah. And these piece of equipment was just recently put in place. So the contractor that put them in place, he's still responsible, and he's the person who will have to repair them at least at no cost to you if these were all new.
Incorrect, Senator. What was done, the assessment in 2017 to repair those from the hurricanes Irma, Maria, that's what was addressed. Now, since 2017 today, there's been additional damage that occurred or things that have decayed over that time frame because they're exposed to the saltwater environment we have forward. So again, we have $100,000 right now ready to go to fix the ones on St. Croix. So that's a step forward. The ones on St. Thomas, we have some work already being done to come in the next couple of weeks to repair those on St. Thomas. And in the St. John one, we have to figure out how to get that one fixed. A lot of it has to do with also how do you do the fault isolation to determine the root cause for that. So we can spend lots of time talking about it. Director de Blasio has been very experienced on all of these. But to answer your question, the repairs that were done were per the contract that were identified back in the repair for the public assistance project on both St. Thomas and St. John District.
Mr. Chair, if I just continue on this line of question, because I'm trying to understand this.
Are you waiting for permission or no?
Man, I just roll in.
You may conclude here.
Thank you. What I'm trying to understand is I might just be wrong, and I need your correction. All of these sirens that we have right now, aren't they newly installed sirens? And if they are, what date was they installed? And why are they not on warranty for some of these defects?
All right, so let's say there's 20 components per siren, just for example. When they were assessed, let's say 10 were identified to be damaged. That's what was repaired for each one of those. So not all 20 components. It was not across the board replacing. The one thing that was replaced, all the wooden poles were replaced with the steel galvanized dip poles. So those are 100% replaced. There are other components that weren't replaced at the time were deemed doable or workable. Now that we've gone through, we've tested these every single month and consistently go back to the vendor and talk about the root cause of these. Some of these have been repaired. They were simple discussions involving the batteries and the solar panels, but there's still gaps that are there, and that's why we recognize these gaps and we want to get them repaired. Chief of Staff Knight and Governor have supported this, and we're moving forward to repair those.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And before I move to the next senator, which will be Senator at Large Bulkheads, you stated when you were given the breakdown of the sirens, the one on, I believe, by the airport, and your words that it was down from day one. What's day one?
Basically, since the storms, it has a siren head that has to go on it, and the head has not been put on yet.
So how long has this been?
Since September 2017.
How much longer would it take to address that?
AD de Blasio, because you have more details on that one.
Yes, and I would like to clarify one point, that the repairs that were done to the sirens, as Director Johnson said, they all got brand new poles. So the wooden poles came out, the hot dip galvanized steel poles went in, but it was only eligible damages from the storms that FEMA authorized us to repair. Those repairs have all been done. The airport site on St. Thomas is a good example where the pole was still up after the storm. The siren head was still on it after the storm. So when it was assessed, it didn't need a siren head. It didn't need anything other than a new pole. When the contractors showed up, the pole, the siren head, everything was gone. So that was not something that was written up in the FEMA project to repair the Irma Maria damages. That is why that, to this day, is still not done. However, we do have a new, not a new head, but a used head, siren head, sitting in St. Thomas right now that the contractors, as the director said, will be back out to install that on the new steel pole. So the reason why we have these discrepancies in what's working and what's not, it was all about the eligibility of the damages. FEMA was not going to pay for any damages that pre-existed or any damages that occurred since the storms.
So I don't think you provided me any clarity there. Okay. If anything, you might have more confused me. So when you say that the pole, the head, everything was gone, gone where?
Sir, there must have been some construction in the area. I cannot answer that. I seek assistance from Port Authority and others who may have known what happened. For some reason, someone removed the pole and the siren head, the entire assembly. So that was not included in the FEMA project to repair the sirens.
See, so I was hoping that you were going to say, when you say it was gone, meaning that it's not working somehow, but you're talking about physically gone.
Yes, sir.
So how does a whole siren disappear? At what point did you realize that the siren was gone?
When the contractors went to do the work. Now, this is a couple of years following Irma Maria.
So follow me. I don't want the long-winded version.
Okay.
At what point? So 2017 hurricanes came. That is thereafter that you all started the assessment. From that point to when did you realize that this whole siren has somehow disappeared?
The contract was awarded and began in 2020 to start the repairs. So 3 years had elapsed from the time that the pole was there to when we went to repair it, and it was gone. Sir.
I'm going to just say this and move to the next senator. Mm-hmm. We got to do better than this. A whole siren gone. Senator Bulkheads, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that they were stealing copper for a while, so some of those sirens may have had copper in them, who knows. But good afternoon, Mr. Chair, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, and what I would consider the hurricane emergency response or leadership team headed out by Tima. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I want to start off with Vaitima, and I want to know how are you ensuring the timely deployment of resources for the island of St. John, particularly preempting any port closure that may hinder that?
Senator Balkus, Director Johnson, thank you for the question. So Vaitima works very closely with the U.S. Coast Guard Sector San Juan, and just like we did for Hurricane Lee, prior to the storm, we have daily coordinating meetings with them. They publish an official document called the Maritime Safety Information Bulletin, and it goes through port conditions starting at X-ray all the way down to Zulu, based upon the weather projections going forward. So last week we went from Whiskey to X-ray, but it did not close the port. So we watch very, very closely for that. A lot depends upon the hurricane conditions or weather conditions that will close sooner or later. And of course, opening the ports, we work very closely with them to open the ports up, sir. So coordination with the U.S. Coast Guard and the Maritime Safety Information Bulletin meetings.
Thank you, Director Joshin. And I realize that also in your testimony, there was an indication of a shelter that will house 140. And I understand that you may have went into a MOU concerning that facility. And could you tell me at what hurricane rating is that MOU under?
That's a hurricane rating, I believe it's up to level 3. Anything beyond that, we would not open that shelter up, and it was based upon agreement with the particular location and the Department of Human Services.
Is there any effort to try to revise that MOU to go up to at least Category 5?
For that particular location, I would say, Senator, that would not be feasible without having a engineering site assessment.
Okay, well, try to get that done if you can. You know, at 3, I'm happy for that, but you know, we want 5. You mentioned your IMATS, which is the Incident Management Assistant Team in response to credible threats. Can you elaborate on the specific actions and coordination that takes place with those IMATs during these situations? Really shortly, please.
Sure. Basically, FEMA deploys that down, and like last week, they had the IMAT team on Puerto Rico, IMAT team on Virgin Islands. They deploy resources into island of St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. We basically make sure they get in and put in place prior to the closure of any airports or seaports, and then we start our coordination efforts. We set a rhythm up. We set up objectives and goals for the storms. We start setting up meetings and adjustments as far as making sure the rhythm is set up for the gradual migration from a pre-storm to an event to a post-event.
Thank you, Director Joshin. And are you aware that ARPA funds have been expanded to include the use of emergency response management, even in hurricane situations? Has Vaitima figured out what efforts they're going to make in response to this expansion pertinent to preparations for this hurricane season?
I would say, Senator, we used ARPA funds through Governor Bryan's leadership to purchase the 10 100 kilowatt generators that Vaitima has, 4 in St. Croix, 4 in St. Thomas, and 2 in St. John. Additional ARPA funds, we've not been identified as far as what we'll do with that yet, but I will check into that and see if we can use those funds for future emergency management activities.
Okay. Excellent, thank you. And I'll switch over because I don't want to look like I'm beating you up. I want to switch over to VIPD, and I want to say a special good afternoon to Deputy Chief Brown, one of the people that I grew up with on St. John, you know, career officer. I would say a man who has taught me morals and values, and I want to say good afternoon to him. And I wanted to switch over to VIPD concerning your ESF 13 emergency support function. Could you explain the role of the VIPD in that function during a hurricane disaster?
So the ESF 13 function, we meet monthly, but once we enter a hurricane season, we meet on a weekly basis. This function, we tie in with all our key partners such as Department of Public Works, Vaitima, Fire, and all the human services and so forth, some of them that you see here today. Once we get into that mode, we start with our planning and so forth. Once we get our planning in place,
Time.
we effectively enact those plans once there's a disaster.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, may I have just one quick wrap-up question?
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is for Human Services. Can you describe the primary congregate evacuation shelter locations for St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, including their capacities and special considerations, such as pets or quarantine rooms in the event that someone has COVID or some sort of infectious disease?
Yes, good afternoon. Deputy Commissioner Tricoci, Department of Human Services. Thank you for the question, Senator, and I will go through I'll go through by island, each of the congregate shelters for you, sir. On St. Croix, we have the St. Croix Educational Complex. It has a total capacity of 2,034. The gym bleachers out seating is 800. The gymnasium court floor is 248. Cafeteria will hold 236, and the auditorium fixed seating is 750. There's also a quarantine room there with a capacity of 16, and it is the approved pelt shelter location for St. Croix. In addition, our secondary shelter is the DC Canegata Community Shelter with a capacity of 161, and it has a quarantine room set up for 8 individuals. In St. Thomas, the Lockhart Elementary and Junior High School cafeteria has a capacity of 248. It can also expand to selected classrooms if needed. It is also the approved pet shelter for St. Thomas. Ivana Udorakin High School has a total capacity of 460, utilizing the gymnasium. It also has wheelchair access to the rear of the building to accommodate those individuals. And on St. John, we're looking at the Adrian Senior Center, which has a capacity of 15, and we just spoke recently on the possibility of the second shelter in St. John, which we're still currently working on an MOA. That has a capacity of 140.
And for infectious diseases for St. Thomas and St. John? Meaning quarantine rooms.
I do not have that information with me, but I can get it to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. And if that information is forwarded to you, if the committee can please have a copy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Director Josh, and one thing I wish I had asked you to do in advance was to do like a PowerPoint visual on the location. But what I will ask, I know that you and your team have been, I've been hearing your PSAs, your public service announcements, so congratulations on that. But what I want to encourage you all to do is to have people visualize where these shelters are located by district, so that it could become second nature, that they know where to go in the event of an emergency.
Yes, Senator. I think that the challenge, though, is each event will determine what shelters we can open up. Just because we've identified and approved them does not mean they're going to open up. Again, it goes back to Governor Bryan making that decision, but we will continually announce which ones are approved.
Well, let me stop you there, and I continuously tell you all, even from being in the thing, and this isn't about Governor Bryan himself, but the governor, period. The person, the director of Vitima is there. Once the governor declares the state of emergency, you're the person that the governor relies on. The governor doesn't tell you which shelter in particular to open up. You're the one that's on the ground, that knows the information with all your operators here as to which shelter you will be opening. So I'm just saying, if I'm living in Frederickstead and I know that Claudio is one and would be closest to me, I mean, that will be in my head, but not trying to figure out during an emergency, where should I go? So I'm pretty sure that you have some solid areas that you can let the community know where these potential shelters will be.
Yes, Senator.
So that's what I'm talking about. Things are subject to change. I understand that. All right. Next up, Senator Senator Fonseca, Vice Chair, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good afternoon and a special welcome to all the distinguished testifiers here today. This is a very important meeting, The other night, I went to sleep, about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, I heard this boogadoo, 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 like a big shake. Next thing you hear, they had some kind of earthquake or something to the north, I think by Tatola, like a 4.8. And these things are serious. The earthquakes in particular come without warning, Right now with Morocco, that's in Africa. Morocco is in Africa. They had an earthquake, about 2,000 people died. And of course, we had that big fire in Maui, Hawaii. So, these things are terrible. Director Joshin, it's my understanding that in addition to the Virgin Islands, we're in a hurricane zone. I understand we're also in a seismic 4 or something like that. We're in the same zone like California for earthquake. Is that correct?
This is Director Josh, and thank you for the question, Senator. We actually are on a plate. It's called the Puerto Rico plate, and that basically connects into the North American plate, if you will. So you have 2 plates, and so the Lesser Antilles around that edge is where the plate goes from the Puerto Rico Trench all the way down outer edges of the Antilles chain. So we do have a very active seismic zone. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I wanted to bring that to the attention. So my question with that is that I know we have a lot of practice and you guys are skilled and experienced with the hurricanes, but those shelters that Miguel, that you just identified for the senator from St. John, are those shelters, do they also meet the earthquake seismic requirements to protect us? Because if an earthquake come, we want to make sure we got a shelter that is going to be up after the earthquake. So do you check them for seismic requirements as well?
I cannot sit. Good afternoon,
Human
Deputy
Services?
Deputy Commissioner.
Or Darrell, anyone can answer.
Senator Director Josh, and most of the post-event seismic events will be after the event to see what was standing. Because it's a no-notice event, you don't really have that. And I can tell you from what Puerto Rico went through with their earthquakes and similar building conditions, we have not necessarily certified anything that's going to be built. I can tell you going forward, like the new Vitima building in Herman Hill is going to be built in 2025. That is based upon seismic validation, and that's what we're designing it against. So to answer your question, sir, I would say none of the ones we've looked at that are currently shelters have been validated to be going to for a seismic event.
2 minutes.
Okay, so you just mentioned, well, testimony was just received at Educational Complex, St. Quaker House, 2034, and Lockwood Elementary, 248, and Adrian Senior in St. John, 15. You're telling me that those have not been evaluated for the seismic earthquake events as far as evacuation shelter after an earthquake, or please clarify.
Yes, sir, that's correct. From a post-event standpoint, and Commissioner Gabriel can help me out if he needs to, you need to have structural engineers evaluate that, especially if it's in an earthquake zone. If we had an earthquake on St. Thomas potentially, and St. Croix was unaffected, we can potentially move individuals from St. Thomas to St. Croix that wasn't impacted. But structural engineering, designing those buildings specifically for earthquake protection is very involved. And I can only tell you future buildings will have understanding of code for seismic protection.
Okay, thank you very much. And I see Mr. Gabriel of Public Works is agreeing with you. Real quickly, I wanted to go to fire. You made a statement that once the U.S. Coast Guards close the port, the ambulance boat, the Star of Life is parked up. Suppose there's someone on St. John critically ill and they need to be transported out. Explain to me the process since the boat is parked up. What would happen? How would that person be evacuated? Fire. Mr. Chair, can you hold my time?
No, I can't.
One if you
Go ahead.
Assistant Director Antonio Stevens.
One other question, you could answer in the chair's time. I wanted to quickly get into Derogero for Public Works. Quickly, the report to determine if the Virgin Islands qualify for federal assistance. What all goes into that report and how long does it take to be prepared? And thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. So our engineering staff typically does assessments for all our key infrastructure. We compare it to our pre-storm assessments and determinations, and we provide those to the governor. So we look at our critical government buildings. We actually look at all government buildings, but we start with our critical facilities, our bridges, of course, our highways. And based on those damage assessments, we provide a report to the governor that he uses with FEMA and, of course, VITEMA to support that federal assistance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Fonseca. Deputy Commissioner Chikochi, I think you testified in your testimony on, somewhere in your testimony, you spoke about a private facility being set up for your shelter?
Yes, sir.
Is there MOU in place currently?
Deputy Commissioner Chikochi, DHS. That MOA is almost, I would say, ratified and almost completed.
My good friend and schoolmate, do we realize that we're in the middle of hurricane season right now? How much longer is it going to take for this?
We're probably looking at a couple of days, Senator. That process has been ongoing, and we just needed approval from the actual school and the school board to go over it.
And I'm asking this because this is needed like yesterday, because the other one, I believe, is the Adrian shelter, could only hold maybe 15 people. By the time the volunteers fill in there ain't no room for nobody else to go in. So we need to pay some close attention to St. John. Somebody please tell me.
So, Senator, as an update, sorry, sir, is that it was approved by the board for the school, and it has been signed off by our agency. And I can't give an update if it's been signed off by all the agencies, but we are just about finalized with it. If
Senator Director Johnson, so three signatures are required on that document. The one is the school itself, it's been done. The second is the Commissioner of Department of Human Services has been done. The last is property and procurement. Once that's done, then it gets validated, and the next step is the purchase order has already been cut, which is a reservation we're going to do to provide them a check, which should happen by the end of this week. So we're 99.9% done. Everything on the school side is done. It's now part of the administrative piece within the government, the Virgin Islands, that finished that up. So this is really a good news story. But we've been working on this for, gosh, I want to say about 3 or 4 months directly. But really the board had to get together. The MOU, we went through about 4 iterations of that, and it's really at an agreeable point on both sides now, sir.
Some people at times they say you don't have to be so hard, but I have to at times. 99.9 at this point just ain't good enough for me. It needs to be 100 at this time. St. John has been crying out for far too long for this. And if we don't address it, we're going to continue to kick the can down the road. So hopefully, if based on what I gathered from you with the 3 signatures required, it sounds like the first 2 are completed, and we lack the signature of property and procurement, I ask you to make that a priority for you, not tomorrow, but this afternoon, to get that signature done and whatever else needs to be completed to make sure that this is in place. All right? Lee just missed us, thank God. So imagine had we needed it right now. We would not have been here sitting, and we needed it. So it needs to get done. Thank you so much. That was Senator Fonseca. Now, Senator President, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all of our first responders for your testimony here today, and thank you for all the work that you continue to do. When everyone else run from danger, our first responders have to run into danger. So on the behalf of this community, we are very grateful, and thank you for that. I wanted to ask you, Director Joshin, in respect to preparation of this hurricane season, how are we addressing, preparing our first responders for this high stress, anxiety time during this next several months, from June 1st to November 30th? What are we doing to prepare them psychologically and emotionally?
Thank you, Senator, for the question, Director Joshin. First of all, it goes back to training. As you know, training basically reinforces your skill sets, so we do lots of training exercises. Every year in the month of May, we have an exercise called Capstone Exercise, and it really goes through those key areas that we identified as deficiencies back in 2017. And it's really a combined effort between FEMA and VITEMA to talk about the territory becoming overwhelmed, like a category 3, 4, or 5, but we would respond to that. So it goes back to drills, meetings, rehearsals, identification of the gaps to make sure we understand roles and responsibilities. That's to the keys to going successful. We do have the weekly emergency support 5 function meetings. We get together physically at the EOCs, as well as the cabinet side of the House, and senior officials get together once a month to talk about what the all-hazard requirements are. So those are continued efforts that we do, along with some of the drills that go along place with this.
Thank you very much for that, but let's, again, not minimize the high level of stress and anxiety that these first responders go through during this time of the season. It's natural, and obviously we take for granted that they're going to be okay. But certainly we need to make sure that we're preparing their mental health during this time. You spoke about the tsunami warning signals, and I know that you had sirens, and I know that you explained that I think it was 32 of 44 is currently working. Can you speak to what technology is deployed or utilized in the absence of those workable operational sirens to make sure that individuals within those districts are actually will be notified of a situation?
Yes, Senator. As far as backup plans, if you will, first of all, you look at electronic mechanisms. You look at Alert VI system, which is mass message notification, which is subscription-based, no cost to individuals. You can sign up for that in English or Spanish and get the notifications. That's the first means. The second is you can use the integrated public alert warning system called iPod, which is not subscription-based. You immediately send out the information by district or by geosynchronous location that will give you an alert message going forward. I also work with VI police. We can use the bullhorns, the old school going back, get the information out. We can go to the radio station, get the information. Any means capable, we would get the information out, to include going door to door, knocking on that with fire, EMS, and police. If you have time to respond, we want to take every resource together to get the individuals identified and evacuated out of the area.
So in the meantime, while these apparatuses are not working, we continue to do our best to make sure that the information will get out, correct?
Yes, sir, and primarily it's the alert system that we use, and we test it every Thursday. We
2 minutes.
Text messages, WhatsApp, whatever it takes for people to be notified will work. In respect to the generators, are we satisfied that fuel and contracts and everything else is in place? If in fact we need to access these generators and refuel if necessary?
Senator Director Johnson, there are 77 facilities that I worry about that are called critical infrastructure, and we are now updating those and making sure that we have any gaps identified. for those, but the fueling contracts are in place, maintenance contracts are in place through property procurement. Additionally, FEMA has in a territory on St. Thomas and St. Croix some generators available that would be post-event, nothing prior to the event, but post-event going forward. And like I mentioned, my team does have 10 100 kilowatt generators to be put out if we need to based upon the government's desires and priorities.
Very well. Tag, Knox Limbacher, in respect to individuals, soldiers that will be a change of uniform and actually government employees, have you been able to glean what that number look like in respect to, it wouldn't be necessarily be force multipliers, they'll kind of be equalizers because they're all government employees, what that number looks like?
Good afternoon, Sarah. Thank you for that question, Major General Knoxamaker. It's about 52%. So we about 330 personnel of the 626 that are assigned will actually be able to show up. That takes into account those personnel who will stay with VI Fire, who will stay with VIPD, and who will stay with the hospitals because that's where they're needed.
Well, thank you. And my time has been called. Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up with this final question.
You sure may, sir.
Thank you. Well, actually, there's two of them. Air asset. Are you very concerned in respect to the level of or lack of air assets? I mean, we don't have anything. The closest is coming out of what? Miami, Florida, someplace?
The closest will come out of, thank you for the question, Senator. The closest will come out of Puerto Rico should the storm not be heading their direction. The reality is our EMAC partners and our maritime DISCA coordination is coming out of Florida and Norfolk, Virginia, which is Osprey's aircrafts. They have the ability to actually deploy forward, refuel, come in, bring in personnel as well as evac personnel prior to their landing craft, which arrives 9 days later.
Very well. I thought I heard you in your testimony was concerned about Puerto Rico as well in terms of their air assets.
It's exactly, Senator. Neither one of us have any fixed-wing aircraft, so that lacks the legs that actually takes you out of the territory and out of the way of the storm. And neither one of us have them, and that's why we've leveraged the Osprey aircraft from Norfolk.
Very well. And my final question, and I will ask each of you to at least the different first responders that's here today in respect to what challenges you may have. I mean, obviously you're prepared, you're briefed well in terms of what's available to you. What in your mind, what in your limited resources you believe present some challenges or a challenge for you as we move forward during this hurricane season? I'll appreciate your honesty on that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. Thank you. I just read some news that just threw me. Yes. So you may proceed to answer.
Director Joshua, if my team had answered the Senator's question regarding concerns or gaps, really mine is communication to the community. It's the number one concern I have. My agencies are strong, FEMA is strong. It's really making sure that we are not complacent, first of all. So when my teammate gets up and talks about tropical storm warnings, watches, taking action, if you're going to go to a shelter, make sure you're not waiting until the last minute. It's really the words to the community and make sure that they're trusting us and we put the word out to the community.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Senator. Assistant Director Antonio Stevens, Pan Virgin, Pan Emergency Medical Stuff. You hit the nail on the head when you talked about the mental preparedness of our employees. As resilient as they may be, we do realize that we have to take care of them mentally as well. And we've been doing a pretty good job of that as far as making sure that they get enough downtime and stuff like that. And, you know, when they ask for that time, give them that time until a situation actually comes up where we actually need to have them to work, especially during the hurricane season. The thing that concerns me right now is, I'm wondering why Senator Gittins hasn't brought this up as yet, but our Cotton Valley Fire Station, it cannot withstand anything above a hurricane, Category 1 hurricane. And so that keeps me up. It's in bad repair. Our guys are doing the best. We are doing the best to keep it up and running until we could get it completely replaced. And I would say one or two doors in the stations who, it's not that we haven't reached out to companies to try to get them fixed. It's just that those companies are taking their time getting to us for whatever reason.
Yes, sir. And then to wrap up the question from the Virgin Islands Guard, our biggest concern from a Department of Defense is always being late to need. So we lean very heavily forward and we deploy assets here to the territory very early because we understand from a Northern Command perspective, this is the most complex support requirement for a hurricane. I was in Florida during a hurricane there. They can stage all the equipment outside the state, roll them in, and everyone gets to evacuate by vehicle should they need. We don't get that opportunity. We have to make sure what we have, we can respond, and we have to pre-position early and then right out of the storm in facilities that are not created for Cat 4, Cat 5 storms. So we're victims and responders at the same time. That's our unique scenario that we're in. Thank you.
So true. Public Works?
Good afternoon, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. For me, it's our heavy equipment. I know particularly on St. John, I know we work over there with the National Guard to make sure we have heavy equipment pre-staged, particularly in Coral Bay, so that we can do road clearance. But it's our heavy equipment. I know right now we are in the process of repairing most of the units that are still have existing in our useful life. But it's really our heavy equipment.
All right. Thank you. DHS, you wanted to respond?
Yes, sir. Deputy Commissioner Chikochi, DHS. I would say one of our gaps is we have a wonderful volunteer support group. The agencies that support us, the American Red Cross, but with the width and breadth of what we do with pods, with shelter training, we can always use more volunteers from the private sector and from the public sector as well. So that can be a challenge at times.
Which in the last meeting that we had at Vitima, we did ask them to put out some PSAs for volunteers as well. So, VIPD, any input?
Yes, Senator. To also piggyback off of the General's last statement, manpower is also one of our issues. But, that goes without saying. We always stand ready to do what's necessary for our community. I don't know if my partner in crime here, the chief on the St. Thomas District, he might have something as well, but just manpower per se, sir.
But hopefully not in crime, but
not in crime, but fighting crime.
Well, no part of that.
Good afternoon. Basically, what the chief said, I think mental preparedness. We as law enforcement officers, we go to these hurricanes come and we have to be out there, making sure the officers' families are taken care of. I always remember for Maria, that was the issue. When the storm was over, we had to perform our duties, but at that point, even myself, I wanted to know if my family was okay. Yeah, I actually walked. I could say this on the platform. I walked from downtown to Red Hook, where I reside, to see if my home was okay. And when I found out my home was okay, that's when I started to perform my duties and actually went down with the National Guard Army, and we got some personnel and we handled our business and we did what we had to do. But making sure family is taken care of first is a priority for our officers.
So you walk back to town, or you got into a Humvee and went back?
I got into a Humvee and got back.
Okay. Now, thank you for that, Senate President, because that is so true. And the mental state of all these individuals who we expect to be superheroes at the time, oftentimes it appears that we forget them. Because even in the aftermath, as goods and supplies starts coming in and whatnot, all the military personnel, the police personnel, medical personnel, all the first responders are out there, people who have to be at the forefront, doing all the logistics, getting these goods to the pods, to the distribution site and whatnot. We got to stand there, man, and distribute and secure and do everything. And then it's only at the end you realize, oh, shucks, we didn't even get no goods and supplies for those who are responsible for all the things that I just said. So hopefully in the planning, we will always remember these individuals so that items can be secured for them and their families as well, because again, we're talking about the mental state. Imagine you being there and doing all this and you wonder, well, what about my family? How are they gonna be able to survive this as well? Before we move to the next Senator, I want to just, Mr. President, excuse me as I got this, ask for a moment of silence as I just got word of the passing of former Senator George E. Goodwin, who have served in this legislature at least 2 terms. I am pleased that this body, this sitting legislature, was just able to recognize him earlier this year through a resolution. So we were just notified by the Office of the Lieutenant Governor of his passing. So at this time, I just want to ask us to stand briefly for a moment of silence. Thank you. May he rest peacefully. He have certainly served this community well, and this community meaning not only St. Croix, but the Virgin Islands. At the appropriate time, I know the Senate President will make some official remarks or statements on this. At this time, we move to Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senate Minority Leader. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. My condolences go to the family of former Senator Goodwin. Right now, for me, this meeting isn't about the preparation of where everybody stands. This meeting is about we in the middle of it. September, the best month in the world and the worst month in the world is my birth month. But again, hurricane times and stuff. One major concern I have, well, you know, before you start, Commissioner Gabriel, to you and your staff and your team, thank you for fixing them Bavoni roads. Because, you know, hurricane season and they fix, hey, kudos to you. Thank you very much, man. Priceless. You know, when I worked during Hurricane Hugo and Maryland, I remember working 2 days straight without eating, without sleeping, just working to help people. And it's only because somebody said, well, hey, you know what time it is? And when they mentioned the time, I realized 2 days had passed and I didn't eat a thing, and I wasn't hungry. I was just in the mix. So for first responders, see, the military have it down to a science. The military give you a thing called an MRE that you walk with, so you have food in your pocket. So for VIPD, chiefs, do you have, or for fire, do you have ways to provide for food and drink for your employees on a 24-hour basis while they're working during hurricane time, and also a room that they could rest and get a little downtime off the road? Do you have that set up in your under the first responders, fire, EMS, VIFMs, VIPD?
For VIPD, Chief Philip here. Yes, we do. Basically, if a storm is approaching the island, basically we shop. We provide, we have our grills, we have different stuff. We provide for all the different areas, the zones, and we provide for ourselves. Then we have contracts, meals for different entities that will provide meals for the officers during the duration of our time.
Okay, good. Thank you. For fire?
Good afternoon, Senator. Assistant Director Antonio Stevens. Yes, basically it's the same thing. Not cooking for ourselves per se, but we have contracts in place we have a few kitchens that would cook for us and make sure that we are taken care of.
Okay, thank you for that. Major General Limbacher, is there funding available for your God's men and women when they come out to work prior to, let's say in the preparation for a hurricane, they come out and provide services to assist VIPD or to assist anyone. Is there funding for them to get paid prior to the actual emergency?
Good afternoon, Senator John Osterbecker. If I understand your question, you're asking if there's funding that's allocated for the territory active duty for that period of time. And if that's the question, it's no, it's not normally allocated. We're currently created a line of accounting for FY24, and then we'll look to that funding to be aligned.
2 minutes.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure because I know God members have come out and work emergency, outside emergency, and a lot of times they don't get paid. So I want to make sure that takes place. Now, Commissioner Gabriel, you deal with the actual distribution of the sandbags.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I know. Okay, so is there sand presently? You have sand and sandbags. So explain how that works. Do you fill the bags for the individuals, or they have to come and do it themselves?
So, Senator, that's actually a great question. It's a combination.
Okay.
So we do during just before hurricane season and throughout, we typically do pre-filled sandbags, and we use those for the senior citizens, our disabled community, and we do some deliveries there. We also do what is called, upon VITEMA authorizing us, we do blue sky distribution, which is where we actually have when no impending weather is coming.
Okay.
We use some of those, and our residents pick them up, and our residents can get them. And then we also do at the fire stations, we have sand where the firefighters as well as our employees assist our residents to fill sandbags as well.
All right, thank you for that very much. Deputy Commissioner Tricoci, I want to give kudos to the young lady that we have over here, Ms. Henry, in regards to the senior registry. She does a human job, a powerful job by herself. No, I don't want to put it by herself to get her in any trouble. But every meeting I attend with VITEMA and stuff regarding it, she is there and she brings positive information. So, Ms. Henry, could you explain to the people how do they go about to register for the senior registry, please?
Time.
Good afternoon, Yvette Henry, Department
Good
of
afternoon.
Human Services. Thank you for the question. From time to time, the Department of Human Services, in conjunction with other government entities, we have outreach whereby the seniors, and we just had 2 such outreaches, one on St. Thomas, one on St. Croix, through the governor's office and the ADA coordinator. Individuals are given invitation to come so that they can receive services. And we then ask them to sign up, researching if they have signed up before. If they have not, we put them on the registry, to which I do that, sir.
I thank you very much and continue doing what you're doing. Mr. Chair, if I could wrap up.
You may, Mr. Minority Leader.
Okay, thank you. And Director Joshin, again, to everyone, thank you for all you do, because again, it's priceless. We're not getting prepared for hurricane season. We are in hurricane season. So in regards to that, Director Joshin, what are your numbers for the senior registry? I remember we had an issue one time where Human Services had one set of numbers and you had one set of numbers. Do we have the same numbers for the senior registry?
Senator Director Joshson, I'll ask Miguel Turochi to go ahead and give those numbers again.
Okay, good.
Deputy Commissioner Tricoci, Department of Human Services. Senator, there are currently 889 individuals listed on the registry, 295 on St. Croix, 496 on St. Thomas, and 98 on St. John.
Okay, thank you for that, sir. But I know that's Human Services numbers. I don't have an issue with Human Services numbers. I remember in the meeting we had last time, Director, VITEMA had a different set of numbers. So I just wanted to make sure that connection is there while we're in hurricane season. So, Director, do you have any information regarding the numbers that Vitima has?
Senator,
presently?
that information was validated since we last met, and Ms. Henry can give you details on that. So we're tracking the same numbers, the same, in fact, there's a SharePoint database which Department of Human Services provides access to Vitima to be able to pull down that information, sir.
That's very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And just before we take a quick break for media, Deputy Commissioner Tricoci, you said 298 for St. Croix?
295 for St. Croix.
295?
Yes, sir.
I think you're missing one. The good senator waving his senior card over here. But that's just for a light moment. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety needs to take a 5-minute recess to reset some stuff in media. We break for 5 minutes. It's now 4:20.
When you try to leave, I don't know what to do.
The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, September 12th, 2023 is back on record. Commissioner Gabriel, are you ready? You good?
Yes.
Just messing with you. So I think the Senate Minority Leader might have hit something there when he was speaking, and we heard a response from a lot of the testifiers. I think the Senate President wanted to add something to that. You wanted to be recognized, Mr. President? Regarding, remember the Minority Leader was talking about the military always stand ready. They have MREs, I think they're called meals ready to eat. And so all the other agencies were breaking down how they take care of their employees, but I think the good president had something he wanted to add.
Yeah, I guess I wanted back in our days. I certainly want to say that we had Doris Joseph, which is Senator Gittins' mom. You know, she was the one that would prepare all the meals once a hurricane was imminent. You know, she went out and prepared the chicken and rice or whatever, and was able to provide for you know, the officers. I mean, you're talking about dozens and dozens of officers at any given time. You know, those days have long gone. But nonetheless, back in the days, that's really how the meals were provided for the officers. Now we're able to have contracts in place and get that food support. Or I know before I left the police department, we had a designated KP, a kitchen police, that really prepared some of the meals for the officers. But that mindset is definitely important, that, you know, individuals want to know that they'll have a hot meal at some given time, you know, during the emergency, and just being able to break bread together to provide some sense of calm and deal with the psychological mindset of those individuals in anticipation or in the aftermath of the storms. So thank you very much to your mom, Senator Gittins, for all the work that she did back then to provide meals for our officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So that said, we are a resilient community. We always say that, but we got to say it and mean it, because we take care of each other. While I sat here and the question was asked, the first thing I thought about was, well, for St. Croix, for sure, Chicken Shack always come to save us. But the Senate President quickly reminded me, yeah, you forget, before Chicken Shack, your mother's kitchen was the kitchen for VIPD, which was a fact. You know, and once 911 call and say a package is ready to be picked up, all cars headed that way to pick up the meal. So I say that to say that we still have a resilient community, that I'm pretty sure that once we network with various individuals and organizations, that our first responders would be taken care of, for sure. So we talk about the mental state of our first responders, even those at the hospitals that can't leave to go anywhere. We need to make sure they don't have a representation here, but then again, the representation is through Vitima. But I'm asking you not to forget those individuals there at our respective hospitals either. Senator Francis Heiliger, are you on with us still?
Yes, I am. I was waiting my turn. I'm here.
Wow, okay. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. My first set of questions have to do with the numbers when it comes to human services, when they spoke about the seniors in the list. How many of those specific seniors actually receive the messages? Because I looked when I was listening to the testimony and I was reading it, they had the seniors getting notifications. Do you guys verify how many of them actually receive them? Do you do any follow-up to make sure that they are getting the messages and notifications? Human services?
Good afternoon, Yvette Henry, Department of Human Services. This past summer, we had our summer interns literally calling all 800 plus individuals, making sure that the numbers did apply to the names and also making sure that persons have not passed on, to which we would have then redacted their names and all else from the listing. So yes, we have done follow-up to make sure that they are getting the calls and the texts as they apply to the mass text from Vitima. Thank you.
Excellent. I am very happy to hear that. I want to ask a question now as it relates to public works. As you know, one of my biggest things is these storm drains, the drainage in our territory. What is your maintenance and continuous maintenance? Because you know, if these things are not cleared during, especially the hurricanes, it's like rivers flowing throughout the Virgin Islands. What's your plan there, and what have you been doing to make sure they're cleared?
Good afternoon, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. So as I mentioned in my testimony, Senator, we do have 2 newly acquired vacuum trucks, and we've been using those primarily in the historic districts. So in St. Thomas, just a few weeks ago, we worked with our crew as well as waste management to clear out that major, that area that's always clogged in the area of, the Department of Labor's headquarters. And in St. Croix, we tried to do some preemptive clearing and cleaning out, particularly in the Frederickstead town. We do use not only our vacuum trucks, but also shovels by hand, any means that we can. And then, as I said, we do have a few projects that we're hoping to kick off in 24 to address our stormwater drainage in both districts.
As it relates to the police department, I know one of the things that, and this is also with the Adjutant General's office, when you spoke specifically as it relates to the numbers of individuals that are between the islands, I think when the Adjutant General spoke with his testimony, he spoke about them being equally divided between the District of St. Thomas and St. Croix. I want to know, how do you guys manage that when it comes with hurricanes, and specifically the island of St. John? When you make that division, does some of those individuals go over to St. John, or are you just talking about just St. Thomas? To explain that for myself and the public.
Yes, thank you for that question, Senator John Nassebacker, National Guard. Also, we do have the personnel that are split in Task Force Alpha, Task Force Bravo, and Task Force Blade. Task Force Alpha is actually responsible for St. Croix. Task Force Bravo is responsible for St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island. Task Force Blade is a requirement to support the theater opening of both airports, St. Thomas and St. Croix. When the pending storm comes, we actually push personnel to St. John to ride out the storm with the VI Fire and Emergency Services. They hunker down, and based on assessment of what's needed, we increase or decrease the amount of personnel. We only have 4 personnel who live on St. John that are in the National Guards. So, of course, they stay there. Additionally, if the storm is beyond our capacity, as soon as the ports open back up, we have over 300 MPs and 300 engineers that will come from our EMAC partners into the territory, which would be federated against the support requirements as deemed by the emergency. Over.
Excellent. And as it relates to the police department, how do you guys deal with shifting your staff between the districts?
In regards to that, ma'am, once the storm has passed and assessments are being made, we will utilize our Marine unit services to move personnel to and from the districts.
Okay, thank you. Director Joshua, when it comes to dealing, as you know, after hurricanes, people are trying to reach out for help. What is your contingency plan when it comes to
2 minutes.
getting access to the 911 system? I know sometimes during hurricanes, the electricity goes down. I know you guys have talked about generators. Please expound a little bit on that as to how people can reach out after hurricanes, especially those that might be in emergency situations or even during the storm.
This is Director Josh, and thank you, Senator Heiliger. You know, the 911 PSAPs, both on St. Thomas and St. Croix, are considered critical infrastructure. The actual systems themselves have backup generators, are maintained and checked often. The communications we use, part of it is the civilian side or commercial side with phones that we'd call in from the major carriers, and then the dispatching side is through BIT and the tower, so they maintain those all very much so. Also, if we have any systems that go down, we can work with our federal partners through FEMA identity to bring information in or bring technology in to fix anything that would be down, but that be one of the mission critical capacities for us. And again, if we do have one 911 go down in St. Croix, we have an alternate site set up, which would be down in Christiansted. They would have to go to in order to stand up operations. We did have it go down in 17, so that's one of the concerns for us. And on St. Thomas, we can go back between St. Thomas and St. Croix as far as the 911s, but that definitely is one of the critical aspects to having individuals call 911. Now, again, when storms come through, there'll be a certain point in time. We talk about tropical storm force winds. No, we're not going to put 911 folks out. We're going to have them stay. You can call, we get information, but we'll not put individuals in harm's way until after the storm passes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. I think I just heard them say time. I would like to say that I do applaud you guys for your hard work that you do, as well as dealing with our preparation for, you know, storms and events that happen in the territory. But again, the only thing I say, continue to make sure that the work that you put forward definitely has to deal with prevention when it comes to, you know, dealing with disasters and educating the people as to how to deal with them, as well as when they come, being on your P's and Q's to make sure our people are protected. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Before I recognize Senator Johnson for a point of information, let's go back to St. John Shelter a second. So it is my understanding that there's condition of this MOU that's being put in place that you said is 99.9% done. What's the stipulation of using Gift Hill? I'm told that we can only use it if it is up to a Category 2 hurricane. What if it's a Cat 3, 4, or 5?
Deputy Commissioner Tricoci, Department of Human Services. We can use it up to a Category 3. The building is rated up to a 3. If it's a 4 or 5, we'll not be using Gift Hill School.
Okay. So where we were using before the Moravian Church School Hall, what's the status of that building? I had an opportunity to visit there while on St. John and meeting with seniors regarding the land swap. And I saw that there was a kitchen facility, everything there. What's the matter with utilizing or going back there to see if we could have a MOU in place?
This is Director Josh, and so Commissioner Casares-Gomez and I, we reached out to the community, offered the private sector to come forward and meet with us. So really only Gift Hill School was the only person or agency that stood up on the private sector to talk to us. We would love to have the coordination with those private sector that look at that as an option, but we still have to inspect it. And one of the keys we always talk about is where's their backup generator?
So, Director Joshin, we've used that for a number of years. If they don't reach out to you, by all means, reach out to them, and let's make sure that we have that alternative. So, can I get a commitment on that?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Senator Johnson, you recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much. I was listening to Lynn Bakker testimony there, and he's talking about National Guard's employees bunkering down with the fire department. And I need some help here because on St. John, the fire department are still housing some trailers. So what's the fire department position where you guys are going to, you know, have your employees stay at this time if a Cat 3
So,
for instance?
So in my opening statement, Senator, Assistant Director Antonio Siemens, Virgin has filed Emergency Medical Service. In my opening statement, I did say that we have an agreement with a hotel in St. John.
One of the hotel in St. John?
Right, and that's where if a storm is impending, that's where our employees will move to. And the VI National Guard will be a part of our team for that.
All right, just want to make sure I don't want Limbach and his crew being in trailer and you guys being hotel now. I want to make sure that you guys are coordinating and those numbers are put together.
Resilient enough and prepared to just.
Kindly speak into the mic, please,
They
Assistant.
are resilient enough and prepared to be able to stay in a trailer where we're going in a better facility. I know that.
You ain't gonna do a team like that. You're not gonna have that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for that question, Senator Johnson. Which brings me back to Cotton Valley Station. So, what are we doing to ensure that we? What's the status of that building to be whether repaired or replaced or whatever?
That building is slated to be replaced, Senator.
Slated to be replaced.
Right.
And so we know that that's not going to happen anytime soon. So
Exactly.
what's the alternate in the event that we have some type of disaster coming this way, God forbid?
Anything above a category 1, so it can withstand a tropical storm, Senator. So anything above, if we get word that it's a category 1 or more, we will close that station. That station usually houses 4 personnel. We will close that station, relocate them to C Company, which is in Richmond, and then do an assessment after the storm and head back out if necessary.
Which might be okay, but you may want to. I want to speak like in real time.
Mm-hmm.
So if something were to happen on the East End, you would want to make sure that you have resources readily on the East. Are we looking into finding, even if it's a house that could be used, that you inspect, that you can house those firefighters there with a truck that could have quick response on the eastern end of the island? Are we looking at that alternative?
Senator, yes, we have. We did that for 2 years, reaching out to the East End community, looking for anyone that has a property that we can lease temporarily. We also looked for government properties, government facilities, government buildings out in that area, so that we can. And we were unable to identify any to stand up. So that is our last resort, was to close it, because we rather pull them out and move them back right after the storm once we do the assessment to make sure the building was safe.
Okay, let's have further conversation, because I don't think you'll find no government-owned building past Cotton Valley anyway. So looking for that is like looking for not even a needle in a haystack. You might find a needle.
But we
you ain't
also,
gonna find nothing past.
Senator,
slow down for me. You're not gonna find anything, but we could have that conversation.
But we also did it for the private sector. That's what I was saying. We did the private sector as well, we've been working on this.
So you notice I ain't mentioned nothing but the private sector? I say you ain't gonna find no government-owned building past there.
Right.
Since you put in government buildings, you're not gonna find anything of government-owned past there. So the key part. So it seems like we've went through everyone. Any further follow-up from any of my colleagues? I'll start with Senator Johnson before we. Well, if you have 20 more, I'll probably allow you to ask 2.
You got to pick 2 out of 20. I'm just concerned with hurricane season 2023. Consider the shelters. How many of the shelters you guys actively, especially on the island, you have already pretty much identified, and how many of them need kitchen? Because I think we discussed that the last time, that the kitchens were not in place for some of the shelters that you guys had identified. What's the status on all the shelters being prepared with a kitchen?
This is Director Josh, and so the requirements for feeding goes to the American Red Cross for the first 3 days, so 72 hours. So they have contracted hot meals and they have the shelf-stable meals, we'll call it. And after that, it goes to the Department of Education to provide the meals for the shelter. So that's really a conversation we've had with Department of Education. They've not identified any gaps they have for providing meals, but they don't necessarily cook the meals in the same place the shelters are, Senator.
And then my final question to you was, what was the outcome of the USVI Capstone Initiative held in May 2023? Give me a little status on how that went.
And just for everybody's understanding, we do this every year in the month of May. FEMA comes down here. We start planning it in January. We have basically 17 different initiatives, and sometimes we change them up depending upon the focus. But each of the agencies, the lead agencies, have a responsibility to work both within the agencies and with the federal partners to set up the scenarios. In some cases, is validating a plan that's been set up. For example, Department of Health, patient movement evacuation. Some cases, we will do more robust in the field, if you went, like points of distribution, Department of Human Services, National Guard, VITEMA. FEMA gets out there and walks through literally the pod sites. We do individual assistance with Department of VITEMA, with public assistance to validate how you go about doing individual assistance after an event. So we have all those areas, look at generator repair, replacement. Each one of those are set up, and we do a joint brief to the governor at the end of the week, as well as to the FEMA regional administrator that comes down here, and we look at the gaps. The governor says, nice to have successes, but what are your gaps? So we have a presentation that we set up to identify those gaps, and we continue to close those gaps between 1 June until the event comes through. And we have updates at each of the Emergency Management Council meetings by the agencies and where they come on closing those gaps.
And I understand what you're saying to me. I pretty much took part in one of the pods. How did it go?
From my perspective, as the coordinator for this, the key is the coordination and the focus on those events and standing up with the agencies to identify those. Everybody stood up and took responsibility and ownership. If we start slow, each time we want to get faster and faster. We call it typically crawl, walk, and run. So some of the new initiatives we took on were just the crawl phase, and some of them were the run phase. So from my perspective, we learned along the way. We did an after-action review. We look at correcting the after actions from that. From my perspective, each agency, they can talk about their side of it. But from my perspective, it's a combination of FEMA and VITEMA for a category 3 or above, which is a major hurricane that overwhelms our capabilities as a local territory.
Through the chair time, can the rest of the agency answer the status of how it went?
Sure, if that's 17, 18, and 19.
Yeah.
Yes, you may respond.
Deputy Commissioner Chukoji, Department of Human Services. We'll talk about shelters and we'll talk about pods. The shelter operations, I would say, was a success. We had great volunteers that came out. We had great community involvement. We did identify gaps, which was the purpose of doing the exercise. Should it be real world? What can we fix now so when we have an actual event, we can put those parts and pieces in place? So to answer your question, Senator, I think it went well. Same thing with pods. You were out there with me. We were wrapping up and doing our after-action report with FEMA, and that also was a success. We did identify a couple of gaps, but we shared that with our supporting agencies, so we know better what we need to do better should there be an actual event. So all in all, I think it was a success. My counterpart, Yvette Henry, was in St. Thomas doing the exact same thing. I will turn it over to Yvette Henry to speak on St. Thomas.
Thank you, DC. On St. Thomas, everything went well as FEMA, and we did the after action report on site, and they gave favorable feedback with very minimum gaps, especially for the pods. We worked well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, Senator. From the Virgin National Guard perspective, it's always good to have a validating event. So simultaneously, while that's happening here in the Capstone, I'm up in San Antonio with Army North, and we're actually doing a rehearsal of concept drill for hurricane preparedness for the Department of Defense and all of the external agencies that responds. So we coordinate directly with Director Johnson and his team to make sure, identify gaps that were in the capstone, that we're actually making sure that we can help overcome those gaps with the Department of Defense assets. So that exercise helped us realize that what we validated as a gap are things that we've already think about that they have to provide for us. So unlike other states where the National Guard comes out first, and then you may see Title 10, active duty, active Marine, Navy folks show up a lot later, we know in the Virgin Islands they have to show up within the first 72 hours because of our lack of capacity for certain agencies.
Good afternoon, Senator. Assistant Director Antonio Stevens. We felt the capstone event went outstanding for us, and there were some preconceived notions. One of our weaknesses is urban search and rescue. We do have search and rescue personnel who are trained, but we do know that we would need our urban search and rescue team to come in to augment our firefighters. One of the preconceived notions was that we would also need swift boat rescue operators here in the territory, but we were able to show, based on our topography and as quickly as our waters rise, that's as quickly as they go back down. So there's no need for us to say, okay, we need a swift boat rescue team of 25 persons per island to come in to do something like that. So it was something that they were able to learn from us. We were able to gain from them and identify training that FEMA can provide for us to assist our firefighters if necessary or when necessary.
Good afternoon again, Stephen Phillip, Chief of Police, St. Thomas. Basically, it actually went well. We actually participated, especially with security measures, crowd control. So the officers and them did crowd controls. The traffic points, we did TCPs in different areas, making sure that we provided security for the pads and different stuff. So it actually went totally well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, St. Croix. VAPD, you wanted to respond?
No, we can't share it.
Okay. So you're saying what's going on St. Thomas is going on St. Croix simultaneously?
Yeah, we stay very closely in our operations, sir.
Okay. One of the things that I noticed that we didn't talk about that I wanted to ask, I just didn't go back through all the notes that I was making through these testimonies last evening. I noticed that there wasn't anything of substance spoken about with regards to the evacuation teams. Now, remember in the last hearing, I was asking about those responsible for evacuations. So it is still solely the VIPD, well, not solely VIPD, it is still the responsibility of VIPD and fire to perform evacuations, Director Joshin?
Senator, to define where you talk about evacuations, I'm thinking of medical evacuation outside the territory, so just bring it back in content, sir, please.
Okay, so let me be clear. During a hurricane, in the middle of a hurricane, people who didn't leave their homes now calling 911, my roof just came off, I need to be taken out of here, etc. The evacuations during hurricanes is what I'm specifically referring to. Is it still VIPD and VI Fire Service performing this task?
You also have rescue on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John on Water Island, volunteer rescue. But to answer your question, during those events, again, we don't want to put people out in harm's way, but we want to take the information, but after the response, yes. And then also National Guard on territorial active duty, they will be pre-positioned with fire also.
So again, Director Joshin, is it still VIPD and VI Fire Service along with rescue that performs this? Yes?
Yes,
no?
Senator Gittens.
Okay. At what point would you give a cutoff that no more rescue or evacuations, not rescue, but evacuations are being done to safeguard your personnel?
It's difficult to give a black and white answer, but I'll start and I'll turn it over to Director Stevens because I know he's very much, we've had this conversation, but usually it's tropical storm force winds. When you start hitting that standpoint, we start looking at potential risk, but all depends upon the situation and what it is, I would say, in order to get to them. So if I may.
I want to call you. No, I don't even want to call you assistant director now. What's your title now when you get over in the EOC? What is it?
Operations Section Chief.
Operations Chief.
Operations Section Chief.
Operations Section Chief.
Yes, sir.
Now break it down to me.
So to be clear, it's if once the winds exceed, sustained winds exceed 45 miles per hour, we do not want to send our rescuers out in those conditions. There have been in the past where we've taken a chance, but we do not. It is not advisable, and we don't do it.
So, good. The thing is, though, and I ask this because we want the public to understand and know this. We see it quite often on the mainland where you have mayors and emergency management agencies pleading with people to leave the residence and go elsewhere because what they're expecting. And you have individuals that will still refuse to go. And in the height of everything, if they do have phone service, then they're calling, I would say us, to come and help them. I need for Vitima to make it clear here and to make it clear even through PSAs that at a given point, that nobody ain't coming because you have to safeguard your personnel. So is this being done? I mean, I know you know what that threshold is, but are we putting it out there so that people could know after a certain time there wouldn't be any available help until it is safe to do so? And I ask this because, again, of personal experience sitting in the EOC and seeing this, even prior to that, being in the police department, and even when it comes to the waters and you have the advisories, nobody, please don't go out there to surf and whatnot. And then next thing you know, 911 flooded with calls to come somebody on a surfboard out there. And so now we have to go and put our men and women in harm's way to go out there to save somebody.
Senator Director Josh, and so when we put out again, National Weather Service provides us the tropical storm watches and tropical storm warnings. So those happen 48 hours and 36 hours prior to the arrival of those winds. And the winds are a determining factor as far as whether you go out or not. So that's the key message we want to put out to the community. It gives you time, but we say 2 o'clock today is when the tropical storm force winds hit or hurricane storm force wind. We're going to shelter in place is the key message for everybody until it's safe to come back.
And at what point would you advise the governor that you think it's time to implement a curfew?
Goes back to the impact to the islands or districts of the imminent threat of strong, almost a direct hit that would cause those winds to be life-threatening. So typically when a hurricane or tropical storm warrant goes out, that would go very quickly to the governor to ask him to put that in place.
And he counts on your recommendation based on what you're receiving.
He does take it under advisement. In some cases, especially for curfews, the governor does not want to put curfews in place, so he'll ask a lot of questions.
Right.
And ultimately it's his call, but if he does, it'll be from like sunset to the morning, and then to have the first responders go out and check for life areas and make sure the WAPA poles aren't up, litter debris.
Which he has a right to ask all those questions, but I'm saying
We
he also goes based on your recommendation and what is being given to him.
Yes, for shelters as well as for curfew, start and stop, all those things definitely as the experts for the governor, advisors to the governor, on the commissioners as part of the Emergency Management Council coming together before we make those decisions and giving the governor enough time to make those decisions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Senator Fonseca, Vice Chair, you recognize?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Couple burning questions here. With for Commissioner Gabriel, the VI Trans plus transportation for the special populations. Earlier, Ms. Henry had gave testimony of those 889 elderly persons. I think Senator from St. Croix said he had his card. I got to give my card too, so we can go up by one. But is those coordinated? Are those some of those on that list? Can you explain how that program works?
Yeah, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Senator Fonseca, thank you so much for that question. So I'll just go down. So as far as our Vitran paratransit registry, we have 713 registered folks in St. Croix, 670 on St. Thomas, and 56 individuals on St. John. All right, now the Vitran plus the paratransit service does provide transportation to those that are registered to the shelters, but you must be registered with Vitran paratransit service prior to the event. And then we do provide that transportation. The reason that we ask for that is because we do have to geocode those locations and know exactly where we are picking you up from, make sure that there is accessibility provided and that it is safe as well for our drivers and for our equipment.
Okay, great. That's 1,688 persons. Quickly, Director Jashin, congratulations. I noticed you hired your new Deputy Director for Logistics, your Public Information Officer, and also your St. Thomas Emergency Operations Center Supervisor. That's good because that's one of the things a lot of the commissioners come here and they're not adding positions. So I'm glad that you have added those positions. Let me ask you, the 911 operators, you had mentioned that you was trying to hire them and you were in the progress. What's the status of those 911 operators?
Senator, I'll ask Assistant Director de Blasio to answer that question.
Time.
Yes, sir. Assistant Director de Blasio, Vitima. Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. We did actually hire 4. Last week we conducted interviews. We did hire 4 for sure last week, and we have 1 that we're considering for possibly a different position. She is also interested in the ECC 911 position, but we're considering her for another position. So it'll be 5 potentially.
Great, excellent. Glad to see that Vitima is staffing up. Other departments, you need to do the same thing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Francis, Senator President, you recognize?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just wrapping up, I know in addition to the governor having conversation with the Vitima director in respect to curfew, he also engaged the Virgin Islands National Guard Adjutant General as well as the Virgin Islands Police Department Police Commissioner in making that recommendation, and then obviously he has the final say in that recommendation. I wanted to ask you, Director Jashin, in respect to our disabled population, I know that we have the call registry for the seniors, but what is being done to get the information out and also tracking of the disabled population? Either yourself or DHS could speak to that.
Deputy Commissioner Tricoci, Senator Francis, when you
the disabled population in respect to getting the information out to them, and the imminent storm arrival or notices that goes out, how are we addressing the information getting to the disabled population?
That's a great question, Senator. Thank you. I'm going to turn that over to Ms. Henry.
Good afternoon, Yvette Henry, Department of Human Services. Thank you, Senator, for the question. The registry that the Department of Human Services currently house is sent to the Vitima. And from Vitima, they will send out the multi-blasting of text or sound bites, alerting the disabled population of either impending weather or whatever necessary information that is deemed at the time so that they can prepare either for an evacuation or just prepare to hunker down as needed. Thank you.
Is it your testimony then that, or response then that in addition to the seniors registry, that in fact you seek the same information for the disabled population?
Not necessarily, Senator.
30 seconds.
Senator Director Josh, and we have offices of the ADA coordinator, Julian Henley. So he has a direct listing of disabled individuals within the territory, and his office works both St. Thomas and St. Croix to make sure that information is set out. So he reaches out to them constantly, but that's a great question to ask. We have the disabled group, and we also have the seniors, which are two different groups. So I want to make sure we understand that, sir.
Very well. I just asked that at least we put a pin in that and see what needs to be done to make sure that we're firming up and exactly who's responsible for that notification. You also spoke of real quickly the sargassum state of emergency that was put in place in the past. Is that still a standing state of emergency in respect to the sargassum?
No, it's not, Senator. That was exhausted, I believe, last October after the federal declaration. We no longer have that, but we're always on very watchful as far as what's happening. That threat could come through. We consider it seasonal right now, but if it needs to go, we can very quickly, with Governor Bryan, put a state of emergency back in place.
Very well. And to wrap up, in terms of the Renegade that the VIPD recently acquired, is that for HIDA or is it for the local enforcement?
That is for the local enforcement, sir. This vessel, along with the one will be shortly on St. Thomas, is just for our operations here within the territory. We're talking from human trafficking, search and rescue efforts, and also drug trafficking.
Very well. So there's no federal limitation in the use of that vessel?
That is absolutely correct. No limitation.
Good news.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good news. Thank you, Mr. President. Before I go to... Oh, it's me. Commissioner Gabriel, I know you spoke to...
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I can't see you. Okay. You're recognized. I'm sorry. You're recognized.
It's okay. Good afternoon. My burning question is to Public Works Department. I know a lot of times we're dealing with a lot of road repairs, and when hurricanes come, they do a lot of damage to the roads. Do you have a strategic plan on identifying roads that are either heavily trafficked that you might have to make sure is, prepared, as you might have to deal with a lot of evacuations, and filling out potholes, making sure the surfaces are good in anticipation of a hurricane coming in, because those roads might be widely trafficked after a hurricane, especially as evacuation routes. How do you handle that? Thank you.
Yes, so included with our testimony, we do have maps for the three islands. The three islands identify our primary routes, our secondary routes, and then our tertiary routes. So the primary routes are the areas like that lead to our ports, our critical facilities. Those are the ones that we first do our pre-damage assessment and then our post-damage assessment. Those are also the priorities that we do our route clearance as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question.
That's it? You had any more? That's it?
You said we could only do one, so I was sticking to the rules.
I didn't tell you one. Go
It's a
ahead.
burning question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm good. It's okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. Commissioner Gabriel, you spoke to drainage in your testimony. So I'll take it that includes the guts. But have you done this cleaning of clearing guts throughout the territory?
Yes. So in my testimony, we did state that we started. Typically, we try to start in April, May. We go through. We do clean our primary guts. Typically, we those are the priorities, and we do that for all three islands.
So what are the major guts that you cleared on St. Croix?
So on St. Croix, we have Barron Spot that was done already. The Times Square area that actually was scheduled and needs to be touched up again. The Castle Coakley Lime Tree area. Of course, we have the Water Gut area, Spring Gut, and a number of others. Actually, I could go down the list: Creaky Dam, Golden Grove, Cotton Valley, Bugby Hole, Canegata Ballpark, Barron Spot, Williams Light East and West.
Are you naming all, or
Diamond
you're
Ruby.
telling me the areas that you've cleared?
The areas that we've complete.
Okay. So, the Mitchell Motel area, have you been able to assist in those areas? We see the amount of debris and rubbish going around on WhatsApp, pictures and videos and whatnot. Have we been able to address at least the blockage in that area?
Yeah, so I know it's Senator, thank you for that question. It's a continuous effort that we do. I mean, I think we've removed refrigerators, appliances. I think we've even removed the carcass of an abandoned vehicle. It is something that we continuously do. I know we've done it already. I'm showing that we did it back in the middle of the summer. Looks like June. So I'll make sure to go back in there and we could check it again. It is something that we're continuously doing all hurricane season long.
And you know, it's so sad. You're talking about stoves and refrigerators, appliances, etc. I'm assessing some fines right now to that regard. And that's why I need enforcement to step up its efforts as well, because we could implement these fines, but if there's no enforcement, then it's all for naught. But just recently, I mean, right on the road there by, just before you take the entrance to go to Sandy Point, heading up to Arthur Richards School, I'm seeing a set of refrigerators and stove and thing there. I mean, I'm wondering what's really going on in our community. And I want to caution our community at this time about discarding these items on the road. And you're right, not discarding. You're actually littering is right. And it's a crime. And I wish that individuals will, if you see these things, please report it to the authorities. You don't have to give your name. Call 911 and give them the license plate where you see them dumping these things on the side of the road, right on the road. I mean, it's sickening. And then when we're done, we're the same ones that want to go on social media and say, oh, how Dubai is so much cleaner and you could eat off the streets and this and that. Who you think dirty in your road? You and I, come on, let's stop it. Public Works as well, or Vitima. Another thing I wanted to know is why would we wait until the storm is approaching to start giving out the sandbags? Do you think that we could start looking at it, that we could start distributing, just like how you gave the good senator, because he showed you his card, he already got his sandbag, at least one to test. But on a serious note, can we, do you think it will be feasible for you to start giving out some sandbags to individuals, even if you limit them to just say 5, just giving a number, prior to, so that you can possibly reduce the amount of traffic that you will have during the impending storm?
Senator, this is Director Josh, and so for the last 3 years, especially with COVID, we were very aggressive with doing the Blue Skies distribution, as well as for seniors, individuals that cannot get out of their homes. This year we had a little challenge getting the sand and sandbags. That was put us behind the timetables a little bit. We were getting ready to do that last week, but we pulled back because of the threat went away. Commissioner Gabriel and I discussed that along with Director George from Fire. Looking at the season going forward, we can go forward with that, but I have to talk to both VI Fire as well as DPW to execute that, as well as to go through Department of Human Services, ADA Corps, to make sure that those individuals in the senior registry that want to have those sandbags picked up, because that's really where the coordination comes into, to open it up for the community straightforward, but getting the individuals who can't get out of their homes, there's a lot of coordination that has to be done with that. So answer the question, yes, sir, we can do that, subject to how Mother Nature acts the next couple of weeks.
Okay, just something for you to think on. And does government employees are still being trained to secure their offices, their office spaces in the event of disaster? And is there any kind of protocol sheet that all agencies should be aware of?
Just from Vitima's perspective, Director Joshin, we have a system we go through to cover up our computers and do preparedness, but that's not something we've shared out or been best practices. I'd have to ask the other agencies if they want to talk about that, but that's something that we've been around long enough to know what we should do to prevent and close up windows and doors and make sure you secure the areas.
Okay, and I'm constantly in contact with you, so I'll have some other conversations. But lastly, and I think my colleagues might have wanted to know this too, I'm surprised that no one asked it, but you know, it's so much that you want to ask that maybe they didn't get to it. But recently we've been seeing, we saw something that came out from DPNR about some joint policy prohibiting certain generators and whatnot. And I asked that because I wanted to ask the status of generators at the shelters. But some of these, I'm not fully understanding it, as I'm not an engineer, but they're banning some level of generators, and I'm told to look at a stat sheet from one of the leading manufacturers that shows that even WAPA don't meet the 60 dB requirements, or even some that run some of our government buildings. So if we're not in compliance with this policy, I mean, just tell me if there's any conversation or collaboration between you and Vitima, DPNR, so that we don't run into a stumble.
Senator, thank you for the question. Assistant Director de Blasio. Yes, I did recently see the article that DPNR put out, and you are correct, sir. It has to do with the decibel noise level of the generators.
Right.
There are a lot of vintage generators out there that are not going to meet that requirement. So the initiative would be to either make some modifications to existing generators to have them be quieter so as to not to disturb neighborhoods and whatnot. And we will work closely with DPNR, but sir, we have not begun that dialogue, I have to say, at this point. I just recently saw it, I think it was last week, that a Facebook post was shared with me that came out from DPNR about that specific subject. So we will have to get more in collaboration with DPNR on that, and we'll have to get back to you in terms of any potential future actions we're going to have to take based on those requirements.
Please, please, I beg you to have that, that conversation.
Yeah.
All right? And again, I must say, the CAD system, I'm really disappointed that we had a whole siren disappeared and we only know 3 years later. Please, this can't be happening. That's like WAPA coming before us and telling us that a light pole gone and with a whole transformer, and they didn't even know that it was gone. We got to keep track with our inventory. Okay, so the computer-aided design system for everybody. I know that 911 uses it, but I'm asking again, Director Gabriel, for Public Works, WAPA, waste management, etc., for you all to start having a conversation on this CAD system so that you can have better coordination when they're digging up the road, etc. You all been doing a good job at paving some of these roads, but again, in Campo Rico, I'm told now, the roads that you just paved, WAPA getting ready to dig them up again. Right behind WAPA, I think, is waste management coming again. I mean, we got to do better than this. There must be coordination in this, and I think if you get that CAD system in place, we'll be able to talk with each other and know where everything is at. When you're burying lines, whatever the case may be, when you go to dig, somebody wouldn't be digging and damaging your fiber and whatnot. Next thing you know, people without power, people without phone, etc. You will know what level to dig or what area to stay away from. On that note, I want to thank all of you for your testimony today, and one closeout from VIPD, one from Fire. I'll give each of you 30 seconds to close out. Again, thank you all for your testimony today and for your service to the people of this territory. I'll start with VIPD.
Senator Giddens, members of the 31st Legislature, on behalf of Police Commissioner Ray Martinez, we want to thank you all today for allowing us to come before you to give testimony in regards to 2023 hurricane season and preparedness. On behalf of the men and women in law enforcement, I just want to say thank you to all of you here territorially for all the hard work that you've given to this members of this community. So thank you, sir.
Thank you. Tag.
Yes, Senator. We just want the community to know that both the Virgin Islands Army and Air National Guard will always be there to respond to all the needs of the territory with a ready, relevant, and responsive joint force of our soldiers, airmen, and civilians who will continue to support where we can and reach out to those abroad from the Department of Defense enterprise to support where we have gaps. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I look forward to supporting the community and all its needs.
Thank you. DHS, Human Services.
On behalf of Commissioner Kazi Gomez and from the DHS staff as well, I want to thank you for giving us the time here to testify on behalf of what we do for the community for ESF 6 in support of disaster preparedness. I want to say thank you to all of the supporting agency as well, because we wouldn't be here if we didn't have the support from every single one of the 15 ESFs and all the supporting agencies who are here as well. The reason why we have such a resilient community, Senator, is because we work together. We may have gaps, and sometimes things may take longer than needed, but the collaboration and the commitment of the team that you have here in front of you speaks volumes to what we do for the community. So I just want to make sure I say thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone at GVI for what you do across the territory. When we have a disaster, all of our volunteers, VOAD, COAD, Red Cross, and try not to leave anybody out, because they all work with us when we do shelter and when we do pod training and when we do IAPDA. So thank you to everyone, and thank you for the ability to do so today, Senator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we'll be in touch through Director Joshin, as I will be setting up for us to be able to visit a couple of these shelter sites on each island. Thank you. VA Fire Service, VA Fire EMS, that is.
Good afternoon, Senator. On behalf of Director Daryl George, Sr., we would like to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to come before you and present our readiness for our fire service. I'd also like to thank the men and women who do this job every day for our community. I like to say all the time that we are the Swiss Army knife of this community. Anything that any other ESFs ask us to do, we come out and do it. Sometimes you might hear a little rumble where they say, oh, that's not a fire, but they still go out and do it, whether it's working at the pods, working at a shelter, whatever that's needed. These guys, the men and women of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service, stand ready to support this community in any way that they can, and they do that under the leadership of Director Daryl George, Sr. So again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I know you're absolutely correct. We are resilient, and in a time of emergency, I don't know how we do it, but we get it done. Director Joshin.
Thank you, Senator Gittens, and again, for your committee. Good questions, good discussion. Again, you have seen and heard from 6 of the 15 agencies. You see why my team is a coordinating agency, not just for the local agency, but also for the federal side. We are continually improving, and we work together very much day to day, the men, the women, the territory, to make this territory better, not just in hurricane season, which we're at the height of now, but also for all hazards going forward. So thank you for the opportunity today to present and have further dialogue.
Thank you. And thank you to the rest of the team that's sitting in the gallery. Thank you for your support, to your team as well. Colleagues, we had a productive day today. Oh, I am so sorry. You see that what happened when you're watching the camera? Public Works. Wow. I wouldn't have lived this one over.
That's what happens when you don't come to the party, right?
You missed your flight today.
No, Senator, I want to begin by thanking our DPW family. We work very hard, not only in preparedness and recovery, but in our daily tasks. So I want to thank them. I want to thank our contractors that assist us with hurricane preparedness, as well as our federal partners. I do want to just give a plug. If you are a senior citizen or you are a part of the disabled community, please take the time now to register with Vitran Paratransit for transportation services. And also please make sure that you take this time to prepare when there is no imminent danger coming. We tell our staff at Public Works all the time to prepare is now, because we are asked to take care of the territory as a whole first. So I just want to reiterate that to our community. Take the time to prepare now. And last but not least, I want to thank Darrell Joshin for being Captain Preparedness. He really keeps us on our toes. Thank you for everything that you do, and thank you, Senator, for a great, productive hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner. And before I close out, let me just say again, happy belated birthday to my colleague, Senator Franklin Johnson. That's why he earned his geriatric card. And I want to also say happy birthday in advance to the Virgin Islands National Guard. I think it's next month. You'll be celebrating 50 years. And I want to thank all of you for your service as well. All right? So on that, Mr. President, you good? All right. Colleague, you're good? I want to thank, so we get into the habit of this. In any case, I thank everyone, central staff, my staff, the volunteer staff, all those concerned, etc. I want to thank everyone for their input here today and making this possible. Again, to the men and women of all your agencies, I salute you and say thank you, and I hope that we don't ever see what we saw 22 years ago through the 9/11 terror attacks. Thank you for your service. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, September 12, 2023 is finally and hereby adjourned.